Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ta, ta, ta. The steady sound of footsteps echoed outside the tavern before the door creaked open. Mio entered first, cloak brushing against the floor, Erica close behind. "It's you." Judge shot to his feet, shock flashing across his face. He hadn't seen Mio more than once, but the young man's face was unforgettable. Anyone connected to Vegapunk was unforgettable. Doflamingo tilted his head, a wide grin spreading across his lips. "Fuff-fuff-you-few. Well, isn't this interesting? I didn't expect to see you again." Judge's tone was cold, though his eyes flicked nervously toward Erica. The memory of her blade still lingered. The Black Crow pirates had only grown more dangerous since their last encounter, and Judge had no desire to make an enemy of them. Mio ignored the tension, sliding into the seat across from them and taking the glass of wine Toripole had poured. His voice was calm, almost lazy. "Relax. I came here to talk business." Judge's brow furrowed. "Then talk. My time is valuable." I'm all ears." Doflamingo chuckled, fingers steepled as his sunglasses hid the sharp gleam in his eyes. Mio swirled his wine, the corner of his mouth curling. "Pluton. You've heard the name." The word landed like a thunderclap. Judge's breath hitched. Even Doflamingo leaned forward, amusement vanishing into something sharper. "One of the 3 ancient weapons," he said softly. "You wouldn't dare bring it up unless you meant it. You have the blueprints?" Judge's voice was disbelieving, almost greedy. Mio smirked. "If I did, would I hand them to you? Build one Pluton, and the world government will send a buster call before you lay the keel." Doflamingo's grin widened. "So, not the blueprints, but the structure." Mio cut in smoothly. "Every detail of its power system. Enough to build an imitation. Maybe not the real thing, but close." He leaned forward, eyes locking on Judge. Even at 1/10 of its rumored power, it could wipe an island off the map. Judge's breath came faster. Desire burned in his eyes. For a man obsessed with conquest, this was temptation itself. Before he could move, shadows rippled across the tavern floor. Mio snapped his fingers, and half a dozen shadow warriors rose silently. Several carried pieces of dismantled Pluton components, laying them out like offerings. Judge's eyes lit up, but the moment he took a step forward, SHHHHK, a black tentacle, hardened with armament hockey, rose in front of his forehead. Heian stood there, gaze icy, his intent clear. One more step, and the tentacle would peer straight through. Cold sweat broke on Judge's brow. Doflamingo, meanwhile, only chuckled. "Fuff-fuff-you-few." His grin remained, but his eyes flickered with calculation. None of these Black Crow monsters are simple. Mio's tone was smooth, but edged with steel. "Patience, Judge. You'll have your turn." Judge exhaled sharply, forcing himself back into his seat. "Then say it." Mio set his glass down. "I'm offering you partnership, but I want you to fund it. 10 ships, built to the imitation design. And if we sell the imitations, the power gets reduced again before they're handed off. I take 50% of the profits." Judge's eyes widened in outrage. "You want us to build it, pay for it, and then give you half?" "Fuff-fuff-you-few." Doflamingo cut in, voice smooth. "I'll agree." Judge turned sharply. "You?" Doflamingo shrugged, grin razor sharp. "Better than refusing and not leaving this tavern alive, Judge fell silent, jaw clenched. The truth in Doflamingo's words was undeniable. Mio leaned back. "Think carefully. You'll still make more than enough. These ships will sell for tens, hundreds of millions. Pirates will crawl over each other to get them. The sea has no shortage of desperate men." Judge's lips pressed thin. He wanted to argue, but Mio's next words cut the air like a blade. "If you won't, I'll take my offer to Baltimore." The name hung heavy in the room. Vegapunk's birthplace. The killing intent beneath Mio's calm voice sent a shiver down Judge's spine. He swallowed hard. Fine. I agree. Mio's smile sharpened. Good. Then we understand each other. He rose, shadows shifting with him. Remember, this isn't just profit, it's survival. Play your cards right, and you'll stand among kings. Play them wrong. He let the silence finish the threat. Judge wiped the sweat from his brow. Doflamingo only leaned back, grin returning as he adjusted his sunglasses. Fuff-fuff-you-few. Quite the gamble, Mio. Mio's eyes gleamed. The sea is nothing but gambles. He set the empty wine glass down, the sound sharp in the still tavern. Now shall we begin? Ta, ta, ta. The tavern door creaked open. Mio stepped inside, Eric at his back. It's you. Judge lurched to his feet, eyes widening in disbelief. He hadn't forgotten that face. How could he? The man who once struck a deal with Vegapunk was now standing here in the flesh. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair, sunglasses glinting as a sly grin spread across his lips. Fuff-fuff-you-few. Well, isn't this turning into quite the reunion? Judge's gaze shifted warily between the two, lingering on Erica for a moment before hardening. Let's not waste time. If you brought me here, Mio, I assume it's for something worth hearing. So what do you want? Mio smirked, pulling out a chair. Relax. I'm not here to waste anyone's time. Doflamingo tilted his head, a trace of curiosity breaking through his grin. Fuff-fuff-you-few. I've always wondered, Mio, what is your ability? Those shadow soldiers of yours, they're not devil fruit constructs. Summons, maybe? Mio raised his glass, eyes glinting. That's a secret. Doflamingo chuckled, but didn't press. The mystery only deepened his interest. Judge, meanwhile, was barely able to contain himself. He glanced toward the shadow, core now silently materializing across the tavern floor, their hands clutching fragments of intricate machinery. The faint hum of power made his pulse quicken. Is that? Judge stepped forward, voice almost trembling. Go ahead, Mio said with a casual wave. Judge approached, eyes locked on the components. He muttered under his breath. Energy conversion devices, far beyond anything Germa has produced. If I can study this properly. Before he could reach out, a dark tentacle hardened with armament hockey rose suddenly in front of his forehead. Heiyin stood there, his calm gaze promising death if Judge moved another inch. Judge froze, cold sweat trailing down his neck. Patience, Mio said softly, sipping his wine. You'll have your share. Just not yet. At that moment, the phone worm in Judge's coat buzzed sharply. Blue, blue, blue. Judge frowned, opening the line. A soldier's voice came through, shaken. Commander, some strange men just arrived at headquarters. They carried equipment, said you would know what it was. What should we do? Judge's pupils shrank. Even Doflamingo's grin faltered for a breath. From this tavern in the Grand Line to Germa's kingdom in the North Blue in seconds? That meant Mio could move information, even objects, across seas in the blink of an eye. So this is a warning, Doflamingo thought, smirking again behind his glasses. Try anything, and he'll know instantly. Judge exhaled slowly, forcing composure back into his voice. Escort them to the laboratory. Let them deposit the cargo. Yes, sir, the soldier answered. The line went dead. The tavern fell quiet. Mio rose, brushing invisible dust from his coat. That settles it. You both know what needs to be done. I'll be in touch. He tossed a small phone worm onto the table. Use this if you want to contact me. Doflamingo's grin widened. Leaving already? Fuff-fuff-you-few, pity. I had a little entertainment lined up. At his gesture, a voluptuous woman entered the tavern, clearly one of the pirate escorts. Mio glanced her way, unimpressed. Not interested. I've got business in Sabaody Archipelago. New World is waiting. That made Doflamingo pause. New World. HM? Fuff-fuff-bold. Once you show up there, every major force will notice. Let them, Mio said with a faint grin, turning toward the door. Erica followed silently. Judge stood as well, expression tight. Then I'll return to North Blue. Doflamingo leaned back, laughing softly. Fuff-fuff-you-few. We'll see each other soon, Judge. After all, we've got a weapon to build. Judge gave a curt nod and strode out. The tavern emptied until only Doflamingo and Toripole remained. Interesting, Doflamingo muttered, adjusting his sunglasses. He already has Pluton's secrets. Does that mean he's after Poseidon? Uranus? His grin twisted. And with Nico Robin on his ship. He pushed his feet, voice low. This doesn't leave this room. Clean up. Yes, young master, Toripole croaked. Moments later, screams echoed through the town as Doflamingo stepped into the night, the grin never leaving his face. In the sea heading to Sabati Archipelago. At this moment, the Black Glory is moving forward, and on the huge deck, you can see that everyone except Robin is practicing swordsmanship, or practicing hockey, or simply practicing to increase physical strength and exercise. Physical fitness. In this world without computers and mobile phones, sailing on the sea is destined to be boring. In addition to drinking and chatting, practice is the best way to pass the time. Although reading a book is also a good choice, it is still the best practice for people like Mio who like strength. There is still almost half a month to arrive at Sabati Archipelago. At this time on the deck, call. Mio took a deep breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead, took a sip of the whiskey in the ice bucket next to him, and immediately looked at Marcy, grinning. Marcy, call me. Here. Maxie responded immediately, and a blue thunder suddenly fell on Min's body. Marcy grasped the scale. Although this thunder is powerful, it is also for ordinary people. For Meow, it is not very lethal, and it is not even enough to cause injuries. He mainly wanted to see if the thunder and lightning in the world of so-called fantasy novels worked. If it can, then Maxie really has a huge effect. Anytime, anywhere, you can call Marcy to thunder and lightning. As soon as the lightning came down, there was no injury, but Mio felt a tingling sensation on her skin, frowned slightly, and Mio spoke again. Just another shot. Zizi. A furious thunder kept falling on Mio's body, and Erica and others all looked at them curiously. Sitting in the thunder and lightning with both hands clenched, Mio could see the hair started to stand up, the skin on his body began to turn black, and vaguely began to suffer some injuries. However, there was a sparkle in Mio's eyes, and she murmured excitedly, "It's really okay." He did feel that if the thunder continued, it could increase the strength of the body and the toughness of the skin, but the increase was not large, and each increase was only a trace, and it would be injured. It belongs to self-harm practice. It is estimated that the average person is unbearable, and Mio feels that there will be an upper limit for this improvement. I am afraid that there will be no improvement at all like Kaido. It's also good news. Meow grinned, looked at several in Haiyan, and said the conclusion he had drawn. Hearing this, the eyes of Hei Yin suddenly showed heartbeat. After one day, on the deck, Marcy, come and generate electricity. Mio's voice sounded. Marcy, who was sitting at the center of the deck, raised his hand as a thunderbolt. At the same time, the voice of Haiyan on the other side also sounded. I'll send it here too. Marcy supported her chin with one hand, raised her hand with a bored face, and waved. Another thunder and lightning fell out. Erica looked at Marcy with a smile and shouted, Sister Marcy, I want to. Here, Marcy replied feebly, and threw it over with a thunder and lightning. At this moment, she always felt like a cash machine. She called herself if needed, and she was sitting here and couldn't go to other places to play. Very boring. Robin's mouth twitched and looked at these people. He wanted Marcy to send a thunder and lightning towards him, but after thinking about how hard he could bear it, he threw this idea out of his mind. She can't learn self-harm practice. Time slowly passed in this crazy practice. Although this self-harming practice will be very painful and uncomfortable, the improvement of each day can be clearly felt, and the improvement of the body and skin is very obvious. Because of this, Mio and Haiyan Warwick were immersed in it, and they didn't care about the bandages wrapped around their bodies every day after practicing. Unconsciously, half a month later, Sabati Archipelago. This archipelago has the nickname Island of Failure and Island of Departure again. Sabeti Archipelago was formed for a long time when the roots of the world's largest mangrove, Yalchman mangrove, float on the sea. This island is also the only way for pirates to go to New World. If you want to go to New World, you need to coat your ship in Sabeti Archipelago, then go to the Fishman Island deep under the sea by diving, and then pass the Fishman Island to reach New World. It can be said that this is a very lively island. It is a famous island in the sea, selling all kinds of things, including human beings. At the same time, even celestial dragons will occasionally come to this island. Somewhere in the port, at this time, the Black Honor came slowly and approached the shore. Mio stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the floating island, her eyes flashing with expectation, and the corners of her mouth smiled. "Everyone, come to me to get money for everything you want to buy next, and then go to the island, and we'll come back here again a day later to gather. Now that Sabeti Archipelago is here, then Pluton is definitely going to meet him. There is no reason. There is no demand. It's just a simple meeting, and see if you can let Pluton help with the coding. After all, this kind of coding is still very important. When you have to dive into the deep sea, if you accidentally lose the coding, it will be finished. I'll stay with the captain. The island is too big. I'm afraid of accidents," Robin said directly. She had heard of Sabeti Archipelago. Although it was the first time she came, she still knew how dangerous the island was. Many areas are illegal areas. Even when some people come to experience the scenery on the island at Sabeti Archipelago, they may be caught by traffickers while shopping and then sent to auction. In particular, there are celestial dragons on the island. In case of a celestial dragons, she has to kneel down. She doesn't want to kneel down for celestial dragons. After thinking about it, it is better to follow the captain. Anyway, you can see the scenery of the island with the captain. "I'm going to buy some clothes." Lilith thought for a while and said, although she cares about her strength, she is obviously more interested in clothes as the girl who likes to dress up on the ship. Warwick and Hei Yin looked at them, and Hei Yin said, "My lord, Warwick and I will go shopping for supplies." "Okay, what about you?" Mio looked at Erica and Marcy. "I'm with my brother." Marcy immediately raised her hand and shouted, "My word, stay on the boat to practice." Erica also made a decision after thinking about it. After drawing the conclusion, Min gave Lilith and Hyen some money, and after making Erica and Hanyen optimistic about the ship, he took Maxie and Robin onto the Sabeti Archipelago and headed for the 13th. No area away. This is where Shacky's bar is located. However, after setting foot on the Sabeti Archipelago, Mio is still curious about whether there are celestial dragons on the current Sabeti Archipelago. If so, you could consider robbery. After all, celestial dragons come to Sabeti Archipelago. Most of them will participate in auctions and buy some good things, including devil fruit. Anyway, they are about to go to New World. If you don't take advantage of this time to make a big fuss, this opportunity is a bit wasted. Shacky's ripped-off bar. This is Shacky's bar. At this time, in the bar, Shacky was smoking a cigarette to clean the bar. At the same time, known as the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Pluton Rayleigh with glasses is sitting in front of the bar, holding a newspaper in one hand and a glass with ice and wine in the other. "You have read this newspaper 4 times. Is there anything that appeals to you?" Shacky took a deep breath and asked. "Hee, it's just an unexpected little guy." Rayleigh shook his head, took a sip and put down the newspaper and said, "The guy called the Black Crow, the only supernova last year. 1 year after he caught Impel down, he escaped as the main criminal and became famous in the world. He has not stepped into the New World until now. As a rookie, he has a share that most pirates don't have. Experience history. Shacky itself is an information channel, and he is very familiar with the Black Crow Pirates." At this time, put down the cleaning towels and said, "All members of the Black Crow Pirates are not weak, and they have cooperation and relationships with many people from all sides. If you step into the New World, I am afraid that it will be surging by then." Rayleigh laughed. "At first I thought this guy would be trapped and impelled down forever, so I didn't care. But I didn't expect to escape from impelled down and still be the principal culprit, which made me admire him. He wasn't caught and impelled down." Shacky raised his head and glanced at Rayleigh, speaking calmly. "Oh." Rayleigh looked at Shacky curiously. "Do you have any news?" Earl Red got it there. He wanted me to help him collect a devil fruit. That guy. Rayleigh frowned slightly. They were familiar people. It was not too surprising. After all, although Shacky is retiring now, he is still doing intelligence. Some old acquaintances know that Shacky is normal. But he was curious about the captain of the Black Crow Pirates, that is, the matter of Mio. Since I was not arrested and taken into Impel Down, did this guy take the initiative to enter Impel Down? Rayleigh asked suspiciously. He retired completely. Basically, everything on the sea was known from the newspapers, and maybe Shacky occasionally said it. After all, there are not many existences in the sea worthy of his concern. Yeah, Shacky nodded, exclaiming with a cigarette in his hand. Do you know the purpose of this newcomer to Impel Down? Listening to your tone, I'm very curious now. Rayleigh drank and waited for Shacky's notification. Before entering Impel Down, the Black Crow hasn't awakened conquerors, and I don't know if he has conquerors. Armed color and seeing and hearing color are just getting started. But when he escaped from Impel Down, his two-color hockey has reached a very high level, at the point where I was only one step short of a mission. And on the day I escaped from Impel Down, I awakened Conqueror's hockey. Shacky said slowly. Hear the words. Rao Rayleigh couldn't help but shrink his pupils, surprised. You mean, he took the initiative to Impel Down, just to cultivate his hockey? Yes. Shacky nodded, his eyes deep. According to the guy Red Earl, he made a deal with everyone on the 6th floor of Impel Down. They taught the Black Crow to promote hockey, and the Black Crow took them to escape from Impel Down a year later. And on the day of the escape, use the Red Earl's Conqueror's hockey stimulation to awaken your own Conqueror's hockey. Do you have any thoughts? Shacky looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, drank the wine in the glass in one sip, and laughed. Really, it's a lot of courage. A newcomer who hasn't been out to sea for a long time has such courage. The newcomer now is really terrifying. He couldn't help but think of the Battle of Etoile. The original Roger had such courage. And this newcomer, in terms of courage alone, does not lose to Roger. Dare to take the initiative to enter Impel Down less than a year after going out to sea. The purpose is to let the old monsters on the 6th floor help them improve hockey. No one can do it on the sea. For now, there's only one person. From his point of view, even though they're newcomers, the strength of the Black Crow Pirates is probably not weaker than some great pirates. Rayleigh sighed. Look at the speculations on the reward order. Almost all members of the Fruit ability, among them, are 3 suspected eudemons. Shacky chuckled lightly. There are not many pirate groups in the sea with this lineup. It is rare. Rayleigh couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. It can be said to be rare, but also terrifying. If this grows up, it will be the existence of 3 admiral levels. Hard Steel Naval Headquarters is enough, of course. The premise is that the world government does not make a move. At this moment, oh, is it already here? Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a glare, and the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. Shacky was also leaning on the bar with one hand, supporting his chin. It seems that New World will be agitated soon. The voice fell. There was a crunch. The wooden door of the bar slowly opened. Through the wooden door, you can see the weather outside, when thunderclouds have gathered and a downpour has begun. At the entrance of the bar, 3 figures stood tall, all wearing cloaks. The head of the person opened the cloak, revealing a face with broken black hair and a handsome and slightly gentle face under the broken hair. Meeting for the first time, Pluton, Rayleigh. The corner of Meow's mouth smiled and spoke calmly. What an incredible newcomer. Rayleigh turned his head to look at Xiong Min, with a smile on his face, and the wine glass in his hand flicked and smiled. Would you like a drink? With pleasure. Mio nodded slightly and stepped into the bar. Are these 2 friends on the boat? Rayleigh looked at the 2 cloaked guys beside Mio. Ah, that's right. Mio nodded, sitting in front of Rayleigh, and said, This is Robin and Marcy. With that, the 2 also lifted their cloaks. Is O'Hara the only survivor? Seeing Robin, Rayleigh nodded, asking questions in his eyes. Can you translate the historical text? Yes. Robin nodded. It's really incredible. When he got the answer, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with surprise, which was unexpected. After all, he didn't expect that Robin, who was a teenager, could translate the text of history at this age. That's not so easy to learn. Is this one of the Eudemon's fruit powers on your ship? Rayleigh looked at Marcy. Marcy glared at Rayleigh suddenly. What are you looking at? I haven't seen a pretty girl. Z. As he said, blue thunder and red flames emerged on Marcy's cheeks. The interweaving of blue and red surprised Rayleigh again. Funny little girl, Rayleigh said with a chuckle, but his eyes were full of surprise. It's a powerful ability, the elemental power of thunder and fire, as well as the huge increase in physical attributes brought about by the Eudemon system itself. In Rayleigh's view, this little girl will cultivate her, and her potential in the future must be terrifying. 1 glass of whiskey, 2 glasses of milk. Shacky walked over with the tray. I put the whiskey with ice in front of Mio, and the milk was given to Marcy and Robin. Marcy glared at Rayleigh, then sipped the milk in her arms. You came here. Shouldn't you just meet me? Rayleigh asked with a smile, looking at him. Seeing you is one of the purposes, and there is another purpose. Mio shrugged, took a sip of the cold whiskey, and the feeling of coldness immediately filled her whole body. Go ahead. Rayleigh smiled. Mio didn't hesitate, straight to the point. It's mainly from here to know the specific situation of New World now. Although Doflamingo can also understand this, it is not specific. After all, although Doflamingo has also developed a New World, it is not very useful. Intelligence can be collected, but it is only superficial intelligence. Specifically, it still depends on Shacky, the informant. Hearing that, Shacky said with a smile on his face, holding a cigarette, If ordinary people ask me for information, I will charge a fee. But you can forget it, Xiao Mio. Such a name? Let's change it. The corners of Miao's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a helpless smile. Shacky didn't respond to this point, just talked about it. The situation in New World is currently calm. It's just a harbinger of the storm. Now Whitebeard is the first to ascend to the throne. He could have expanded his territory greatly, but Whitebeard's personality prevented him from doing so. This led to a lot of possessions. The ambitious pirates have time to breathe, and most of the pirates who originally wanted to follow Whitebeard have joined other pirates because of this. Which ones are the most capable of reaching the throne at the moment? Meow asked curiously. Originally, it was Kaido, Charlotte, Borkin, Saya, and Shanks. Shacky looked at Mio. But because of the Impel Down incident, New World's throne contenders have added a few more. All in all, the next New World will truly be surging. Kaido and Charlotte are both members of the original Rocks pirate ship. Although they're trainee members, they're also very powerful, not weaker than Marine Admiral. Although Perkin and Saya are weaker than Kaido in terms of strength, they both have a large fleet. In addition, most of their fleets are powerful entities. Shanks is the weakest. He is not clear about his strength. He is very good at hiding. Parkin and Saya. This is a character who did not appear in the original work. But Mio was not surprised. After all, it was normal. This is a real world, and the contenders for the throne are definitely not the only ones like Kaido. Otherwise, what are you fighting for? But thinking about it, to be able to become a contender for the throne, the strength is certainly not weak. In addition, there are many big pirates who have ambitions. Although they are not strong enough, they're also looking for opportunities. At present, New World is fighting at all times. Most of them are between big pirates. The purpose is to kill. If you defeat the opponent, swallow the opponent's crew and expand your power. Shacky took a mouthful of cigarettes, exhaled smoke rings, and said slowly, The situation in New World has become very complicated due to Impel Down. Especially Xiao Mio, you, the principal offender of Impel Down. Before, the whole world's eyes were on you. The news that you came to Sabeti Archipelago, it can't be kept secret, and it will be spread soon. Once you enter the New World, it may become the eye of the storm and attract everyone's attention. This kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. Mio grinned and didn't care. The more enemies we have, the faster we will grow. Besides, this is still a good opportunity to gather forces, isn't it? Those big pirates want this opportunity, but they haven't yet. Kaido cares about your crew. You need to be careful. Rayleigh reminded. Although just met, But Rayleigh is still very optimistic about the newcomer of Mio, so he will remind him. Mio shrugged and laughed. If he wants to come, it won't be me who is dealing with him. That's right. Min scratched his head, put down the wine glass, and suddenly spoke. Trouble, Mr. Rayleigh. Can you coat our boat? You guy, I feel that this is the real purpose of your coming here, and the other things before that just paved the way for this sentence. Rayleigh laughed. How come? I'm not that kind of person. Meow naturally spread his hands and showed an innocent expression. All right, tell me the location of your ship. I will arrange it then. Rayleigh nodded and said, It's just that you will stay in Sabati Archipelago for a while. If Marine knows your news, it won't let you go to the Fishman Islands so easily. It's really troublesome. Hearing this, Meow drank the wine in the glass in one sip, and then put the glass on the table with a bang, his tone indifferent. Although I have known that Marine has a very good nose, I didn't expect to find it so soon. It's really a dog nose. The voice just fell. With a bang, the wooden door of the bar was pushed open. At the door, a non-commissioned officer with Marine soldiers stood there, holding a reward order in his hand, and his eyes were placed on Mio's body. Black Crow Pirates Captain Kirikawa Mio, and Black Crow Pirates crew members Nico, Robin, and Marcy, this is the end of your journey. Mio didn't seem to hear what the sergeant said, but looked at Rayleigh and slowly got up to show a smile. It looks like I'm going to cause you trouble. I'm really sorry for the ship. Mio scratched his head and took out a pen to write. When a Marine soldier at the door saw that Mio ignored herself and others completely, he immediately showed an expression of anger. When I want to speak again, a black, turbulent conqueror's haki burst out suddenly, and pressure came in an instant. The pupils of the non-commissioned officer were scattered, turning out a touch of white. A Marine soldier suddenly fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. That's it. Then I will trouble Mr. Rayleigh. Mio wrote down the position of the ship and then looked at Robin and Marcy. Let's go. Let's find a place to stay temporarily. There was no idea of staying here for a long time. After putting down a phone bug, Mio took Robin and Marcy and left the bar directly. Rayleigh put away the paper on which the Black Glory number was written and looked at the Marines who had fainted at the door and couldn't help shaking his head. Nice conqueror's haki, but these Marines fall here, which is a bit troublesome. Marshal Sengoku, today is my vacation. Is there anything important for me to come here in a hurry? Kizuru, who is already 36 years old, walked into the marshal's office calmly, one of the admiral of headquarters. Among them, he sat in front of Sengoku with his legs cocked. Sengoku picked up a document and threw it in front of Kizuru. After Kizuru picked up the document, he spoke. The Black Crow Pirates have arrived at Sabati Archipelago, and it is no surprise that they will head to New World to avoid greater turmoil in New World. You need to go to Sabati Archipelago for a rest. Is it the main pirate who led the Impel Down escape? Kizaru grinned while looking at the file. It's terrible. The newcomer now doesn't look like a newcomer at all, and it's no worse than some big pirates. With that, Kizaru touched his head and muttered. But after all, it's from North Blue like me, but it's normal. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched, as if he hadn't heard the words. He said solemnly, Once the Black Crow Pirates enter the New World, it will become the eye of the storm. This will be extremely detrimental to our Marines' next actions in the New World, so you need to go as soon as possible. And the Celestial Dragons are going to Sabati Archipelago in the near future. Although we don't know the character of the Crow very well, we still want to be an ambitious and arrogant guy. Once we meet Celestial Dragons, it will be very troublesome. Celestial Dragons? Kizaru curled his lips after hearing the words. It's really troublesome, those guys. Anyway, they're the important objects of protection of the world government. Although Sengoku hates Celestial Dragons, as a Marine, there is no way. The protection still has to be protected. What about my vacation? Kizaru curled his lips and said. He finally had a vacation, but he didn't want to waste it on catching the pirate, and the pirate didn't seem to be so easy to catch. After all, in terms of intelligence, there are 2 space-related abilities on the Black Crow Pirates. Although I am a sparkling fruit, the speed is very fast, but the space ability of others is not slower than my own sparkling fruit. It wouldn't matter if ordinary pirates had this kind of fruit ability and Kazura didn't care, but looking at the Black Crow pirate group, it was obviously not ordinary pirates. Sengoku raised his eyes and said lightly, "Today's holiday isn't enough, right? It's pretty much the same." Kazura nodded. This was when he got up and left, putting his hands in his pants kabuto and stepping out of the office. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, Doflamingo looked at the shadow warrior in front of him. His eyes flickered, and a wicked smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "Your whole cards are so many, my friend." The black shadow warrior in front of him had a newspaper in his hands, and the meaning was very clear. It's asking Doflamingo if he needs to buy a newspaper. This familiar sombra. How could Doflamingo forget that this is what I saw when I talked about cooperating with Mio? And now, the sombra has started to sell newspapers. Is the newspaper opened? Or someone else? If it were someone else, it would undoubtedly show that the strength of the Black Crow pirate group is not just as simple as it appears on the surface. Moreover, it is not so easy to set up a newspaper. You must know that the largest newspapers are the newspapers owned by the world government and Marine, in addition to other small newspapers. But those small newspapers will be attacked once the content of the report causes some people's discomfort. This is a very common thing. It's just that the opening of a newspaper has a very big benefit, and that is intelligence. In this regard, Doflamingo is very clear, because he also thought about opening a newspaper, but in the end it was nothing. The reason is also because the world government does not allow it. But from the newspaper, he can also feel that Meow's ambitions are great. I just don't know what Meow is planning. Taking out a coin, Doflamingo bought a newspaper. After receiving the coin, the Black Shadow Warrior dived directly into the ground, coming and going quickly. This scene made Doflamingo squint his eyes and immediately looked at the content of a newspaper. Linglong Newspaper. This is the name of the newspaper in the upper right corner of the newspaper. The content in the newspaper is also very simple. The headline is that the Black Crow pirates arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, and it also indicates that celestial dragons will go to Sabaody Archipelago. The newspaper speculates that celestial dragons may meet the Black Crow pirates. What will happen at that time, and so on. The contents of the newspapers all happened in the first half of the Grand Line. There is no content about New World. In addition, there was a content in the newspaper that a newcomer pirate named Talos destroyed a Marine branch base, plundered 2 warships, and transformed them into pirate ships, causing Marine to be angry. At present, it has only developed to the first half of the Grand Line. Hasn't it reached the New World? After reading the contents of the newspaper, Doflamingo also understood the level of development of Linglong Newspaper. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Mingu put the newspaper aside, took a sip from his wine glass, and muttered, "New World. I will go soon too." Don't mention Doflamingo's side. The sea. On a pirate ship, a Black Shadow Warrior appeared on the deck at this time, holding a newspaper for sale. It's just that the pirates on this pirate ship didn't care about the appearance of the Black Shadow Warrior, and even took the newspaper and didn't even have the idea of paying for it. Then more than 10 Black Shadow Warriors appeared on the ship. All the people on board were slaughtered, leaving only one mouth alive. This is the case. In the first half of the Grand Line, there are a lot of 4C areas. Every slaughter leaves a living mouth. It was also because of these livelihoods that in the next period of time, the Linglong newspaper's affairs quickly spread, and many people in the first half of the Grand Line, including the 4C area, remembered the name of Linglong newspaper. East Blue, the weakest sea. At this time, the headquarters of Linglong newspaper was located on one of the East Blue Islands that had a name but was not well known. Among the newspaper headquarters, there are only Renee and Petunia. All other tasks are done by the Sombra Sarai. These tasks include copying, etc., as well as selling newspapers, calculating profits, writing information, and dividing them one by one. Petunia smiled, happily looking at the profit of a newspaper sold today. "Sister, we made a lot today. Selling newspapers is too profitable, right?" "What are you thinking about?" Renee said, looking at her sister irritably. In addition to the money that sells newspapers, there is also money that was raided from their ships by killing some disobedient guys. "Oh, what do we do next, sister?" Petunia asked. "Don't worry. We'll go to New World again after the husband goes to New World. In the next period of time, what we have to do is to let the pirates of New World also know about Linglong newspaper. Renee's eyes flickered and her heart moved. Two black shadow warriors appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Renee said calmly, "Did not celestial dragons go to Sabaody Archipelago during this time? You two, sell me the newspaper on the celestial dragon's ship. If celestial dragons doesn't give the money, don't kill it. Just grab the money and take it all." All of them were filmed for me and voted into the New World newspaper. Hear the words. The two black shadow warriors nodded, and their figures suddenly disappeared. "Sister, won't we be chased by marine like this?" Petunia asked worriedly. Renee looked calm. Kaido. "Don't worry. They can't find our place through any traces." Sombra warriors traveled to various places through Sombra Kingdom, and they returned via Sombra Kingdom, which is equivalent to a different space. Neither the Marine nor the world government can go to this different space, let alone find the Linglong headquarters. "Sister, I'm going to Sky Island next time. You should sit in the headquarters. Remember not to reveal the location here." Renee suddenly said to Petunia, "Sky Island?" After hearing this, Penny's eyes were suddenly glazed. "I want to go too. Can you fly?" Renee asked. Petunia thought for a while. "Cannot. Then can you move instantaneously?" Renee asked again. Petunia thought about it again. "Cannot." After hearing this, Renee said directly, "Then stay here." Okay, with that said, Petunia's two cat ears drooped suddenly, her face full of disappointment, but then she said expectantly, "Sister, remember to take some pictures of Sky Island for me, and bring some special products." "Yes." Renee nodded. She went to Sky Island this time, not to play, but to see the situation of Sky Island. If necessary, the headquarters can be placed on Sky Island in the future, and heard from Mr. Sky Island there is a kind of base specialty. She thinks it can work. Although what the husband gave to himself was only to enter the underground world to develop power and develop an intelligence network. But Renee has a bigger goal. That is to be able to know information from all over the world at any time. So this can't just rely on things like pubs. It can also rely on commerce. If Bay is appropriate, she will choose to use it for operation. Bringing Sky Island shells to Qinghai, it could develop into an industrial chain, which can make huge profits while also being able to obtain various islands at any time. Condition. Most people don't have so many manpower, but she does. You don't even need to rely on the Black Shadow, Samurai all. Just look at some ordinary people and let a Black Shadow Samurai stare at it. As long as the operation is successful, she has the confidence to open a Sky Island shellfish shop on every island around the world, whether it is on Zawu, the Fishman Island, or a remote island. She even wanted to open a store in Naval Headquarters in Mariewa. It's just that this kind of goal has a long way to go. At present, it is basically impossible, and it can only be done slowly. Sabaody Archipelago. Mio has already contacted Lilith, Erica, and others through the phone worm, and summoned the crew of the Black Crow Pirates to gather here on the 71st area. The 71st to the 79th here are mainly Hotel Street. You can temporarily settle down here and wait for Rayleigh to finish coating the boat before leaving. After choosing a hotel, it didn't take long for Erica and the others to come. Only Drizzle could only stay in the sea because of her size. You all be careful in the next few days. It's best to bring a cloak. Marine has found us and may make some plans for us. Mio reminded him in a serious tone. If you come to Admiral, you may be arrested one by one if you are not careful. He and Lilith are better, but others have not yet had the strength to fight Admiral alone. For example, Erica can barely fight against each other, and Admiral's strength is not so easy to reach. Admiral and Admiral are completely separated by a galaxy. "I know, sir." Erica and Lilith nodded. Yin asked curiously, "My lord, what are we going to do next?" "You can do whatever you want, just to make you be careful, but not to keep you here and not get out." Min shrugged and said with a hand, "But don't act alone when you go out." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Robin took out a book and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I will be reading here in the next few days." Mio was holding a bottle of whiskey and was thinking about what he was going to do in the next few days. After finally coming to Sabaody Archipelago It was definitely impossible for Tintin to stay in the house to practice. That would be too boring. At exactly this moment, He Yin said, "My lord, I saw a publicity order when I came here. There will be an auction in area number 7 tomorrow, and there will be several devil fruits for auction." Oh, hearing this, Mio's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a touch of excitement. "In this case, it looks like we can go out for a stroll tomorrow." Meow smiled, eyes flickering. With devil fruit, he is definitely impossible to let go. As for the price of devil fruit at auction, although the price is basically not low, he may not have the money to buy it, but this kind of thing is not my concern. The auctions generally have the shadow of the great powers of the underground world. Mio would not choose to snatch himself to provoke the enemy, but those who bought devil fruit. Haha, I will rest early today and go to see the auction tomorrow, Meow said with a smile. Then he returned to his room. The next day, woke up early in the morning, seeing Marcy lying on her body, soundly asleep, still leaving her saliva on her body. Meow held her forehead helplessly, patted Marcy's cheek, and shouted, "Marcy, it's time to get up." Marcy's eyelids moved slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and sat up, rubbing her eyes, looking a little confused. But then he was taken to wash by Mio. A quarter of an hour later, Mio was wearing a cloak, and Hyen, Erica, and Marcy were behind him. Several people are wearing cloaks and heading towards the destination. Auctions are very common in Sabati Archipelago. As the intersection of the New World and the first half of the Grand Line, here is the island with the most people coming and going every day. Whether it is Marines, merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, nobles, civilians, and even celestial dragons, they can all be found on the Sabati Archipelago. In addition, Sabati Archipelago itself is not small, so most of the taverns, auctions, and slave shops on this island are behind the shadows of some major forces. This island is also a good place to gather information. Meow and others arrived at the destination. Outside of an auction, the scope of this auction is not small, but the inside is very large, which obviously has a background. You can see many pirates appearing and entering the auction, among the merchants and so on. Min pulled the cloak on his head, looked around, and said lightly, let's go in too." With people coming and going, Meow and others entered the auction. As soon as Mio and others entered the auction house, the noisy sounds on the street outside were quiet for an instant. A celestial with a bubble hood on his head and wearing a costume was riding on a strong pirate. Dragons appeared in the eyes of everyone. "You untouchables, don't you kneel down when you see the honorable celestial dragons?" A CP member beside him shouted at this moment. The voice fell. There was a plop. The pirates or civilians on both sides of the street quickly knelt down and bowed their heads deeply. Meow naturally didn't know what happened outside the auction. After entering the auction house, Mio had taken Maxie and He Yin into a box and sat down, quietly waiting for the start of the auction. He wouldn't go to sit with the pirates below. Maybe it would cause some trouble. At this time, the table in the box is full of fruits, and there are 2 hot girls standing behind the soft sofa. They're used to serve the guests in the box at any time and can meet the various needs of the guests. Mio plucked a grape and put it in his mouth, drew the sweet juice from the grape, and waved his hand. "Go on, you are not needed here." The 2 girls nodded and said, twisting their sexy bodies, "We are at the door, and my husband can call us in whenever necessary." After speaking, he left and closed the door. Marcy looked at the door with an angry face. A group of stinky women know how to seduce brothers. They are not as good-looking as Sister Lilith. Hearing this, Mio patted Marcy's head funny, plucked a grape, and put it into Marcy's mouth. Then with a thought, a dark shadow warrior emerged from behind and knelt on one knee, waiting for Min's instructions. Meow said lightly, "After the auction starts, whoever buys devil fruit will go and stare at their position, and then come back and tell me." The black shadow warriors nodded respectfully, and a black shadow appeared at their feet, like a black hole. They plunged into the black hole and left the box. Observation hockey covers the entire auction house site. Suddenly, Meow raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. "Celestial dragons?" "Brother, what celestial dragons?" Marcy looked up curiously peeling a grape and stuffing it into Mio's mouth. While chewing, "Meow Kaido. It's nothing, a bunch of rubbish." There was a light of thinking in his eyes, and he was surprised by the arrival of celestial dragons, but it was nothing more. After all, celestial dragons like to participate in auctions is not uncommon news, very common. It's just that I didn't expect to meet it when I first came. It was really amazing. And when he met celestial dragons, he quickly thought of something. It seems that the devil fruit in this auction will be bought by celestial dragons. Min murmured, "It is not a secret that celestial dragons like to collect devil fruit. Celestial dragons, like the kings and nobles of those countries, do not eat devil fruit very much. They collect devil fruit and then eat it for slaves. And for the average person, a devil fruit is very expensive, at least 100 million, which is still priceless. But for celestial dragons, it's just pocket money. But it doesn't matter. Whoever bought devil fruit will eventually fall into my hands." With a chuckle, Mio stopped thinking about it and waited quietly while eating the fruit. Next to him, Yin sat quietly. Soon, the auction began. The things being auctioned at the auction were nothing more than those few famous knives, slaves, and devil fruit, as well as some beautiful jewelry. The most popular ones are naturally slaves and devil fruit. However, most of the slaves were pirate slaves, not Murloc slaves. "My lord, I found these few." Yin handed the 3 rewards to Mio respectfully. Mio took the reward order and looked at it. The rewards are all demon fruit power, and they are all in the auction venue at this time. A reward of 4,900 to play. Zoan dog fruit, white wolf form ability Webster. A reward of 71 million. Zoan bird fruit, ape eating ability more. Offering a reward of 97 million. Paramecia influences Ion the fruit ability. Affect the fruit. Looking at the introduction on the reward order, he squinted his eyes and gleamed. "Do you understand the power of this fruit?" Meow looked at Yin and asked. "Understand some." Yin nodded. "It seems to be able to form a field of influence, which can affect any object in the field except people through ability. It's kind of interesting." Hearing the words, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly, placing the reward order on the table in front of him, and continuing to watch the auction outside the box, and said lightly, "Just these 3. They will be handed over to you after the auction is over." "I see." Yin nodded. A chill flashed in his eyes. The auction is still in progress. The celestial dragons is in a box. Unsurprisingly, all devil fruit was photographed by celestial dragons at a price of 200 million Baileys. Well, a devil fruit with 200 million Baileys, a total of 2 devil fruits. And these 2 devil fruits are good. Both are ancient species among Zoan. One is dire wolf, and the other is sickle dragon. All are considered good abilities. Mio had been sitting in the box until the end of the auction. After that, Mio looked at Marcy and said with a smile, "You go and act with Yin. After the operation is over, we will meet again, and I have something to do next." "Good brother." Marcy nodded obediently. Yin didn't talk nonsense. After he got up, he picked up the 3 rewards and left the box with Marcy. Mio is still sitting there under observation hockey. Mio can clearly know the actions of celestial dragons. After a while, when celestial dragons also left the auction venue, Mio slowly got up and left the box. Celestial dragons have a residence in Sabati Archipelago, but most celestial dragons rarely live here. Most of them come to Sabati Archipelago to stroll around and then return to Mariewa. Because Sabati Archipelago is not too far away from Mariewa itself, coupled with a dedicated channel, it can be reached faster. In addition, the vast majority of celestial dragons do not want to live on the same island with what they think of as untouchables. At this time, these celestial dragons went all the way towards the port, preparing to return to his ship and then return to Mariewa. Celestial dragons sat on his slave with a happy smile on his face. "I bought 2 good devil fruits this time, and I will go back and choose 2 sturdy slaves to eat. Then I will find the guy from the Don Quixote family and let him see how my slaves are." On the way forward, whenever anyone saw celestial dragons, they knelt down and didn't dare to look up. Soon, celestial dragons returned to his luxurious ship. There are many slaves on the ship, in addition to some CP members as a protective role. Master Middlelin, do we regret Mariawa now? A CP member asked respectfully. Celestial Dragons nodded. Go back now. Follow your instructions. The CP member nodded respectfully. Far away, Mio held 2 apples in his hand, grinned with a smile, looked at the 2 devil fruit boxes on the deck respectfully held by slaves, and moved his heart. Replacement. Swish. The 2 boxes appeared in Mio's hands. Got it. Looking at the box, Mio opened his mouth and took a look at the devil fruit inside before turning to leave. As for the slave who originally held the devil fruit on the ship, it was realized that the box was gone, replaced by an apple, and reported to Celestial Dragons in horror. What follows is undoubtedly the anger from Celestial Dragons. It's just that Mio didn't pay attention to this. After Devil Fruit got it, he left directly and gathered with Marcy and Hyan through the phone book. The gathering place was on an unmanned shore. At this time, on the 3 pirates behind the Black Crow, they were piercing through the chests of the 3 pirates. Linha swung into the air and brought the pirates here along the way. The 3 pirates are dying, in a state of dying. My lord, when Hei Yin saw Mio, he immediately waved Lin Hyuk and threw down the 3 pirates on it and handed it over to Mio for disposal. The fruit abilities of these 3 pirates, the Paramecia Devil Fruit that Meow values more, is undoubtedly the Paramecia Devil Fruit, which affects the fruit. To be honest, this Devil Fruit, he felt very good when he heard Hei Yan's introduction to its abilities, but the specifics depended on the situation after it was used to cultivate creatures. Cut. Raikiri was pulled out, and Mio cut out with a slash showing a phantom. In the next moment, the heads of the 3 pirates separated from their necks. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate, White Wolf Jean. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate, Eater Eagle Jean. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate, Influence Jean. Looking at the prompts on the panel, the corners of Mio's mouth rose, and Raikiri immediately retracted, smiling. Let's go back. A group of 3 people walked towards the hotel. The time required for coding is not long. 2 or 3 days is almost the same. In the past few days, Mio didn't go out to run around anymore and stayed in the hotel, but during the period Mio heard that Celestial Dragons felt that someone had stolen his devil fruit and started to investigate the entire Sabeti archipelago thoroughly. Therefore, the Celestial Dragons will come to Sabeti archipelago every day in the past few days, allowing Marine to check many areas. At the same time, in addition to this, the number of Marines on the island has also begun to increase. Inside the hotel, Lilith walked into the room with her cloak at this time, frowning under her cloak. Sir, Admiral is here. Huh? Admiral? Hearing this, Mio raised her head and asked with a frown. Which one? Kizuru. Hearing Lilith's answer, Mio's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of thought. Kizaru? This guy's a little troublesome. Kizaru's sparkling fruit is very powerful in terms of speed and power. What's more advantageous than frozen fruit and lava fruit is that sparkling fruit can let people stay and fly freely in the sky. At this time, blue. The voice of the phone worm rang. Mio connected the phone worm, and after hearing the voice from Raelian's side, the corners of her mouth suddenly rose. Afterwards, the phone worm hung up, and Mio stood up and said, Let's split into 2 paths, Erica, Marcy, and me, Lilith, and you guys. The boat on Rayleigh has been plated. After that, we can leave directly for the Fishman Island. Not surprisingly, Kizaru came this time, perhaps because of himself. After all, there are no other big pirates on the current Sabeti archipelago. The most eye-catching pirate group in the entire Sabeti archipelago may be its own Black Crow pirate group. Going separately is undoubtedly the best choice. Once discovered by Kizaru, neither he nor Lilith can defeat Kizaru. But to be honest, there is no problem holding Kizaru. As long as everyone else gets on the boat, he can leave at any time. After telling Lilith of the current position of the Black Honor, a group of people move separately, heading towards the destination from different directions. At this time, on the Sabeti archipelago, various areas began to be investigated by Marine, looking for members of the Black Crow pirate group. Because of the arrival of Marine, even if their main purpose is to capture the Black Crow pirates, if they encounter other pirates during the period, they will not let it go. As a result, the current Sabeti archipelago is almost the same as when the plot began in the future. Somewhat confusing. The pirates began to flee towards the port frantically. Damn, why are there so many Marines suddenly? It's not only Marine, but Admiral is here. Run quickly. Otherwise it will be too late if you encounter Marine Admiral and want to run. I heard that the Black Crow pirates are now in Sabeti archipelago. Couldn't they be the one who attracted Admiral? It deserves to be the main criminals who escaped from Impel Down, and only they will be treated so solemnly by Marine. There's a lot of discussion around Sabeti archipelago. Stop and take off the cloak. Mio and Erica Maxey were on their way towards the Black Glory when a Marine team suddenly appeared behind them, yelled at Mio, and the weapon immediately aimed at the three of Mio. "Sir, what should I do?" Erica asked in a low voice, her hands on the handle of the knife at some unknown time. "What else?" Mio flipped Byakugan, took off his cape, and took a deep breath. "Kill." The voice fell. Puff. Cut. With a soft cry, Erica suddenly turned around and swung her two swords. Two slashes swept across, and the ground cracked. The Marine team behind that killed a dozen Marines in an instant. The remaining Marine had almost no hesitation and picked up the phone worm for the first time. Report. This is the 4th Squadron, and the trail of the Black Crow pirates appeared in the 70th area. Repeat. Marine wanted to repeat it. It's just that the words haven't been spoken yet, and his head has fallen. Mio shook the blood on Raikiri, staring sharply. "Go, don't stop." Not surprisingly, Kizaru will definitely be here soon, but it just so happens that he can buy Lilith and the others some time. Observation Haki exploded to the limit, covering a surrounding area. While moving forward, Mio was constantly looking for the guy she wanted to find. Suddenly, whoosh, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. It was a golden light that suddenly shot towards here. Marcy looked up and then spouted out. The fiery flames mingled with thunder instantly rushed away, collided with the golden light, and formed an explosion in midair. "Is this still a little girl? It's terrible." A slightly wretched voice came from the sky, and when he looked up, he saw a figure wearing a yellow stripe and a cloak of justice standing in the air. At this time, the body is even more shining with golden light. Some dazzling. "Yo, Marine Admiral Kizu." The corners of Mio's mouth rose slightly, and she twisted her neck lightly. "Is this specifically for the Black Crow pirates? I didn't expect our Black Crow pirates to have a lot of face. It's quite big, so this is here to send all of you to Impel Down. Ordinary pirates can't enjoy this kind of treatment." Kizaru said lightly, kicked it out, and the golden light suddenly hit. There was a clang. Mio Raikiri waved and blocked the blow effortlessly, then looked at Erica and grinned. "Leave it to me here. You go first." His eyes flickered and observation Haki covered him, as if he had found the person he was looking for. Hearing Mio's order, Marcy and Erica nodded, knowing their husband's ability, so they didn't hesitate to rush in one direction. "Since it's all here, don't leave," Kizaru said lightly, standing tall in the sky, and the golden light from his body was radiated, then disappeared in the next moment, but appeared behind Erica and Marcy in an instant. With a kick out at the same time, the golden light suddenly bloomed on the leg, extremely dazzling. "How could you hurt my partner in front of me?" Mio's voice slowly sounded, and the moment Kizaru appeared, Mio's body also appeared in front of Kizaru. There was a clang. Raikiri waved, running in front of him. A crash sounded suddenly, and Raikiri blocked Kizaru's foot. Cut. With a low drink, Mio squeezed Raikiri with both hands, and a fierce color erupted in his eyes. Then armament Haki swept across the body of the sword in an instant, covering it and slashing out with a slash, and a terrifying slash broke out. Hum! Kizaru's body turned into light, disappeared in front of him, and reappeared in the distance for a while, easily avoiding Mio's slash. I saw Mio's slashing blow to the distance, and a deep gully broke in the ground where he passed, and the houses and trees in the distance broke and collapsed because of this slash. The newcomer now is really terrible. Kizaru's tone was calm, his eyes fixed on Mio, and he had an intuitive impression of Mio's abilities. Hey, Mio grinned slightly and smiled. Should I feel honored to have Admiral say that? Just talk, don't take it seriously. Kizaru's mouth raised a sarcastic smile, and his figure flickered again behind Mio. Have you been kicked by the light? The voice fell. The golden light on that leg flickered, and at the same time a strong breath burst out. Next moment, Kizaru kicked it out. It's just that this kick was empty, because Mio's body appeared far away when Kizaru had just kicked this kick. However, even if this kick was kicked in the air, it also caused a huge power. Under one kick, the ground was shaken abruptly, and a huge pit was blasted out. It's really Admiral. It's really terrifying, destructive power. Mio said lightly. Palms slapped on the ground, and a burst of light immediately centered on Mio, spreading to the surroundings until it enveloped the kilometer range. At this moment, Mio's physical fitness began to drop rapidly. But at the same time, because of the ability to live and live, his physical fitness was rapidly recovering when he dropped rapidly, and he barely reached a balance. This is... Kizaru frowned and looked at the aperture. Before he had time to think about it, he saw that in the sky within the aperture, small apertures appeared in the air, densely packed and countless. When we first meet, this is as a gift for you, Kizaru Admiral. Mio grinned and smiled, then snapped her fingers with Apop. Kizaru furrowed his brows and looked up into the air, only to see that those small apertures fell with the sound of Mio, and all disappeared suddenly. Instead, it was sea water, huge rocks, huge trees, and a lot of things starting from the sky. Smash down below. Troublesome ability. This time, Kizaru's tone became deep. If it was just the so-called giant stone tree, he was not afraid. But when these huge boulder trees were still mixed with seawater, he had to avoid it. Otherwise, once he was contaminated, he would not be able to use his power in a short time. Rumbling. A large number of boulders and trees fell and hit the ground, causing the ground to shake and shatter. Kizaru kicked out, a boulder shattered, and then his body disappeared in place. It could be seen that there was a lot of water falling on the body just after it disappeared. After it comes down, it is enough to easily drench a person into a soup chicken, with Kizaru evading again. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded from behind. Kizaru didn't hesitate, turned his head back abruptly, and kicked it out. With a bang, the flash kick and Raikiri, surrounded by armament hockey, greeted each other, and there was a sudden burst of air that swept all over the place. As expected of Admiral, the reaction power is really fast. Mio grinned, and his power exploded slightly, and immediately distanced himself from Kizaru. Can't let the newcomer look down upon it. Kizaru shrugged slightly, turning into a little golden light, and finally appeared in the sky, standing at the top, without worrying about the miserable sea water in the huge rocks and trees. Fingers with both hands, Kizaru's tone was flat. Bashikion Goyu. The golden light burst out again. Dazzling at the same time, there are countless dazzling light bullets suddenly bombarding Mio. However, seeing this, Mio didn't panic, just grinned and stared at Kizaru. Have you ever been hit by your own attack? The voice fell. Min's gaze was placed on the clouds in the sky, and his right hand was raised. With a pop, a snapping finger suddenly sounded. Replacement. The light bullets bombarded by Chowming disappeared in an instant, and replaced by only a small piece of cloud. Kizaru's eyes widened. Even he couldn't help showing a look of shock at this time, and then suddenly looked back at the sky, where there were a few clouds at this time. At this time, the clouds have disappeared, replaced by light bullets. The light bullet began to bombard the location of Kizaru below frantically. This ability is somewhat similar to Paramecia's replacement fruit, but can even attacks be replaced? Kizaru murmured. As an admiral, he naturally read the devil fruit illustration, but it was just a question of how much to remember. At this time, Mio's ability was quite similar to a kind of ability called replace fruit that he had seen before. The color of thinking flashed in his eyes. Facing the countless light bombs, Kizuru did not evade and stood there quietly. When the light bombs hit him, it seemed to turn into light and merge with him. But from the point of view of intelligence, this guy not only has the ability to replace, but also has other abilities. It is more likely to be the Eudemons. Kizaru touched his chin and thought, is there a fruit of this ability? He thought about it carefully, and he didn't seem to have picked up this kind of fruit in his memory. Next moment, Kizaru didn't have time to think about it, and when the golden light flickered, it disappeared. Then a slash shot up into the sky, slashing in the direction Kizaru had just done, kicking at the speed of light. Interrupted by Mio's thinking time, Kizaru looked at Mio below sharply, kicked out, and golden light shot out from his leg, like a laser, directed downward in a straight manner. Swept away. Wherever he went, everything was shattered. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Mio let out a low growl. Armament hockey wrapped his fist, and at the same time, a fiery flame emerged. Under full urging, the flames on Mio's fist were raging, and a frightful aura broke out. This punch was enough to give people a sense of fatal crisis. Let me see. How far is the gap with Admiral? Meow murmured, her eyes gleaming. A punch blasted out, and she rushed away. Boom! A loud noise suddenly broke out, almost spread in several surrounding areas. What a big movement! It came from over there. Is anyone fighting? It's Kirikawa Mio and Admiral Kizuru, the captains of the Black Crow Pirates. It's worthy of being the man who escaped from Impel Down. He was able to play against Admiral, but he wouldn't be Admiral's opponent if he thought of it. Also discussing what to do, take advantage of that guy to hold Admiral and run quickly. The pirates said one after another, although many people looked there with curious eyes and wanted to take a look, but thinking of Admiral's strength, they finally shook their heads and ran towards the port. At this time, Mio here. Ahem. Mio clutched her chest, wiped the bloodline at the corner of her mouth, looked at Kizuru in the sky in surprise, and said, it's really Admiral. The strength gap is really big. With a full blow, although he was able to hold Admiral's blow, to be honest, he was still a little reluctant. Now he was only slightly injured, and there was no major problem, and this slight injury could not affect much. But it can be seen that if he really fights Admiral, he will soon fall into a disadvantage. The gap in strength is still very large. Stay here, Kizuru said calmly. He didn't want to waste time anymore, because he noticed the existence of a celestial dragons nearby. It may be a little troublesome to continue. With a swish, Kizuru's figure suddenly disappeared, appeared in front of Mio, kicked it with all his strength, and the golden light shone. With a sound of song, Mio greeted him with a sword with both hands without hesitation. But the next moment Mio was kicked into the air, and it took a long time for Mio to stabilize and stop on the way of flying backwards. You can't keep me. Mio grinned and looked at Kizuru. Are you aware of it? The existence of celestial dragons. Would you like to see, can you protect celestial dragons first? Or can I catch him first? If you dare to kill celestial dragons, you will be chased by me, even if you escape to New World. Kizaru's eyes flickered with cold. Raikiri in Mio's hand returned to her sheath and said with a curled mouth, do you think I care about this? What's more, can you Marine get an admiral to hunt me down for a long time? As long as I enter the New World, the pressure on your Marine is not small. It doesn't take much time to kill you. Kizaru's voice became cold, and his figure flickered in front of Mio, kicking it out. However, Mio's body suddenly appeared in the distance. Kizaru's foot fell on the ground. The ground suddenly cracked. Dust rose up all over the sky, and the area vibrated slightly. You can't kill me. Mio looked calm and looked in a direction where celestial dragons was located. At this time, even if the celestial dragons noticed the movement of the battle, they didn't panic at all, and even felt this. Bien's fighting movement disturbed him, and he planned to let the CP member come over and execute the two fighting here. There was a clang. Mio pulled out Raikiri, looked at Kizuru, and raised the corners of her mouth. And now, you should save your creator. The voice fell. Huh. Mio slashed out, and a terrifying sword aura suddenly exploded, hitting directly in the direction where the celestial dragons were. The location of celestial dragons is not very far from here. With celestial dragons' fragile body, even the slightest touch of celestial dragons with this slash is enough to kill them. Humph! Kizaru stared at Mio coldly. This guy really made him feel annoyed, but no matter what, celestial dragons couldn't die. Without any hesitation, Kizaru appeared directly in front of the slash, kicked it out, and abruptly kicked the slash away. See how much you can stop. Mio sneered, and another slash broke out and swept away. At the same time, my heart moved. The displacement ability was spurred, and within the coverage of observation hockey, Mio could perceive that there were bubbles floating above the celestial dragon's head, which was the characteristic of Sabeti archipelago itself. But at this time, it will be the biggest obstacle to Kizaru's arrest of Mio. Damn it, you guy. Kizaru seemed to be aware of Mio's thoughts. His face changed, and golden light exploded on his legs. He kicked the slash away again, and then moved towards celestial dragons without any hesitation. Replacement! Mio's voice also sounded at this time. The bubble above celestial dragon's head disappeared instantly at this moment, and replaced by huge stones that could smash celestial dragons flat. The number and coverage are so large that it almost covers an area above celestial dragons' heads. Not good. The CP members beside celestial dragons immediately noticed the danger overhead, without any hesitation, immediately protected celestial dragons, aimed at the overhead, and Tempest Kick burst out one after another. Smash those boulders. But there are too many boulders, and the only 2 CP members can't stop them all. Can't let celestial dragons die under my nose. Kizaru's voice was helpless. Although he also hated celestial dragons, and celestial dragons didn't care about it, celestial dragons couldn't die under his nose. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Therefore, after guessing Mio's thoughts, Kizaru almost rushed to this side without any hesitation. Sparkling fruit broke out at full speed and quickly let him arrive. At the same time, without any hesitation, he went straight to celestial dragons. The figure appeared next to celestial dragons instantly, with both hands gesticulating. Bashikyon Goyu. Whoosh whoosh. Light bullets soared into the sky, smashing the falling boulders completely. In the distance, Mio looked at the light flare that kept rushing into the sky, and the corners of her mouth rose. After retracting Raikiri, she turned and flew in the other direction. The next time I meet, it will be New World, Kizaru. As Mio's voice sounded, Mio's figure gradually faded away and quickly disappeared. It took a full 3 minutes for Kizaru to completely smash the boulders, which shows how many megaliths were replaced by Mio. Kizaru put his hands in kabuto and stood in the middle of the gravel ground, letting celestial dragons scream and turn a deaf ear to his ears, just staring in the direction where Mio was leaving, and coldness in his eyes emerged. What a terrible newcomer am I, in the middle of it, and going to this is still a conspiracy. Although there was only a few minutes, Emin's ability was enough to let Mino leave. It would shame me if I didn't catch you, but time, just wait for you to go to New World. Kizaru murmured, turned and left directly, and didn't bother to pay attention to celestial dragons. It just so happens that after a day off tomorrow, he will return to New World. Port. At this time, the Black Honor stopped here. Rayleigh was waiting beside the boat. I'm here. Mio's figure rushed out from the island and waved towards Erica and others on the boat. Where's Kizaru? Seeing Mio's arrival, Rayleigh had some unexpected questions. Although he thought Mio might be able to escape from Kizaru, he didn't expect it to be so fast, and it didn't take much time now. Leave it off. Mio smiled at Kaido. He had originally planned to see if he could get some good things in the hands of the celestial dragons who came to Sabeti Archipelago, but now that Kizaru came, he naturally didn't have this idea. That's it. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh nodded, did not ask much, but said directly, Now you're going to the Fishman Island, right? Oh, that's right. Mio nodded and said, The Fishman Island is a place with a nice view, so I have to go and see it, right? Good luck to you. New World still has a lot of danger waiting for you. Rayleigh said slowly, Roger started the era of big pirates, and the current Black Crow Pirates group is new in Rayleigh's eyes. The sprouts of the times. I just don't know how far I can go. It's dangerous or something. We are not afraid. Mio smiled, leaped gently onto the black glory, and waved to Rayleigh on the shore. Rayleigh, see you later. Goodbye. Rayleigh smiled and waved in response. At the same time, warships began to appear in the distance, and it fired a cannonball directly at the black glory. Erica! Mio shouted directly. Erica jumped into the air with one step. The next moment, the two swords waved, and the violent sword energy slashed out. Puff! The powerful slash caused the sea to crack a little, and then fell on the warship. The power of terror erupted in an instant, and the warship split into two suddenly, and a violent explosion sounded. At the same time, Warwick also returned to the ship from the bottom of the sea, and the bubble film on the ship began to rise until it enveloped the entire black glory. My lord, the buoyancy bag has been removed, Warwick said to Min. Okay then, let's set off to New World. Mio grinned, waving his arms, and the black glory set sail and began to dive directly toward the bottom of the sea. As the first island to travel to New World, the Fishman Island, located at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea. Soon, the black glory has completely dived into the sea. If the ship is traveling on the sea by wind, then on the seabed, it is traveling through the ocean current. But for Meow, he doesn't need that much operation because he has drought. On the seabed, the black glory can also be moved in a designated direction through the drought. For ordinary people, going to New World is also a very dangerous thing. The coated boat dives to the Fishman Island. If the bubble film breaks during the period, it will undoubtedly be buried under the sea. And this is very likely because of bad luck on the seabed. It is possible to encounter sea kings at any time. But this kind of thing, for Meow and others, don't worry about it. In the sea, Robin looked at the scene in front of him in surprise and exclaimed, "Is this the Yalchman mangrove?" It hasn't gone deep into the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the mangroves in front of the sea are the Yalchman mangroves, not the main body of the Yalchman mangroves, but the extremely thick roots, entangled and staggered, forming a spectacle of the seabed. The roots of the tree reach the bottom of the sea, and you can see how huge it is. It's a spectacular sight, Erica muttered, looking up. As we dive, we're getting farther and farther from the surface of the sea, which can be considered a peculiar adventure. During the dive, you can also see a variety of fish swimming around the boat. It's sea kings. Suddenly, Robin pointed in a direction and was surprised. It was on the root of a stout, huge tree. At this time, a huge sea snake was hovering above the root of the tree, with huge eyes staring at the black glory. In those eyes, there seemed to be an expression of eagerness, as if planning to swallow the black honor in one bite. It's just that the huge drizzle in front of the ship made this sea kings afraid to move rashly. Mio sat cross-legged on the deck. Looking at Sea Kings, his eyes condensed slightly. Roll! A turbulent momentum broke out, swept all around. The terrifying aura made Sea King's eyes a color of horror in an instant. His huge body twisted and fleeing towards the distance frantically. The ship dived more and more. The bottom of the sea is getting quieter. Looking around, the light even started to dim. There shouldn't be much to do next. You can do what you want to do, Mio said. In that case, I will go to practice. Heian nodded. When other people heard this, they also started to do their own things. Although the underwater scenery is good, as the dive continues, there is no more scenery to see, but it is getting darker and darker. Mio sat on the deck with a bottle of whiskey, watching the deeper and deeper seabed, drinking from time to time, thinking about the next plan in his heart. As Rayleigh said, New World is dangerous to the Black Crow pirates. No, it is not right to say that it is dangerous. To be precise, it should be troublesome. But although it is troublesome, it is also a good thing. The trouble with New World lies in the reputation of the Black Crow pirates, which will attract a lot of pirates. Among them, there's a guy who wants to step on the Black Crow pirates to become famous in one fell swoop. There's a guy who wants to see the strength of the Black Crow pirates. There are also guys who want the Black Crow pirates to join the opponent. These people are troublesome, but it is also a good thing, because once the Black Crow pirates show strong enough strength, it will attract the admiration of many pirates. These are just troubles, and of course they're dangers. The danger comes from people like Kaido, as well as the Borkin and Saya mentioned by Shaki before. Before heading to the Fishman Island, Mio also collected some information. I have to say that they are very powerful big pirates, otherwise they would not be candidates for the Four Emperors. Among them, Saya is a human fruit fantasy beast, kind of demon form. It is an extremely rare and powerful fruit ability. On the other hand, Parkin is the fruit of Paramecia's explosion. The specific ability is unknown. These two people are all guys who are crazy to absorb New World pirates. Basically, as long as they are potential New World pirates, they will invite them. Most of them would choose to join, a few refused. They refused to join the other big pirates or were destroyed, and a few survived. The Black Crow pirates will be invited without accident. But, devil fruit of you demons. Mio's eyes flashed with excitement. It's a good gene. Sir, the temperature is starting to drop. You can put it on. At this time, Lilith walked over with a thick cloak showing the flag of the Black Crow pirates and handed it to Mio's eyes. Thank you. Mio took the cloak, put it on her body, and smiled at Lilith. Is your husband thinking about something? Lilith asked curiously, while sitting gracefully beside Mio with her legs bent. Well, some small things. Mio nodded with a smile and said, in New World, there are a lot of things I want to get. New World is the stage for the strong. It is also a place where a large number of powerful pirates gather. Among these pirates, there are many capable people, and even most of the pirates have very good abilities. Mio is very eye-catching, and even can't wait to get a New World. If it is the husband who wants to get it, then it will definitely be the husband, no matter what it is. Lilith smiled and said with a firm look in her eyes, Aha, I think so too. Mio laughed and nodded. Suddenly, turning his head slightly, looking at the deep-sea area below, raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise. Is that the guy I met before? Our follower. It seems to be Fergus? Lilith said with a startled expression. Erica came to the side of the boat and took a look, then looked at Mio. Sir, the pirate ship seems to be in trouble. Yeah. Min nodded, and he saw it. Below the deep sea, there's a current that leads to a deeper place, and next to the current is a deep-sea reef area, where there's a huge monster at this time, but it is very familiar. The monster of the deep sea, Kalakan. The octopus sea monster in the original book with a size of several hundred meters. This octopus sea monster is very old, otherwise it wouldn't have such a huge size. I didn't expect to encounter it at this time, but it made Mio a little surprised. At this time, Fergus's pirate ship, the one of his followers who had met Doflamingo before, was facing trouble from Kalakan at this time. Damn it, Captain, this monster is too big. What should I do? What else can I do? Of course I retreat immediately. This is the deep sea, and Lousy's abilities can't be used. Quick, retreat immediately and return to Sabeti Archipelago. We will come again in a few days. Fergus roared. The navigator on his ship has good abilities, manipulating the ship several times to avoid Kalakan's tentacles. But at this moment, a pirate suddenly shouted, Ship, Captain, that seems to be the Black Crow pirates. What? After hearing this, Fergus looked back suddenly, and at a glance he saw the familiar pirate ship. In fact, Fergus is a fan of Mio, and he's also very familiar with Mio's pirate ship. Always keep in mind, the moment he saw the Black Glory, he knew that it was the pirate ship of the Black Crow pirates. Excited at this time. It's Master Mio. I didn't expect to be able to meet Master Mio in this deep sea. Sure enough, we are too close to Master Mio. I was born to be a follower of Master Mio. Fergus said with excitement. Captain, it's not the time to think about these questions, right? The younger brother beside him couldn't help reminding him at this moment. The problem now is that this huge monster, boss, is not the time to watch idols. If you look further, it will not be you who look at the idols, but the idols will look at you, but your corpse will be seen. Wait, don't worry. Master Mio seems to be coming at us. Fergus suddenly became excited. Is Mio-sama planning to get rid of this monster? If Mio heard what Fergus said, he would definitely give him a compliment because Fergus guessed right. He had this idea, but he didn't kill Colocan, but planned to let Colocan lead the way. Colocan should know the location of the Fishmen Island. Although there's a drought, it can also go, but will always be troublesome. In the depths of the sea, there's a leader who can reach the Fishmen Island faster. As for Colocan's genes, to be honest, he is really not rare. It's not very useful. Colocan is only a few hundred meters in size. Although it looks big, there are countless sea kings in the depths of the sea that are bigger than Colocan. And to tell the truth, when going to Colocan, it's just that Yamato is famous for his size, but his strength is not good. "Sir, do you want me to take action?" Erica asked when she came to Mio's side. Although it is on the bottom of the sea, there is still a temporary bubble film on the ship, which allows people to enter it, form a temporary diving suit, and leave the ship to move in the sea. Although Colocan is big, it doesn't take much effort for them to solve it. Even in Erica's opinion, this is a good ingredient, at least a lot of meat. "Well, don't kill. He needs to lead the way." Min nodded. "Yes," Erica replied. She even jumped to the side of the ship, looking down at Colocan below, her eyes calm, with a hint of coldness. "It's Sir Erica." Seeing Erica appearing in his sight, Fergus shouted excitedly again. I saw Erica resting her right hand on the scabbard around her waist, and immediately, rumbling, a silver aura suddenly erupted from Lilith's body, pressing directly on Colocan. This turbulent conqueror's haki has a substantial color, which is silver. The silver conqueror's haki almost formed a silver storm on the bottom of the sea and instantly enveloped Colocan, engulfing it. Immediately afterwards, I saw a look of fear in Colocan's eyes, and those tentacles waved, seeming to want to run away. "Stop!" Drizzle's voice suddenly sounded. The huge sound is also extremely deafening on the bottom of the sea. Hearing this sound, Colocan stopped all of a sudden and looked at Drought. 1 year's time, the size of the Drought Man has become extremely huge. It does not need to be small in Colocan. At this time, the huge body is looking down at Colocan and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, just lead us to the deep ditch under the sea, the entrance of the Fishmen Island." The voice fell. Hanyan suddenly stretched out a giant hand, grabbed Colocan, and lifted it up without any effort. The powerful force even made Colocan unable to escape, no matter how hard he struggled. It's amazing. Is this the strength of the Black Crow pirates? On board Fergus, the deputy captain murmured in shock. Under the terrifying conqueror's haki, only he and Fergus did not faint. At the same time, he even saw the terrifying body shape of Han Yen. "You deserve to be the Black Crow pirates. You deserve to be Lord Mio." Fergus was shocked, but also excited. "Woo!" Colocan lighted his head with terror in his eyes at this time, and signaled that he agreed and was willing to lead them to the entrance of the Fishmen Island in the deep ditch under the sea. Mio slowly got up, came to the bow, and looked at Colocan, grinning. "If you are willing, then lead the way. I am very much looking forward to the Fishmen Island, especially Fishman Street." As expected, Master Meow, "That's amazing." Seeing Mio appeared, Fergus was full of excitement again. For this follower of her own, Mio gave a faint smile and said, "I remember you, Fergus, but I didn't expect you to enter the new world yet." Master Mio. Hearing Mio's words, Fergus scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Because some things were delayed for a while in the first half of the Grand Line, I just plan to enter New World now. But you can rest assured, I will definitely become a strong player in New World and then join your leave. Let's wait and see." Min shrugged and looked at Colocan. "Lead the way. Roar." Colocan nodded quickly. Drought let go of Colocan, and Colocan immediately led the way in front of him. Drought drove the ship, followed Colocan, and entered the ocean currents deep in the sea, leading to the deeper part of the sea. "Quick, young ones, let's follow up quickly. With Master Mio in front, we can reach the Fishmen Island safely." Fergus also hurriedly yelled to his men at this time. The two boats, deep in the bottom of the sea, began to move towards the Fishmen Island. "Keep going down." It took some time to find the right direction. Soon, the Black Honor reached its destination, Deep Seabed Trench. Although it is deep in the bottom of the sea, bright light can be seen here. At a glance, there are a variety of huge color corals, as well as beautiful fishes with bright colors, huge or small, in addition to various reefs, golden soft sand. Deep under the sea, it is extremely dreamy. In front of the line of sight, there is an island at this time. It is an island surrounded by a huge double-layer semicircular bubble film. You can vaguely see the island bubble film. At this time, there is a mermaid swimming that beautiful body. That is the Fishman Island. It's beautiful. Even if he hadn't entered yet, Mio couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is this the Fishman Island? Captain, did you say that the existence of historical text on it is true? Robin came to Mio's side and looked at the Fishman Island in the distance with amazement. Ah, there's a piece of historical text. Min nodded, but the content recorded on that piece of historical text was useless to him. After all, what is recorded in the historical text of the Fishman Island is about Joey Boy's apology. But for Mio, the Fishman Island still has many people or things he is interested in, such as Murloc Jeans, Poseidon, and even Noah. He is very interested in these. How are we going to get in, sir? Lilith asked curiously. The Fishman Island looked like from the outside, as if she didn't know where to enter. Hearing this, Mio smiled, and her eyes flickered. No, let the royal family of the Fishman Island come out to greet you. How troublesome it is to go in actively. After all, after he entered the Fishman Island, he needed to trade with the royal family of the Fishman Island, and the purpose was naturally the unborn Shirahoshi. Today's the Fishman Island is not yet Whitebeard's territory. Even if Platinum has not yet been born, he must act first and turn the Fishman Island into his own territory in advance. Of course, the Fishman Island may not be willing. After all, although he is famous, he has not shown how powerful it is. But for Mio, he just went ahead and did what he was supposed to do. The Fishman Island is unwilling now, but when he enters the new world, it may not be. Next moment, Mio intends to urge Haki and departs in shock. But at this moment, in the direction of the Fishman Island, a huge sea beast swims over at this time, and on the sea beast, there's a figure sitting on it at this time, and behind it is a soldier named the Fishman Island. The other party is coming towards this side. That is, looking at the figure on the sea beast, Meow raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Erica put her hands on the hilt of the knife. As long as Meow gave an order, she was able to swing the knife and slash the sea beast and all the soldiers behind her. Princess Odoheim. Seeing the figure on the sea beast, Mio was a little surprised. He didn't know why Princess Odoheim came here, but he didn't panic either, just waiting for Odoheim's arrival. Mr. Black Crow. Princess Odoheim's goal was obviously Mio. When she came to the Black Glory, she stopped, and her eyes fell on Mio. Princess E.G. Mio spoke slowly, with doubts in her eyes. It seems that Princess Odoheim is here specifically for me. I don't know what is going on. Is it possible to expel us? No, I don't have this idea at all. Please don't get me wrong. Odoheim shook her head quickly. Although she was here specifically for Mio, she didn't have the idea of expelling the Black Crow pirates. After all, Odoheim knows how terrifying the strong pirates among humans are. The Fishman Island cannot stop those strong pirates at all. I am here this time to invite you and your partner to the Dragon Palace, Mr. Black Crow. Of course, the Fishman Island has no prejudice against the arrival of the Black Crow pirates, but you should know the Fishman Island. In today's situation, to avoid accidents, it is necessary to ask the Black Crow pirates to go to the Dragon Palace. Odoheim explained. Hear the words. Me suddenly. Is it because of the racial prejudice of the Murlocs, mermaids, and humans on the Fishman Island? Meow did not expect this. But the main reason is probably because of the fame and strength of the Black Crow pirates. Although the strength of the Black Crow pirates has not been shown, but with such a high reward, as long as you're not a fool, you can guess that the strength of the Black Crow pirates will not be worse. Therefore, Princess Odoheim may be able to do so. Come and invite them. Otherwise, if the Black Crow pirate group is angered because of racial prejudice, I am afraid the Fishman Island will not be better. This is the thought of Princess Odoheim. It's a great honor. Mio nodded, looked at Princess Odoheim with twinkling eyes, and said, "It just so happens that I have something to discuss with the royal family of the Fishman Island." Hearing that, Princess Odoheim trembled in her heart. She was born with a special observation hockey and was able to listen to people's inner voices. At this time, after hearing Mio's words, her brows wrinkled slightly with a trace of guesswork, but still said, "Please follow me, Mr. Black Crow. I have to say that Princess Odoheim is a person who really thinks about the people of the Fishman Island and is also a truly kind person. She is always thinking about the Fishman Island all the time. In order to enhance the status of the Fishman Island, you can said to have suffered a lot. For Mio, there are not many people who admire him in one piece, and Princess Odoheim is one of them. Driven by the drought, the Black Glory began to follow the sea beasts. Period. Princess Odoheim glanced at Drought and asked curiously, "Mr. Black Crow, is this Sea Kings?" "That's right." Min nodded. "It's a descendant of the demon Oz." "That's the case." Suddenly, e.g., unlike most Murlocs, she still knows a little bit about the outside world. In addition, the Dragon Palace royal family's good relationship with Tiger also knows a lot from Tiger. Things at sea. I still know a little bit about Oz. But even so, she was still a little shocked when she saw the drought. Not to mention the huge size of the Dryman. Although there are many Sea Kings larger than the Dryman, but the most shocking thing about the Dryman is the burly size. At first glance, people know the horror of its power. Mr. Black Crow came to the Fishman Island for a purpose, right? Princess Odoheim said suddenly. She can hear the voice of the heart. Facing Mio, she can also hear the voice of Mio's heart. Her observation hockey can even convey her own consciousness to others, thereby affecting their minds and thoughts, so that they can resonate with themselves. This is an extremely advanced and special observation hockey that cannot be obtained through practice. It's just that she didn't dare to do this in the face of Mio, afraid to backfire. But through her observation hockey, she heard the thoughts from Mio's heart about the Fishman Island. Mio knew what Odoheim had seen and heard, so he didn't hide it, nodded, and said, "Yes, the Fishman Island is a good place. Whether it is the characteristics of the fishmen or the historical text in the sea forest, it is my purpose here. I'm afraid it's more than that." Odoheim looked at Min, his eyes solemn. "Although I don't know the specific thoughts of Mr. Black Crow, I can feel Mr. Black Crow's ambition and desire for the Fishman Island." Hearing this, Mio smiled and did not answer. The ship moves forward. Soon, under the leadership of Odoheim, he entered the Fishman Island and parked the boat in one place. All members of the Black Crow pirate group boarded the Royal Ponytail and headed to Dragon Palace. And in the end, came to the banquet hall. As the palace of the Fishman Island, it is undoubtedly an extremely luxurious and beautiful place. Magnificent. In the banquet hall, you can see the King Neptune of the Fishman Island waiting here at this time, and the ministers of the Fishman Island, including 2 rows of maids and so on. There is no doubt that this is a welcome banquet specially prepared for Mio. With the arrival of Mio, Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, laughed at this moment. "Mr. Black Crow, the Fishman Island welcomes you." "Trouble you, King Neptune." Meow smiled politely. Since the other party treats each other with courtesy, he will naturally not lose his identity. "Start the banquet." Hearing this, Neptune smiled, and after speaking, the banquet began immediately. Immediately afterwards, he saw a famous fishman carrying the Fishman Island's specialty desserts, drinks, and barbecue specially prepared for the Black Crow pirates, and placed them in front of a few people. Although it was a banquet, Mio still knew the purpose of Neptune and Odoheim very well. Not surprisingly, he wanted to take the opportunity of this banquet to let the Black Crow pirates leave quickly, right? After all, the Fishman Island is, to be honest, although beautiful, it does not have strong strength. It is okay to deal with ordinary pirates, but for powerful pirates, it is very weak. Coupled with the current situation of the Fishman Island, the Black Crow pirates staying for a long time may cause unnecessary trouble. To be honest, even as a human, I still admire what Princess Odoheim did. At this time, Mio took a sip of the wine produced by the Fishmen Island and faced Odoheim in an eye. Hutton's gaze, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, and he smiled. It's just that Princess Odoheim's actions are impossible to achieve, in my opinion. Why did Mr. Black Crow say this? Hearing this, Odoheim asked curiously. Her goal has always been to improve the status of the Fishmen Island, so that the Murlocs and mermaids on the Fishmen Island can live in peace with humans. Obviously, isn't it? Mio shrugged and said lightly. The seeds of hatred and discrimination have been deeply buried in the heart. At the same time, whether it is a Murloc or a mermaid, it is an existence of great value and interest for the human slavery group, let alone hatred and racial discrimination. One day, the slave hunting group exists. The goal that Princess Odoheim strives for will be impossible to accomplish. Even if there is, it is only temporary. As he said, Mio took up the wine glass and said with deep meaning, and the slave hunting group is impossible to disappear. Some words. Odoheim and Neptune couldn't help frowning. However, they did not refute Mio's words, because what Meow said is the truth. As the king of this island, they know the hatred in the Fishmen Island better than others, and at the same time know how much trouble the slave hunting group has brought to the Fishmen Island. Why can't the slave hunting group disappear? Odoheim asked, frowning. Very simple. Mio grinned. Because of interest for human nobles, Murlocs and mermaids are rare, and they're also beautiful and powerful. They're very good slaves. They're willing to spend big prices and buy to bid. At the same time, because these nobles are willing to spend money, the slave hunting group will catch fishermen and mermaids frantically for profit. Of course, the main customer of the slave hunting group is celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. The three words silenced Neptune and Odoheim for an instant. It was like a big mountain pressing on them. Up to now, Mariewa has still held many of their kind in custody. They know this very well. I also know the power of celestial dragons and know more clearly what the mermaid is in the eyes of celestial dragons. That is a plaything. Yes, it is a plaything, but it is an indispensable plaything. Perhaps today they would be bored with a Murloc, but they would not mind changing to a Murloc. As long as celestial dragons treats the Murlocs as an advanced plaything, then the slave hunting group will not disappear. The slave hunting group will not disappear, and the hatred of the Fishmen Island will not disappear. Odoheim stared at Mio, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Why does Mr. Black Crow say this? I just plan to make a deal with King Neptune and Princess Odoheim. Mio said calmly. What deal? Neptune said solemnly. A mutually beneficial transaction. Meow grinned and smiled. I need to classify the Fishmen Island as my territory, and at the same time, I am very interested in Poseidon. What? Hearing that, neither Neptune nor Odoheim couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Immediately afterwards, Odoheim frowned directly. Let's not mention that the Fishmen Island refuses to be your site. What Poseidon? We don't have such a thing on the Fishmen Island. One of the three ancient weapons is unknown to anyone, but because he knew it, he would deny it directly. The Fishmen Island cannot withstand the oppression of the world government, regardless of whether there is Poseidon on the Fishmen Island, whether it is known or not. Knowing that rejection is the most correct for the Fishmen Island. Mio didn't care about this, but said slowly, Princess Odoheim, you are a smart person and a person who strives for goals. I have to say that you have paid a lot for the Fishmen Island, but unfortunately, you have gone in the wrong direction. Mio pulled out Raikiri and inserted it into the ground. The blade shone cold. Immediately afterwards, Mio looked up at Odoheim and Neptune. Have Princess Odoheim not seen the essence of this world? Been quality? Neptune was taken aback for a while. That's right. Mio put her hand on the handle of Raikiri's knife and said calmly, the essence of this world is strength. The strength is not strong enough. What can the Fishmen Island do to live in peace with humans? It's just a delusion. Only with strong strength can the slave group be deterred, the world government can pay attention to it, and the pirates can be feared. Mio grinned. The Fishmen Island doesn't even have a decent strong, So how can it talk about peaceful coexistence with mankind? Only by becoming a member of the world government? Only by signing a friendly relationship with the world's nobles? Don't be naive. Neither the world government nor the so-called world aristocracy can deter the greedy pirates. The only thing that can deter them is strength. Faced with the shocked eyes of Neptune and Odoheim, Mio asked jokingly, "It's like a king chooses a concubine, two beautiful girls, but one is just beautiful, and the other is beautiful and talented at the same time, able to help the king. Who do you think this king will choose? The Fishmen Island that is not strong enough. The world government will only regard it as one of the franchise countries that it has left behind. But the biggest gap with other franchise countries is that the Fishmen Island not only has less tribute, but also has poor strength, and it is located in the deep sea. It's hard to restrain. Do you think the world government will care? Maybe the world government really wants to achieve the goal of Princess Uji, but the deterrence of the world government cannot control the deep sea. So, the essence of this world is strength. It's better to ask others than to ask yourself. If you're strong, why do you need to ask others?" Meow laughed mockingly. "Even if the Fishman Island is strong, it will cause fear of the world government. But the Fishman Island is in the deep sea. Why should you be afraid? No matter what you say, the Fishman Island will not belong to you." Otoheim gritted her teeth. Mio shrugged, didn't care, just smiled faintly. "Don't talk so full. Isn't it a mutually beneficial transaction? I can bring stability to you, the Fishman Island, and you, the Fishman Island, also have what we want." "That's not necessarily," Neptune said solemnly. "At least we don't have Poseidon." "Oh." Hearing this, Mio smiled deeply and shook his head gently. Then he said, "Princess Odoheim, King Neptune, today's words are put here. I can count my words at any time, and you can contact me at any time in the future. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't agree now, but Sea Forest, I still want to go. After all, my partner is still very interested in the historical text there." Hear the words. Odoheim and Neptune fell silent immediately. After a while, Neptune nodded. "Yes, if Mr. Blackcrow needs it. I can have someone take you there. They have no right to refuse. The Fishman Island is indeed as Meow said. There is not even a decent strong man. Jinbei is not strong enough now. The only tiger with some strength has been imprisoned in the Holy Land Mariewa and has become a slave." Of course, Odoheim and Neptune didn't know this yet. The banquet was officially started afterwards, and Mio didn't talk about the transaction anymore. He just chatted casually with Neptune and Odoheim about what's happening on the sea or about the Fishman Island until a few hours later. He left the banquet hall and went to rest in the area arranged by Neptune. Because he wasn't clear about Mio's plan, after leaving, Hei Yin came to Mio's side with coldness in his eyes and asked in a low voice, "My lord, do you need me?" Although the words did not speak, but the meaning was clear. He planned to kill Odoheim and Neptune directly. For him, this was not a difficult task, and he refused the adult's transaction request. In Hein's opinion, it's time to kill. "No." Mio shook his head and refused. "There is no need. Killing us won't get any benefit, but it will cause confusion in the Fishman Island. I still value this island, but I don't want it to become an illegal island in the future. Although Odoheim and Neptune are not very strong, they do have a heart for the Fishman Island." "Yes." Hearing this, Heian nodded and stopped talking. After a few people came to the place, they rested. Marcy ran directly to Mio's room and lay on Mio's body because he tasted some wine during the banquet and soon fell asleep. Min folded his hands behind his head. His eyes were deep, and he was lost in thought. The Fishman Island is divided into murlocs and mermaids. A murloc is a fish like a dragon, but with a human figure, and a mermaid is like a Neptune with an upper body and a lower body fish. As a murloc, the murloc's innate physical quality is indeed much stronger than that of humans. Therefore, Meow actually has some interest in the murloc's genes. The most important thing is that this thing can be obtained in large quantities and can easily build an army in the sea. In this ocean world, an undersea army is undoubtedly very powerful. But since Odoheim and Neptune refused today, He didn't mind delaying the plan to build an undersea army. It's not in a hurry anyway. The Fishman Island, he is sure to get it. If it doesn't work. Haha. Mio doesn't mind waiting for Shirahoshi to be born and let someone replace Neptune on the throne. Just like Crocodile's theft of the country in the original book, but when that happens, Crocodile is for Pluton, and he is for Poseidon. Thinking about it, after a chuckle, Mio went to sleep. The Fishman Island is a place with exceptionally beautiful scenery, which is also very famous in the first half of the Grand Line. So after waking up early in the morning, Mio did not rush to the sea forest. Instead, they wore a cloak and went to some places in the Fishman Island with Erica. There are people like Mio and others in Coral Hill, Geronda Square, and other places. After strolling around, Mio had a sigh. The female mermaids on the Fishman Island, not to mention the appearance is really good. Basically, there is no ugly existence. The worst is also in the class. Here, as a place for men to elder care, Mio feels very good. Later, Mio found Neptune and asked Neptune to arrange for someone to take him to the sea forest. At the same time, he expressed his desire to meet Noah. Neptune did not refuse Mio's request, but agreed. Although Noah is very, very important to the Fishman Island, this requirement is not too much. After all, he didn't worry about things like Mio would drive Noah away. It was impossible. Noah, as a huge ship used to take the residents of the Fishman Island to the Sea World 800 years ago. Its size is half the size of the Fishman Island, and only the huge sea kings can pull it. Vessel. But Mio really didn't have any thoughts about Noah. I just want to see it. Over the sea forest. Odoheim will take you there, Neptune said. There is a piece of historical text on the sea forest, which Neptune knows, plus the fact that there's the only survivor of O'Hara on the Black Raven Pirates. So he is not surprised that Mio's goal is the historical text. He still knows a lot about the information above the sea. Then trouble Princess Odoheim, Mio said with a smile, thanking her. No, it just happens that I have something to ask about Mr. Black Crow. Odoheim smiled and said, her smile was warm and bright. Words fall. Odoheim immediately led the way, accompanied by some Poseidon troops who protected Odoheim, that is, the soldiers of the Fishman Island. Ta, ta, ta. The tavern door creaked open. Mio stepped inside, Eric at his back. It's you. Judge lurched to his feet, eyes widening in disbelief. He hadn't forgotten that face. How could he? The man who once struck a deal with Vegapunk was now standing here in the flesh. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair, sunglasses glinting as a sly grin spread across his lips. Fuff-fuff-few-few, well, isn't this turning into quite the reunion? Judge's gaze shifted warily between the two, lingering on Erica for a moment before hardening. Let's not waste time. If you brought me here, Mio, I assume it's for something worth hearing. So what do you want? Mio smirked, pulling out a chair. Relax. I'm not here to waste anyone's time. Doflamingo tilted his head, a trace of curiosity breaking through his grin. Fuff-fuff-few-few. I've always wondered, Mio, what is your ability? Those shadow soldiers of yours, they're not devil fruit constructs. Summons, maybe? Mio raised his glass, eyes glinting. That's a secret. Doflamingo chuckled, but didn't press. The mystery only deepened his interest. Judge, meanwhile, was barely able to contain himself. He glanced toward the shadow, core, now silently materializing across the tavern floor, their hands clutching fragments of intricate machinery. The faint hum of power made his pulse quicken. Is that? Judge stepped forward, voice almost trembling. Go ahead, Mio said with a casual wave. Judge approached, eyes locked on the components. He muttered under his breath. Energy conversion devices, far beyond anything Germa has produced. If I can study this properly. Before he could reach out, a dark tentacle hardened with armament hockey rose suddenly in front of his forehead. Heiyin stood there, his calm gaze promising death if Judge moved another inch. Judge froze, cold sweat trailing down his neck. Patience, Mio said softly, sipping his wine. You'll have your share. Just not yet. At that moment, the phone worm in Judge's coat buzzed sharply. Blue, blue, blue. Judge frowned, opening the line. A soldier's voice came through, shaken. Commander, some strange men just arrived at headquarters. They carried equipment, said you would know what it was. What should we do? Judge's pupils shrank. Even Doflamingo's grin faltered for a breath. From this tavern in the Grand Line to Germa's kingdom in the North Blue in seconds? That meant Mio could move information, even objects, across seas in the blink of an eye. So this is a warning, Doflamingo thought, smirking again behind his glasses. Try anything, and he'll know instantly. Judge exhaled slowly, forcing composure back into his voice. Escort them to the laboratory. Let them deposit the cargo. Yes, sir, the soldier answered. The line went dead. The tavern fell quiet. Mio rose, brushing invisible dust from his coat. That settles it. You both know what needs to be done. I'll be in touch. He tossed a small phone worm onto the table. Use this if you want to contact me. Doflamingo's grin widened. Leaving already? Fuff-fuff-you-few, pity. I had a little entertainment lined up. At his gesture, a voluptuous woman entered the tavern, clearly one of the pirate escorts. Mio glanced her way, unimpressed. Not interested. I've got business in Sabaody Archipelago. New World is waiting. That made Doflamingo pause. New World. HM? Fuff-fuff-bold. Once you show up there, every major force will notice. Let them, Mio said with a faint grin, turning toward the door. Erica followed silently. Judge stood as well, expression tight. Then I'll return to North Blue. Doflamingo leaned back, laughing softly. Fuff-fuff-you-few. We'll see each other soon, Judge. After all, we've got a weapon to build. Judge gave a curt nod and strode out. The tavern emptied until only Doflamingo and Toripole remained. Interesting, Doflamingo muttered, adjusting his sunglasses. He already has Pluton's secrets. Does that mean he's after Poseidon? Uranus? His grin twisted. And with Nico Robin on his ship. He pushed his feet, voice low. This doesn't leave this room. Clean up. Yes, young master, Toripole croaked. Moments later, screams echoed through the town as Doflamingo stepped into the night, the grin never leaving his face. It's a pity that this ship can only be kept here at the moment, and we need to wait until the time comes in the future before we can get it back. Meng murmured, Noah's size is too big, and such a huge vessel that can be cultivated. If it is cultivated, Mio must want to use some good genes. Now he does not have these genes, so naturally he does not want to use it for cultivation. It is even more impossible to take it away. Don't tell me if you want to take Noah. I'm afraid the whole Fishman Island will choose to be your enemy, although it is not afraid. But it is also a little troublesome. Call. After taking a deep breath, Mio looked at Odoheim and smiled. Trouble Odoheim Princess, let's go. This time, it was a pleasant surprise. Although the arrival of the Fishman Island this time did not yield much to him, it was able to allow him to plant a seed. This seed will come again in the future. You will be able to reap the rewards. Good. Odoheim nodded. She felt the fluctuation in Mio's heart just a moment ago. But she didn't know why, so she was puzzled in her heart, but she didn't ask it because she knew that even if she asked, she couldn't get an answer. Sea Forest. Robin and others are still here at this time. Have you finished reading it? Mio looked at Robin and asked. It's finished. Robin nodded and said unexpectedly. I didn't expect such a thing to be recorded in this piece of history. Poseidon and Joey Poi. Surprised her a little, Mio rubbed Robin's head and asked suddenly. O'Hara, there should have been a few pieces of historical text, right? Yes. Robin nodded and replied. But I don't know if the historical text there is still there. She actually wanted to go back to O'Hara to take a look, but it was a dangerous place, even if a long time had passed, and the historical text there was probably taken away by the world government, or it was taken by the world government. The government was destroyed. If I have a chance in the future, I will take you back to sea. Meow said with a smile. Hearing that, Robin squinted his eyes, and a happy smile appeared on his face. The group left the sea forest. The next few people walked around on the Fishman Island and didn't go anywhere and did nothing. Mio Lai's goal on the Fishman Island is impossible to accomplish now, at least after Odoheim's death. At that time, it was when he stretched out his hand on the Fishman Island. Now, Quandang came over and took a look. 3 days later, Inside the Dragon Palace, Meow and his party stood in front of Neptune, expressing the idea of leaving. Neptune looked at Meow with a smile and said with a smile, "The Fishman Island welcomes the arrival of the Black Crow Pirates again." Regarding this kind of polite remarks, Meow nodded, but did not answer, just turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Odoheim suddenly asked, "Mr. Black Crow, Odoheim has something to ask for." "Princess Odoheim, please say." Meow turned around and said. Odoheim also left her mouth. "Recently, the Fishman Island has not received Tiger's contact. I am worried about what will happen to Tiger, so I hope that if Mr. Black Crow meets Tiger in New World in the future, I can help convey it. Allow Mr. Tiger to contact the Fishman Island." Hear the words. He was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth raised, and said with a faint smile, "Princess Odoheim, I can't agree to this request." "Why?" Odoheim looked astonished. "This shouldn't be a very difficult request." Meow said with a faint smile. "Because Tiger is not on the sea now, but on Mariewa." When the voice fell, Meow turned directly and walked outside of Dragon Palace, while Meow's last voice came slowly. "He is now a slave of celestial dragons." Meow and others have already stepped out of Dragon Palace. But in Dragon Palace City, because of Meow's words, both Odoheim and Neptune's eyes widened, and a touch of disbelief appeared. After a long while, Neptune swallowed and murmured, "Something big happened. This matter can't be spread, let alone the people on the Fishman Island." After Otsoheim recovered, she said without any hesitation, "Once it spreads out, it will really happen. The Fishman Island will cause turbulence. Tiger's prestige on the Fishman Island is not low, and now if you're told that Tiger has actually become a slave of celestial dragons, you can imagine what kind of shock it will bring to the residents of the Fishman Island and what it will make them. Anger. Meow didn't care about Odoheim and Neptune's shock. At this time, Meow had already returned to the Black Glory with Erica and others. The ship set sail and left the Fishman Island without any hesitation. Looking at this dreamlike island, the corners of Meow's mouth rose up, and after a faint smile, he came to the bow of the ship, looking towards the direction of New World, without words. This island will be its own sooner or later. It's just that when he was about to leave now, and when he came, there was a slight change in his ambition for the Fishman Island. When he came, he didn't have much idea about the rule of the Fishman Island. But now, that may not be the case. The main reason is because of Noah. Noah has a very general position in the heart of the Fishman Island. If Noah is taken away, it will inevitably cause the hatred of the Fishman Island. But if he rules here, it may not be necessary. Drought, let's go to New World. Meow looked at the drought and called out loudly, "Roar! New World, I heard from the adults that it is a sea of strong people, and then I will have the opportunity to show my strength in front of the adults." Drought was thinking about it with excitement at this time. Roared. The terrifying roar at this moment may be due to excitement, and it was transmitted to the Fishman Island in an instant, and then Drought was driving the ship towards the direction of New World. Away! If you want to go to New World, you need to go through a deep hole in the sea, and then set foot on the rising current to float up to reach New World. At this time, on the Fishman Island, after leaving with the Black Honor, a reporter happened to see the huge drought and the Black Glory in the deep ocean in the distance. On the flagpole, the flying pirate flag came into his sight. In an instant, the reporter became excited. "Then, that's the Black Crow Pirates." Sure enough, it was reported that the Black Crow Pirates had arrived at Sabeti Archipelago and were preparing to enter the New World. Now it looks like this is true. Are they going to the New World? It seems that the New World will happen next time. Little big news. The reporter looked excited and immediately took the camera to take a picture of the Black Glory that was going away. Then immediately picked up the phone worm and called the newspaper office. Ta, ta, ta. The tavern door creaked open. Meow stepped inside, Eric at his back. "It's you." Judge lurched to his feet, eyes widening in disbelief. He hadn't forgotten that face. How could he? The man who once struck a deal with Vegapunk was now standing here in the flesh. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair, sunglasses glinting as a sly grin spread across his lips. Fuff-fuff-few-few, well, isn't this turning into quite the reunion? Judge's gaze shifted warily between the two, lingering on Erica for a moment before hardening. Let's not waste time. If you brought me here, Mio, I assume it's for something worth hearing. So what do you want? Mio smirked, pulling out a chair. Relax. I'm not here to waste anyone's time. Doflamingo tilted his head, a trace of curiosity breaking through his grin. Fuff-fuff-few-few. I've always wondered, Mio, what is your ability? Those shadow soldiers of yours, they're not devil fruit constructs. Summons, maybe? Mio raised his glass, eyes glinting. That's a secret. Doflamingo chuckled, but didn't press. The mystery only deepened his interest. Judge, meanwhile, was barely able to contain himself. He glanced toward the shadow, core, now silently materializing across the tavern floor, their hands clutching fragments of intricate machinery. The faint hum of power made his pulse quicken. Is that? Judge stepped forward, voice almost trembling. Go ahead, Mio said with a casual wave. Judge approached, eyes locked on the components. He muttered under his breath. Energy conversion devices, far beyond anything Germa has produced. If I can study this properly. Before he could reach out, a dark tentacle hardened with armament hockey rose suddenly in front of his forehead. Yin stood there, his calm gaze promising death if Judge moved another inch. Judge froze, cold sweat trailing down his neck. Patience, Mio said softly, sipping his wine. You'll have your share. Just not yet. At that moment, the phone worm in Judge's coat buzzed sharply. Blue, blue, blue. Judge frowned, opening the line. A soldier's voice came through, shaken. Commander, some strange men just arrived at headquarters. They carried equipment, said you would know what it was. What should we do? Judge's pupils shrank. Even Doflamingo's grin faltered for a breath. From this tavern in the Grand Line to Germa's kingdom in the North Blue in seconds? That meant Mio could move information, even objects, across seas in the blink of an eye. So this is a warning, Doflamingo thought, smirking again behind his glasses. Try anything, and he'll know instantly. Judge exhaled slowly, forcing composure back into his voice. Escort them to the laboratory. Let them deposit the cargo. Yes, sir, the soldier answered. The line went dead. The tavern fell quiet. Mio rose, brushing invisible dust from his coat. That settles it. You both know what needs to be done. I'll be in touch. He tossed a small phone worm onto the table. Use this if you want to contact me. Doflamingo's grin widened. Leaving already? Fuff-fuff-few, pity. I had a little entertainment lined up. At his gesture, a voluptuous woman entered the tavern, clearly one of the pirate escorts. Mio glanced her way, unimpressed. Not interested. I've got business in Sabaody Archipelago. New world. This sea of the strong. The Black Glory did not encounter the Laboon race or the huge sea kings on the way, but the ship started to float up and finally washed out of the water along the rising current. Rumbling, with the rolling thunder and heavy rain, finally, the Black Crow pirates came to New World. At a glance, the sky is full of dark clouds. On the sky, the thunder snake rolled and roared, as if welcoming the arrival of the Black Crow pirates. It's finally here, New World. The corners of Meow's mouth raised, and a smile of excitement was lifted, expecting to show in his eyes. Elika and the others are also excited looking at the rough sea around them. They have been famous for this sea area for a long time. When they arrive at this time, they want to show their skills in the future and show the strength of the Black Crow pirates. And at this moment, my lord, there are pirates. Heiyan's expression moved slightly, and his gaze turned to one direction. At this time, there was a pirate ship coming by the huge waves, and it seemed that the target was the Black Crow pirates. That pirate banner seems to be one of Sai's pirate group. The villain pirate group, the Captain Villain Tycho, is offering a reward of 73 million, and the Zoan Devil Fruit insect species who have the ability to jump. Robin is also at this time, is speaking, so it's specially for us. Meow grinned and said calmly, the ability to jump is okay. As the band of villains and pirates approached, At this moment, I saw a lean and strong man wearing a cloak on the pirate ship, who was obviously the captain, smiling and shouting at Mio. Black Crow pirates? Is there anything wrong? Meow said in a flat tone with both hands on the enclosure. On the order of Lord Saya, please go to Curia Island. Tycho grinned. It was Saya's base camp. He invited the Black Crow pirates to go there, undoubtedly wanting Mio to become one of Saya's captains. A touch of disdain appeared in Mio's eyes and said without concealment, I have no idea of going there. Then you can only die. Tycho was not surprised by Mio's answer and even got used to it. In the past, most of the pirate groups who had just entered New World and were invited by Saya had responded like this. But in the end, they still surrendered because those who refused eventually fell to New World and no one escaped. The voice fell. In the distance on the sea, a few more ships appeared in the line of sight with hostility. Tycho chuckled again. Mr. Black Crow, you can think about it again. Huh. Hearing this, Mio sneered and shook his head slightly. This is your confidence. Huh. Double blade flow. The silver key. Erica yelled suddenly. I don't know when the two knives were held in her hands and swung out. The silver sword energy instantly slashed out. Wherever it passed, the sea split and the waves split on both sides instantly. The silver sword energy was extremely dazzling and shining. Go! With an astonishing deterrence mixed in it. The person facing this slashing attack will feel a tremendous pressure oncoming at this time, as if a big mountain is pressing on him, unable to move. Why, what's going on? Why can't you move? Damn it, move fast, or you'll die. Guru, in the villain pirate group. At this time, most of the pirates have a look of horror on their faces, and cold sweat is dripping on their foreheads. On the entire deck, only Tycho could barely resist this pressure, but even so, there was a drop of sweat on his face, showing the inner pressure. This guy is not afraid of Saya-sama's name at all. How is this possible? Tycho roared in his heart this time, but at the same time, without any hesitation, he leaped suddenly. The flea fruit ability burst out, and he jumped down. The whole person jumped to a height close to the clouds almost instantly. At the same time, slash hits. Rumbling. The ship is divided into two, fractured without any hindrance in the middle. In front of this slash, the ship seemed to be a thin piece of paper. The screams kept ringing. In the sky, Tycho was on the way down and looked at several pirate ships in the distance. They were all cannon fodder in New World. Although they were also owned by Saya Lord, they belonged to the real cannon fodder level and only offered a low reward. Only 50 million would be sent by Lord Saya to do this kind of thing. At this moment, Tycho screamed without hesitation with a cold expression on his face. Fire and smash them for me. He wants to destroy this Black Crow pirate group to the whole army here. But the next moment, rumbling, with the sound of gunfire on the pirate ships, shells came one after another. But at this moment, with his swish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tycho, stretched out one hand, grabbed Tycho's neck directly, and held it tightly. Min tilted his head and looked at the guy in front of him indifferently and said coldly, Originally, I wanted to kill you, but now you can rest assured, I changed my mind and won't kill you. But whether you can go back alive depends on your luck. After speaking, Mio looked at the pirate ships below with a calm expression. There is no panic at all. You can see those pirate ships, but they were shrouded in an aperture in an instant, and then within those apertures, almost hundreds of thousands of huge wind blades condensed, surrounding the pirate ships in the center, and then went crazy. Swept away. There are 5 pirate ships in total. In a few seconds, it collapsed unexpectedly. Tycho also saw this scene. His pupils tightened, and a look of fear suddenly appeared. The corner of Meow's mouth smiled and said, If you can go back alive, tell the idiot behind you that he is qualified to be our first opponent to enter the New World, but let him not die too early. I am very interested in his ability. Finished. Mio suddenly threw it, and Tycho's body was directly thrown out by Mio, and his body fell toward the sea like a cannonball, and finally fell into the sea. A flash. Mio appeared on the deck of the Black Glory and said slowly, Let's go. Under the envelope of observation hockey, there are still some surviving pirates in the ruins of those ships. With these pirates, this so-called flea fruit ability person will not die without accident, able to take his own words back intact. Therefore, Mio is very looking forward to the next journey. After all, Saya is not only very interested in his own abilities, but there are several captains under Saya's hands, and they also have good abilities. With the arrogance of a big pirate of that level, his words will be passed on, and he will definitely send someone. Come and target the Black Crow pirates. Either he himself or his pirate captain. Mio is looking forward to it very much. New World. On an island. This is the headquarters of a newspaper. Today, the newspaper received a video contribution. At this time, the members of the newspaper in the office were watching this video contribution, and their faces were all shocked. You can see that the video is replaying on the big screen in the middle of the office. At the beginning of the video, it was on the deck of a luxury ship, and soon a figure appeared in the video, causing the staff in the newspaper office to hold their breath, showing a look of consternation. It was a celestial dragon in brocade clothes, with transparent bubbles on his head, and two female slaves with exposed clothes but a good figure. The slaves had no brilliance in their eyes, as if they were desperate. The eyes were dull. They knelt beside celestial dragons, letting celestial dragons play with them. But at this moment, on the deck, a black figure suddenly rose. Ooh, a man in a black suit who was clearly a member of the CP suddenly appeared in front of celestial dragons with a cold tone. The Black Shadow Warrior didn't answer anything, just handed it over with a newspaper in his hand. Damn untouchables. Can my ship come up casually by untouchables? Catch me, and I want him to be my slave. Celestial Dragon's voice rang out, instructing the CP members and giving their orders. When the CP members heard the master's order, they were ready to shoot without any hesitation. Then the next moment, one after another black figures emerged from the deck. Almost in an instant, there were hundreds of people standing on the entire deck. The CP members suddenly became nervous, staring at the surroundings with fear, and protected celestial dragons behind them. This weird way of playing made him dare not take any action without authorization. Damn, were you still hesitating? Kill them for me. Kill them all. Celestial dragons roared. These dark shadow warriors are just like ordinary people. In his eyes, they are untouchables, and now these untouchables dare to be free. His appearance on his boat is simply an insult to himself. A huge insult. With that said, celestial dragons even took out a small, exquisite revolver, aimed at a shadow warrior, and fired directly with a bang. A bullet flew out and hit a dark shadow warrior. Seeing this, the CP members suddenly shrank their pupils and secretly said no, fearing that these people would be irritated by this action. Their muscles were tight, and they were extremely vigilant. This time Celestial Dragons is traveling. Although there are bodyguards, he is the only real CP member. Originally, he was not the only one, but because of the transfer of 5 elders, all the powerful CP members went to protect the adult and chose a suitable island. So he was the only one to protect Celestial Dragons. The others are slaves of Celestial Dragons, and those people don't have much fighting ability. So he is the only one who can protect Celestial Dragons. However, even if his strength is not bad, facing so many Shadow Warriors, coupled with that strange way of playing, he dare not have 100% confidence to protect the safety of Celestial Dragons. What's even more bizarre is that after the shot Celestial Dragons fired and hit a Sombra Warrior, that Sombra Warrior turned into black smoke and disappeared, but only after a breath, he recovered. This ability almost made the CP member's scalp numb. You have to be clear that if you hurt Celestial Dragons, no matter who or where you are, you will be tracked down and killed by the world government and naval headquarters, and Admiral of Naval Headquarters will not let you go. The CP member said in a deep voice. Warned. The voice just fell. A dark shadow warrior rushed out towards Celestial Dragons. The CP members shot almost instantaneously, but at the same time, all the other shadow warriors rushed towards Celestial Dragons without any hesitation. The face of the CP member suddenly changed, and when one of the shadow warriors approached Celestial Dragons, the CP member's pupils tightened. The number of these black shadow warriors is too much, and he can't handle it alone. He can only protect as much as possible. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to rush to protect celestial dragons. But the next moment, the shadow warrior stretched out his hand and grabbed it, as if he had caught something. Immediately afterwards, all the shadow warriors disappeared at this moment. Only left on the deck, with a look of astonishment on the CP member and the newspaper that fell on the deck. What's going on? The CP members were shocked and didn't understand what these shadow warriors were planning to do. Aren't they going to hurt celestial dragons? Obviously, it was about to succeed. Why did it disappear again? He didn't understand, but he hurried to celestial dragons and asked nervously, "My lord, are you okay?" Celestial dragons touched his belt, roared with anger on his face. "Damn it, those untouchables took my jade pendant, which is my favorite treasure, immediately found them for me, and then grabbed them for me. I want them all to be my slaves." Jade pendant? The CP member was stunned, and then looked at the newspaper on the deck with a stunned expression. Those guys, couldn't they be here to sell newspapers? Yes, maybe not. Is there such a powerful newspaper in the world? Selling newspapers and buying celestial dragons on the ship. Don't you say that you still grab something? After you go back, you have to check it carefully. The CP member thought in his heart at this time. As for the inner thoughts of CP members, these staff members in the newspaper office are naturally unclear. But they know the situation in this video, as CP members guessed, just to sell newspapers. And they also know the origin of these shadow warriors. A member of the staff was surprised. Editor-in-chief, these dark shadows seem to be members of a newspaper called Ling Long in the first half of the Grand Line. This is the way they deliver newspapers. What do you mean by this video is? What else can it be? I want to borrow our hand to open New World's reputation. Fortunately, New World has a firm foothold. The editor-in-chief is a middle-aged man, and the answer was suddenly said at this time. The staff members frowned suddenly. Then shall we not publish it? No, publish it. The editor shook his head and rejected the proposal. Even if we don't publish, they will vote for other newspapers. There are always newspapers who choose to publish. It's just a matter of time. So we refuse to refuse. This time we publish first, but we can get more attention. It can be regarded as mutually beneficial to this Ling Long newspaper. It's just I didn't expect them to be brave enough to sell to celestial dragons. This point surprised the editor-in-chief, but then he said, "But that's okay. Maybe in the future you can see the results of this newspaper angering celestial dragons. Does it still exist, or is it destroyed?" Soon, the newspaper office became operational. Under the impetus of the editor-in-chief, the news began to be published in the newspaper. The next day, newspapers were taken by seagulls and flew to all parts of New World. On the Black Honor, Meow looked at the map and possessed the existence of drought. He didn't need to pass through islands one by one like the original Luffy. As long as he had a chart, he could go wherever he wanted. At this moment, Meow raised her eyebrows and said to Han Yen, "At 3 o'clock, drought. The current target is an island in New World with what Meow needs, which is the location of the northwestern bird that I asked Doflamingo about. At present, Meow already has the south-south birds. As long as you find 3 other birds, you can start cultivating that one. When Kostan's training is over, he will consider going to another place. The location of the permanent pointer to the location of Radruff." At the order of Mio, the ship began to move quickly. The weather changes in New World are even more unpredictable than in the first half of the Grand Line. At the first moment, it was cloudless, and the next moment there will be dark clouds, thunder snakes rolling, and then there may be storms and heavy rains. Pour down. All in all, the skills of navigators will be tested very much in New World. Only the powerful cannot care about these, unless it is the kind of tsunami that the City of Seven Waters encounters every year. On the deck, Erica held a knife in both hands and fought against Mio. Conqueror's Hockey was involved in every slash, which contained a great pressure. At this time, Mio was learning from Erica. But at this moment, rumbling, the shelling sounded. In the distance, a warship appeared in sight, covered by observation hockey, and Mio could clearly know that there was no powerful presence on that ship, and it should be just a warship patrolling the surroundings. After frowning slightly, Mio yelled directly, "Marcy, go!" Hear the words. Marcy, who was lying on the deck boringly, immediately raised her head. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and the next moment a pair of dragon wings spread out behind her and flew towards the warship without hesitation. The petite and exquisite body was extremely fast, flying away like a phantom in the sky, and when she came to the top of the warship, Marcy opened her mouth even more. Roar! Obviously, he looked very cute on the outside, but a terrifying roar suddenly came from his mouth, roaring in all directions, and it was as shocking as Conqueror's hockey. At the same time, there are sparks gushing in the mouth. The roar of the fire dragon, the fiery flames gushing out frantically, almost dyeing the sky red, jetting towards the warship. Seeing this scene, the non-commissioned officer on the warship couldn't help but open his mouth wide. When he reacted, he yelled without hesitation, "Hurry up!" A famous Marine jumped into the sea. But more than 10 seconds later, with a bang, the warship exploded and was directly engulfed by flames. "Cut! It's boring. It's gone all at once. I've been hitting them one by one." Marcy pouted and said disappointedly, and finally waved his wings back to the deck. The battle between Mio and Erica is still going on. This time the destruction of the Marine warship will not cause him any emotions. After all, it is just a warship. At most, it is to expose his position in the New World to Marine, but it is harmless. Marine wants to catch himself in New World, especially in this era. It is idiotic. You must know that there are many pirates in New World who want to get Marine out of New World. They're all very interested. After all, the sea is surging, and some pirates have ambitions to fight for the throne, but they don't want to let Marine reap the benefits of the throne after they fail. The first half of the Grand Line. The sea near Sabati Archipelago. A luxurious cruise ship is moving forward on the sea, singing and dancing on the cruise ship. Women are performing with all their strength. If one is not careful, they may lose their lives and even suffer a huge humiliation. The reason is the celestial dragons not far in front of them. Report your lord. There are 3 warships in the distance. Warship. A CP member showed doubts on his face and looked in the direction. It was indeed a warship, but then, when he looked at it carefully, his eyes suddenly widened, showing surprise. Color. Damn it, it's not a warship, it's a pirate group of wild beasts. Recently, the Mad Beast pirates have made a splash in the first half of the Grand Line. The main reason is that the Mad Beasts and pirates have extremely cruel and ruthless styles. As long as it is something they want, basically anyone who hinders them will be slaughtered. Several warships were looted and used as pirate ships. In the meantime, he even killed a vice admiral of his headquarters, and from this he could also see the power of the Wild Beast Pirate Group. At this time, the Mad Beast Pirate Group actually appeared here. The CP member frowned and said without hesitation, "Quickly, turn around and leave this sea." The luxury cruise ship diverted immediately. But at this moment, on the one headed by the several warships, a sturdy figure stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the cruise ship cruelly and coldly, with the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Behind him, a subordinate of Talos hesitated at this moment. "Boss, do we really want to go? That's celestial dragons. Once celestial dragons are killed, we'll be chased by Admiral. What about Admiral? Can he kill me?" Talos responded with a sneer. His right hand was in the shape of a claw, and he suddenly waved to the location of the cruise ship ahead. Only faintly heard a sound of breaking through the air. Then the cruise ship suddenly sounded an explosion, as if it had been hit by something and stopped directly on the surface of the sea, unable to move. Dare to shoot celestial dragons. It means that Talos has absolute self-confidence. What's more, his blade fruit can turn anything into a blade to attack the opponent. Air and wind can be used, coupled with the ability of Momo fruit to increase speed. His methods are almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Coupled with his other abilities, terrifying physical quality. Even if Admiral came, he dared to fight. There is devil fruit on the expert boat. The adults are very interested in devil fruit. If you collect it and give it to the adults in the future, the adults will definitely be very happy. Talos thought excitedly. Immediately, Talos roared. Lean Lousy over, then kill all the guys up there and take everything. The boss ordered. These pirates even hesitated before, but at this time they all laughed wildly, and the warship began to approach the cruise ship. On the cruise ship, the CP members reported to Marine without any hesitation, and at the same time, they began to let celestial dragons leave by a submarine first, staying behind to drag the enemy. Everyone on the cruise ship has a sense of fear in their hearts at this time. Meow naturally didn't know about this. Guy West Asia Islands. This is the destination of this trip to Mio. It is an archipelago where other birds of sight exist. It has been a week since I came to New World. During this week, Mio has completely experienced the complexity of the weather in New World, and the speed of change is almost unpredictable. At the same time, there is still some distance from Guy West Asia. As the Black Lorry was heading towards Guy's West Asia Islands, at this time New World Curia Island, Saya's base camp. On the island, there is a town, and the whole town belongs to Saya's territory. At this time, in a castle in the center of the town, in the empty hall, there is a figure sitting on the seat above the deepest steps. This figure is slender, but there are 2 black horns on the forehead and also on the cheeks. The black lines look a little weird. Beside this figure, there is also a beautiful girl showing her soft body. Below the steps, Taiko said angrily, "Sayasama, the Black Crow Pirates group is different from other supernovas. It almost doesn't put you in the eyes, and also specially asked me to tell you, I hope you don't die too fast, and what do you say you are very impressed with? Interests and the like are simply unforgivable." The voice fell. The figure on the seat on the steps gave a slight sneer at the corners of her mouth. Vaguely, the slender figure seemed to change suddenly. The head stretched out one pair of corners, and, at the same time, the body expanded. The temperature in the castle rose in an instant. "Stand up. The task entrusted to you has not been completed. Where did the face come back alive?" The voice of the figure was silent and without emotion. In the words, "The ground is faintly surging with strange patterns." Looking at the pattern, Taiko's face changed, and almost instantly he got up and retreated back, retreating and explaining crazily. "Master Saya, I have worked very hard to complete the task you ordered, but the strength of the Black Crow Pirates is too strong. I have no way. Please forgive me, please." A look of fear appeared on Taiko's face. The pupils shrink. It's like seeing something terrifying. But no matter how he begged for mercy, the strange black pattern that moved on the ground still didn't stop, and even finally came under his feet and rushed to his body along his feet. At this time, he was barely able to see what the weird pattern was. It was a cluster of flames, black flames, weird colors, but the temperature was abnormally terrifying. After being entangled by the flame, Taiko's body began to melt quickly, and his flesh and blood seemed to be burned abruptly. Heart-piercing screams sounded in this hall, but after a few seconds, the screams disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Taiko's body disappeared completely, leaving only a piece of white bone, which was scattered on the ground. "Waste things." Looking at the white bones on the ground, Saya stood up on the steps. At this moment, he had a pair of black wings behind him. His skin was red and black, and strange lines appeared on his body. A powerful aura radiated from Saya and swept all around. "Amy," Saya shouted. A figure walked into the castle. This was a brawny man. His eyes were very fierce. His body was full of blood, and there was a scar on his face. "Boss." Amy grinned and looked at Saya. "Go and find me the location of the Black Crow Pirates, and then kill them," Saya said in a cold voice. Hearing that, the pirate named Amy licked his lips, revealing a touch of excitement. "Hey, Murder, don't worry, I will bring their heads back soon." After speaking, Amy turned around and left the castle. Seeing Amy's departure, Saya returned to his original form, sat down again, and sneered. "A guy who just entered the new world, I don't know if the sky is high and the earth is thick, only death will end." A hot girl next to her posted it up, smiling sweetly. "Saya-sama, don't have to be angry with a newcomer. If Amy-sama takes action, They will be killed soon. Let's continue to play. Hey, that's right. With Amy taking the shot, Lousy will see the head of the Black Crow pirates in a few days. Saya laughed in agreement, then hugged the girl and played happily. At the same time, a piece of news also began to appear all over New World. The headline of the news is that the pirate named Talos killed celestial dragons and will be hunted down by Admiral. He is the #1 supernova this year, offering a reward of more than 200 million. At the same time, the Black Crow pirates entered the New World. Interesting, halalala. It seems that New World will soon become lively. On the mobile, Whitebeard laughed and drank the wine to start today's banquet with his sons. On an island, the redhead looked at the news in the newspaper and smiled on his face. This guy named Talos is a bit like Kaido, and he actually killed celestial dragons before entering New World. I wonder if he can escape Admiral's hunt. There is also the Black Crow pirates, which finally entered New World. I'm curious if this guy is so funny when Hawkeye said it. Red handed out the newspaper, shaking his arms. Happy today, have a banquet. Oh, have a banquet, huh? Drink and drink. The pirates around cheered. The redhead has a smile on his face. After the banquet, we will go to meet the Black Crow pirates. At the same time, it is also an island in New World. Kaido hung the gourd with wine around his waist, looked at the contents of the newspaper, grinned immediately, and laughed. Lousy is very interested in this guy's crew. Go and find them. Lousy wants them to be Lousy's men. Beast pirates set off directly to the location of the Black Crow pirates. New World began to surging in secret for a while. However, most of the pirates are still calm. Now to know about these things. West Asia Islands. The Black Glory at this time has already reached this destination island. At first glance, it is a huge archipelago. The islands are connected to each other, making the range of the archipelago very huge. This island not only has birds from east to west, but also some other creatures. Although there are no ancient creatures, some beasts on the island are also very powerful because of the particularity of the island. The pirates offering a reward of 30 to 40 million to come to this island will only end in death. From this one can imagine how ferocious and powerful the beasts on the island are. However, such an island is exactly what Meow needs. There are a total of 17 islands in the West Asia Islands. After docking the Black Glory, Mio disembarked directly, looked at Erica, and asked, "Who are you with?" "I'll be with you, Captain," Robin said first, getting off the boat and standing beside Mio. Before disembarking, Mio told them the purpose of this island in the future. Because Erica shook their heads, they didn't have the idea of going with Mio. If they spread out, they can find it better. After all, the Gizia Islands are too huge. If they go together, it will be a lot of trouble to find them, even with observation hockey. Same, Mio said. In that case, Erica, then the matter will be left to you. Don't worry, sir. Erica nodded and said seriously, I will tell you to go down. Well, then Robin and I will leave first. Hearing this, Meow picked up Robin and ran in one direction. As for Erica, the tentacles on her forehead waved, and an inexplicable wave swept across the West Asia Islands. Various ants began to appear everywhere in the islands and went everywhere. Look for it. Erica's purpose is simple. First, look for devil fruit with spiral patterns. Second, bring the vigorous but seriously injured beast to the shore, because the Haiyan people decided to be seriously injured when they encounter the beast, and then hand it to the ants who Erica summons you to transport to the shore, where the Black Glory is. Finally, that is the third one, looking for birds from east to west. After Erica ordered to go down, she went to an island with Lilith. On the other hand, Haiyan and Warwick were separated, each rushing towards an island. Maxie scratched her head with her little hand, and her fingertips clicked from island to island. In the end, it seemed that she had chosen an island that she decided to go to. She couldn't help but nodded and flew in that direction. Sure, soon only the Black Glory and the Drought were left here. The others all left and went to an island in the archipelago. At this time, in an island on the archipelago, Mio and Robin have already stepped into the forest. At first glance, they saw huge trees sent into the clouds. They were so luxuriant that it was difficult for sunlight to penetrate in some places. With a hum, a wave of observation hockey radiated from Mio's body, directly covering the maximum range around him. However, after seeing and hearing the color dissipated, Mio suddenly let out a surprise, and there was a flickering light in her eyes, appearing. "What's the matter, Captain?" Robin noticed Mio's strangeness and asked curiously. The corner of Meow's mouth smiled. "Kaido, I found some interesting little guys. It's not that these little guys are so powerful, but that these little guys fit the name of their pirate group. Crow, let's go. Let's take a look. There are a lot of them." Mio grinned, picked up Robin, and stepped out, and his body suddenly ejected. Robin was used to being held in his arms and accelerated forward, but he didn't panic at all. Just put his arms around Mio's neck, grabbed it tightly, and looked forward. Soon, he arrived at his destination. This is a low mountain area outside the forest. At this time, on the trees here, you can see a large number of bird nests, all of which are crow nests at a glance. Crows are resident birds and do not migrate with the seasons. They will live in their birthplaces throughout their lives. So it is not surprising that there are so many nests, but the number is really large. There's so many crows. Maybe there are tens of thousands, right? Robin couldn't help taking a step back, exclaiming, a more vigilant look in his eyes. The crows were dispatched by groups, their intelligence was not low, and they were also very aggressive. She didn't want to provoke these crows. Almost. Mio nodded lightly and touched his chin, as if thinking about something. Then, his eyes flickered, grabbing Robin, and ran towards the forest. There was an idea in my mind. He wants these crow genes. Then take it to fuse. Tens of thousands of crows have been genetically fused, even if the crows are very small, but tens of thousands are still crows in the world of One Piece, and their attributes are much stronger than those on Earth. Once they are fused, at that time, the increase in attributes is definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. "Captain, what are we going to do?" Robin hugged Mio's neck and asked curiously. "Find a corpse, draw the crows together, and serve it in one pot." Mio Kaido, within the coverage of his observation hockey, already knew where there was something he wanted. Soon, Mio came to the place. This is a clearing in the forest. On the clearing, there is a huge corpse of a giant beast. This giant beast is very common in the world of One Piece, but it is a number on some islands, and all on some islands. This is a giant lion, about the size of a dinosaur. It seems that he's been dead for a long time. Some of the flesh on his body has been gnawed, and the rest has been turned into rotten flesh. On this uninhabited island, carrion is everywhere, but this size of carrion is most in line with Meow's requirements. "Let's go." Looking at the carrion corpse, the corners of Meow's mouth raised, and with a thought, the huge corpse immediately disappeared and appeared on the road to the crow's lair. Meow moved forward while setting. When I came to the crow's lair again, I could see the crowd of black crows still in front of me. These crows noticed Mio. Some made a fierce cry, some combed their feathers, and did nothing else. "Robin, find a place to hide," Mio said in a deep voice. There were too many crows. Although he wanted to get it done in one go, the corpses were not big enough. At most, he could only kill thousands of them at once, which would attract revenge from the crows. "I don't care, but Robin still has to hide." Hearing that, Robin nodded and ran away without any hesitation to hide a certain distance from this area. Following Robin's hiding, Mio snapped his fingers. In an instant, the giant beast's corpse appeared on the ground in the center of the crow's lair. The appearance of carrion represented food. These crows smelled the smell, flapped their wings, and flew crazy toward the carrion carcass. The amount of horror seemed to be overwhelmed by a black cloud. People can't help but numb their scalp when they see this scene. This is the time. Mio didn't show any fear, but only excitement. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were raised, and looking at the group of crows engulfing the corpse, the figures appeared in the sky while flashing. Immediately, his mouth opened, and a fiery flame burst out suddenly. Boom! The screaming screams constantly sounded. Under the flames, there was an explosion sounded constantly below, and at the same time there were a large number of surviving crows flying into the sky, staring at Mio with fierce resentment, and swept toward Mio like a black torrent. The crow represents disaster and death. At this moment, as Mio's move blasted out, a large number of prompts continued to emerge on the panel, and that was one crow gene being included. The more you come, the better. Looking at the swept crows, there was excitement on Mio's face, without any fear. The number of these crows was not enough to pose a danger to him, and it was about 10 times higher. After all, his abilities allow him to stand in any place without being threatened with death. The roar of the fire dragon. Mio gave a low roar, and the figure appeared under the crowd of crows. The flames gushed again, engulfing a lot of crows, and the prompt appeared on the panel again. A large number of genes, at least 2,000 to 3,000 crow genes, have been included in this moment alone. This is the largest number of genes of the same kind included in Meow. Far below, Robin looked at the flashing figure, bombing the crow's Mio, but suddenly he was surprised at the next moment. His eyes looked in one direction, showing a look of surprise. Robin's arm color is not very strong. After all, she is young, plus being a female, her physical strength can't keep up, and she doesn't exercise too much. But observation hockey is not bad. At this time, under observation hockey, Robin found a figure staggering towards the distance. That is, a crow, a little crow. It seems that it hasn't been long since it was born. Its feathers have not been fully grown, and its wings have not been fully expanded. But it was just such a little crow. At the same time as one side went away, he looked back at Meow from time to time. This is a pair of glances full of resentment, anger, and flames of revenge. The emotion was so intense that Robin couldn't help but be surprised. The IQ of the crow itself is not low, but the IQ of this little crow is significantly higher. What a heavy hatred. I can't let you leave, Robin muttered, looking at Meow on the horizon, and then hugged his hands in front of him, and his thoughts on the flower fruit ability suddenly moved. Suddenly, the 4 arms of the little crow appeared around him, and there were even traces of armament hockey on them. The 4 arms directly grabbed the 4 different parts of the little crow, making it unable to move no matter how hard it struggled. There was an extremely unpleasant scream of wow wow in his mouth. 1 hour. It took a full hour for Mio to end the battle. After slowly exhaling, his figure flickered and appeared beside Robin. Looking at the number of crow genes on the panel, Mio couldn't help smiling, and her eyes flickered. 10,321 copies of the crow gene, not bad. More than 10,000 crow genes are all fused together. Even if they're just crow genes, you can imagine how terrifying it is. Captain here, Robin tugged at the corner of Chi Min's clothes and pointed in a direction. Mio had noticed this little crow just now, and said when he saw a smile on Robin's face, "Good job. It's 3 happy moments." Sanchi. Robin was stunned after hearing this, and asked strangely, "Captain, those crows may be a good thing for you, and this little crow is one thing. But what about the other?" Meow squeezed Robin's white face, and while feeling the fleshy feel, she pointed in one direction and said, "That's the 3rd good thing. It was discovered during Mio's battle, and it can be said that it made him excited for a while." There was a big tree next to the crow's nest, and a pitch-black devil fruit was lying there quietly, covered with spiral patterns, and it seemed that there was a black luster flashing faintly. "Devil fruit," Robin exclaimed suddenly, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "And it's not an ordinary devil fruit. It's the monster species in Zoan, the soul-smashing bird." Mio has seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book given by Doflamingo before, so I remember that most of the devil fruit, to be precise, should be most of the pictures of the fruit that Mio seems to be powerful and useful, and the soul-scaring bird fruit is also among them. As a kind of phantom beast, the fruit of the soul-wounding bird is naturally extraordinary. As its name suggests, it is related to the soul, and it can even hurt the soul. It is a very powerful ability. Therefore, at the first sight of this devil fruit, Mio recognized it. I have to say that not long after I came to Guy West Asia, I ran into a devil fruit of the Eudemons, which undoubtedly made Meow excited to see. I also look forward to the next time in Guy West Asia. Maybe there will be more. Harvest. With his swish, Mio appeared next to Devil Fruit, took Devil Fruit in his hand, and returned to Robin's side. Captain, what will this little guy do? Kill, Robin asked, pointing to the little crow. No, take it home. Mio grinned. This little crow should be considered a different kind of crow, with a relatively high IQ, so you can bring it home. After all, the Black Crow Pirate Group. Raising a crow is also quite appropriate. Okay, although the representative of the crow is unknown, since joining the Black Crow Pirate Group, she doesn't dislike this animal. Mio handed Devil Fruit to Robin to hold it, and he grabbed the little crow and held it in his hand. The two of them moved toward the direction of the Black Honor, while Mio's heart was thinking about it. It's the soul-wounding bird fruit. I currently have 3 devil fruits in my hand, but I can consider a lottery, but the abilities of the 3 devil fruits are good, and the other 2 are not as good as the soul-wounding bird, but they are okay. Which one to use? It is worth considering the question of going to the lottery. When returning to the position of the Black Honor, Mio had already made a decision. At the same time, you can see a large number of ants on the shore along a road, constantly transporting some seriously injured beasts out of the forest and put them on the shore. Not bad, but the efficiency is okay. There are already nearly 10 severely wounded beasts on the shore. At this efficiency, at least dozens or even hundreds of genes can be collected in a day. Grown-ups. Seeing Mio's return, the drought appeared on the surface of the sea, stirring the sea, and a huge body appeared in front of Mio's eyes. Dry in, grab a few sea beasts when you have the opportunity. It's useful to me. Meow said to the dry yin. In 1 year, everyone's strength has been more or less improved, and the dry yin is no exception. It's just that there is currently no opportunity for Drought to use his abilities, but once there is a chance, Drought will undoubtedly shock people. Good host. Han Yin nodded his head and immediately sank to the bottom of the sea. Since the adult had ordered, he acted immediately. Cut. On the shore, Mio drew a knife and slashed out. A sword aura appeared, and then slashed towards the severely injured beasts. Congratulations on your inclusion of the leopard gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the giant crocodile gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the Titan Python gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the giant wild boar gene. Congratulations on your inclusion of the leopard gene. A series of prompts appeared on the panel. Looking at these prompts, Mio nodded in satisfaction, then put the crow in a cage, and then took out a devil fruit, ready to draw. This devil fruit is the ancient dire wolf fruit of Zoan, which was purchased by celestial dragons. Although it is good, Mio is more willing to draw prizes. As for the other sickle dragon fruit, Mio intends to keep it and prepare it to cultivate creatures in the future. After all, Sicklesaurus is powerful among dinosaurs, and its basic attributes are very good. With a thought, the panel opens. When I clicked on the raffle panel, the dire wolf fruit had already turned into a chance to draw a lottery. At the same time, the huge roulette also appeared in front of Mio's eyes at this time. All kinds of peculiar genes on the roulette wheel. Every time I look at it, Mio's eyes can't help but a glowing color emerges, full of desire. Among these genes, Mio saw several genes that hadn't appeared before, and these genes all came from the world of Game King. Blue-eyed white dragon gene, elemental hero new Yuxia gene, heroes of destiny defensive human genes, elemental hero, and so on. There are many genes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Wang Ming has seen some of them, but he is not clear about the abilities of some of the monsters. He only knows some of the attack power, but some of the powerful card monsters in the anime must be terrifying, just like the 3 fantasy gods. Series, of course, there is no 3 magical gods on the current roulette. If they appear and are drawn by himself, then Mio feels that he can be directly invincible in this world. After all, the 3 phantom gods belong to the gods, and they represent the gods of the earth, the sky, and the sun. Of course, in addition to the 3 phantom gods for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World, what Meow wants most is undoubtedly the genes of the Dark Master. It's really tough. Call. After taking a deep breath, Mio looked at the roulette wheel without any hesitation. and pressed the lottery button. The roulette turned suddenly. Starting from the turn of the roulette wheel, Mio closed his eyes slightly, planning to wait until the end of the lottery to hear the drawn genes before opening his eyes. After closing his eyes, Mio didn't have the tension anymore, just waited quietly. After a while, congratulations on winning the Elemental Hero Wingman gene through the lottery. Hearing the sound, Meow suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. It's actually this gene, Elemental Hero Wingman. This is one of the genes from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! You can see from the name, it belongs to the Elemental Hero, so its own ability is related to the element, and the Wingman's ability is Wind, which is undoubtedly a very powerful abilities, or the ability to manipulate natural forces are very powerful. Although he does not know the specific abilities of the Wingman, he does know that this gene is very strong. After all, the Wingman is a hero, and he is equivalent to an orc. Not only does he have the power of wind, but his body strength is also terrifying. Biology, the increase may be huge. With a heart move, the roulette disappeared and the lottery panel closed. Next, the genes of the three birds are missing. The corners of Meow's mouth raised slightly, and a smile appeared. As long as the genes of the three birds are in hand, the cultivation can begin. Shaking his head, Mio left the cabin. After finding Robin, he decided to go to the forest again with Robin to find it. After all, there are more people and more power, so he will be faster. And just like that, time passed without knowing it, and it was 4 days later in the blink of an eye. I have to say that seeing birds is a bit hard to find. Even in the Guy West Asia Islands, it's hard to see them. It took 4 days for Meow and others to find the 3 seeing birds, plus the genes of the 4 birds in the south, north, and west are all obtained by Meow. Under the night, inside the Black Glory restaurant, Mio is enjoying the delicious dinner made by Erica. The delicacies made by the flesh and blood of various giant beasts and sea beasts are paired with whiskey. This is undoubtedly a pleasant dinner. After dinner, Mio came to the room where Costin was stored. At this time, in this room, as Mio entered, Hai Dongqing immediately stared at Mio sharply. Her eyes were like a sharp knife, and most people might not dare to look at her. I will make you different later. Just wait a while. Meow grinned, opened the panel, checked the genes he had, and thought about it. As for the genes to be used to cultivate Costin, he actually prepared almost everything. In addition to the beast genes obtained from hunting these days, other powerful genes are the Wingman gene obtained from the lottery, as well as the fruit ability gene, the ape eagle gene, and the white wolf gene. These are all obtained before, and they're all very good genes, especially the ape-eating eagle ability gene, which feeds on apes. This time, it's just thinking about it and making sure. He didn't intend to use the soul-scarring bird gene and the crow gene to cultivate Costin, but it had other uses. After pondering for a while, Mio also made a decision, intending to train according to the original plan. Then, without hesitation, Raikiri was slammed out of his waist, and with a knife, he directly cut the first Hai Dongqing. No matter how ferocious and potential this Costin is, but in front of Mio's eyes, it is just a bird. Under the condition of controlling his power, he can't help cutting open the cage, and even more seriously injuring Costin, and also on Snow White's body. Blood began to emerge, dyeing its feathers red. Thoughts moved. Costin was included in the training tank. Immediately afterwards, Mio began to pull the genes that he decided to cultivate into the gene slot below, and then clicked the cultivation button. Cultivate, start. Meow waited quietly. Soon the first choice began. Please choose the training direction. Humanoid? Animal shape? Mio touched his chin and said lightly, human form. The choice is successful. The reminder emerged. The training continued again. Mio continued to wait, and at the same time began to look forward to it in her heart. This time, there are 2 very good genes in her ability. I don't know what kind of guy will be cultivated. After waiting for half an hour, successful training. Name, unnamed. Ability. Abilities, Julie. It has powerful power, superb speed. It is very fast like lightning. Toughness, its skin is tough and tough, making it hard to get injured. mighty eyes, a sharp gaze like a condor. Looking directly at others can give others a sense of psychological oppression. Sense of direction. Its sense of direction is amazing, as long as you want to be able to easily discern any direction, no matter where it is. Influence, it affects any inanimate sign. Of course, this ability has a certain range. Wind, it has affinity with the elements and can control the power of the elements for its own use. Heroic, from the mysterious gene in the body, allowing it to change in appearance, but also can greatly improve physical attributes. P.S. Afraid of sea water. Strength level. Headquarters Vice Admiral. Ultimate strength, Semi-Admiral. The potential has not yet been developed. Looking at the ability introduction, Meow frowned slightly, a little surprised. The extreme combat power actually has a quasi-admiral level, which is a bit unexpected, but it is normal. The ability to influence and to control wind are not surprising for quasi-admiral, but I think it should not be as powerful as Talos. Although Taros is also a quasi-admiral, his ability can completely drag some admiral to death. You must know that Taros is at the top in terms of physical fitness and resilience, plus the ability to draw, endless life, and beasts. It's not a problem to fight for more than 10 days. It's easy. The average person is not so long-lasting. Not everyone's physical stamina is capable of enduring, and not everyone can rely on absorption to recover from their injuries. And Talos also has Momo ability. However, it is undeniable that the organisms cultivated this time should also be very strong. With a thought, a figure appeared in front of him. This is a cold-looking man with long white hair and sharp eyes, but at the same time exudes a sharp breath. Owner, at the first sight of Mio, the man directly kneeled on one knee in a respectful tone. From now on, just call me an adult, Mio said, then touched his chin and said the name he had thought of before. From now on, you'll be called Baifeng. It was a name that was partial to the country in his own memory, but it was also Baifeng's own ability. Hearing this, Baifeng's eyes flickered, as if he nodded with excitement. Thank you, sir. Mio grinned and started his own time. Ability extraction. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on drawing the ability, impact, and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. The prompt false. This time, Mio clearly felt the improvement of his physical attributes, and from this, he could also see that Baifeng's physical strength was not bad. But what surprised Mio the most was the ability that was drawn this time. Influence. Influence, Meow murmured. Her eyes flickered, and excitement burst out in her eyes. With one hand raised, a circle of light spread directly around Mio and enveloped the ship. This is the area of influence, and it could be even larger, but at present Mio just wants to try this ability, so there's no need to expand that much. I saw a move in the new year of Mio, urging his abilities. The first is a wine glass in the room. Under Meow's gaze, it seems to have been inexplicably affected and suddenly torn apart. But the next moment, Mio's eyes condensed, and the torn wine glass shattered again, and it was still suspended in the air, floating there piece by piece. This, after only 2 attempts, Mio couldn't help taking a breath and exclaiming, "It's a terrifying ability, and it's also very expensive." 2 attempts have consumed almost 1% of his physical stamina. Don't think it's too small. This is actually quite a lot. After all, the impact just now is of no use. If the battle has a greater impact, it will be consumed at that time. His physical stamina will also be greater, but fortunately, he has the ability to survive, so he doesn't need to care about it. But this ability, it's really scary. He can influence any dead things like domains, and it's not an exaggeration to describe it as manipulation. Very terrifying ability, but for Mio, this ability will be even more terrifying because this ability and the replacement ability Mio are very matched just thinking about it, and even thought of how to use the 2 abilities. Thinking of this, Meow couldn't help her eyes flickering, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. In a moment of thought, the area of influence disappeared. Then Mio left the room with Baifeng and introduced it to others in the living room. For Baifeng, Erica and others have expressed their welcome, And it is not surprising that the appearance of Bifoam, including Robin, is not surprising, or it is used to it. In the living room, Meow said while holding a bottle of whiskey, while drinking it, while holding a reward order. "We will rest here tonight, and we will be leaving tomorrow." Within a few days, Rang Min collected what he wanted, but there were no other gains. Devil Fruit also only had the soul-scarring bird, which made Min a little disappointed, but it was nothing more than that. "Is there a goal?" Robin closed the book, looked up at Min, and asked. "Of course." Meow grinned and smiled, and the reward order in his hand was photographed on the table. In the reward order, it was a reward from a pirate who was also in New World and became a target of Mio. Hypnosis teacher Lufaxi, Paramecia sensory ability person, captain of the Hypnosis pirate group, offers a reward of 130 million. Seeing the content of the reward order, Robin frowned slightly, a little strange. "Captain, is there anything special about this guy? It doesn't feel like there is anything worth looking for, and the ability looks pretty average. Hey, this guy's worth a trip." Mio grinned but didn't say why. In other words, if the reasons are stated, there's no need to go. Lufaxi has nothing to care about for Meow, but he needs to use Lufaxi's abilities to use it. It just so happens that he also knows Lufaxi's location now, which is known through the Shadow Warrior. The opponent's location is some distance away from Guy's West Asia Islands, so it is necessary to go directly, otherwise the opponent's voyage will get farther and farther. Robin nodded, although Mio didn't say anything. But in fact Mio said or not the reason is the same. He is the captain. Even if there is no reason, the Black Glory will drive where he wants to go. At the same time, what Meow didn't know was that in the waters far away from Guy West Asia, a ship was slowly coming towards Guy West Asia. Overnight slowly passed. Early the next morning, the sun has just risen, but the thing that makes people happy is that the weather in this sea area is sunny today, and the warm sun is shining down, which makes people feel comfortable. Feeling the warm sunlight on her body, Mio's face raised with a smile, and after stretching her body, she leaned on the enclosure, looked far away, and then looked at Bifoam beside her and said, "Next, I will leave it to you if I get sailing. There are also many navigator books on the ship. I have time to read more." "Okay, sir." Bifoam nodded slightly, slowly closing a book in his hand. The position he was trained to hold was the navigator. Of course, most of the navigators on the pirate ship will not be very strong, and Bifoam is naturally an exception. His strength belongs to the level that can establish a foothold in New World. Although the current white wind navigation technology is not very strong, but with drought and knowing the location, there will be no major problems. Suddenly, Bifeng's eyes flashed, his right hand grabbed into the air, and a wisp of wind seemed to be caught in his hand just like that. Looking at the wind in his palm, Bifeng said solemnly, "My lord, this gust of wind tells me that someone is coming, and the purpose seems to be in the Guy's West Asia Islands." "Oh." Hearing this, Mio raised her eyebrows and was a little surprised, but Xian even grinned. "If you say this, the other party's purpose is that the possibility is not small for us. Then wait here and wait for the other party to come over and see who it is." Originally, he planned to leave directly. After all, there is nothing worthy of his memory on Guy's West Asia Islands. Devil Fruit also only knows the soul-wounding bird, but you can wait for a while now. Whether it's an enemy or a friend or an enemy, the Black Crow Pirates are now in this new world. Unless it is of the level of Whitebeard or there are too many enemies, who can keep the Black Crow Pirates? Breakfast is ready quickly. Meow was sitting on the deck with a plate, eating and drinking, occasionally looking at the blue sea in the distance. When Mio had just finished eating, a small black spot appeared in her sight. Finally come, looking at the black spot, Min squinted his eyes and lifted the plate to the side. Robin took the plate, looked at the little black spot, then turned back to the dining room and went to help Erica clean up the table. "Sir, that's the banner of the Charlotte Pirates." Lilith put down her binoculars and looked back at Meow to report. Hearing this, Mio was a little surprised. "Charlotte's Pirates? My lord, as one of the most powerful contenders for the New World throne, the Charlotte Pirates, this time the purpose should be us, then shall we." Hei Yan's eyes flickered, and his voice revealed a chill. Hearing this, Mio gently shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Wait until they come to see what they want to do." After all, although they are not afraid of the old woman Charlotte, I have to say that the power of the nations is still not small, and it is always a lot of trouble to become an enemy. Although it is not the time for the beginning of the plot, Big Mom's powerful strength has allowed her to convene a lot of pirate groups under her hands. In addition, she was born in Rock's Pirate, and she was originally well known. At the same time, Big Mom is a woman too capable, even if it is now that they have given birth to a lot of children, all of which add up, making their forces extremely powerful. But I hope this old woman won't think about coming to me for marriage. Meow murmured softly. The possibility is still not small. Especially now that Charlotte hasn't become a emperor, it's even more likely that he will marry others. At the beginning of the original work, Charlotte had more than 40 husbands. It's maddening to think about it. It's strange to choose some. People of blood will marry and give birth to a baby. Mio is really afraid that Charlotte will look after him and will only become an enemy then. When thinking about it, that ship is already approaching. It's not Charlotte's queen chant, but the style is close. At this moment, on the bow, a figure stood on it, staring at Min with a smile. Mr. Black Crow, next is Charlotte Perospero from the Big Mom Pirates. I am sending you an invitation letter for the tea party on my mother's order. Perospero said the purpose of his arrival straightforwardly. At the same time, an invitation letter was thrown by Perospero, flying towards Mio like a dart. Warwick reached out and grabbed the invitation letter and handed it to Min. After receiving the invitation letter, the corners of Mio's mouth rose slightly, looking at the invitation, and immediately raised his head to look at Perospero. Although I am honored to be invited to a tea party from the Big Mom Pirates, I am sorry that I will not have time to participate in the near future. He refused. After all, there is a lot of danger at the tea party. The Black Crow Pirates have not gained a foothold in New World for the first time. If they cause any trouble when they go to the tea party, there will be enemies on all sides, and they will be given to by the Big Mom Pirates. Surrounded, Meow doesn't want to go. For now, it is better to be stable. For Meow, it's almost enough to wait until all the things to be done next are done, and then start the wave. If you haven't finished what you need to do, it's best to persuade you first. In New World, especially those top powerhouses, there are dozens of pirate boats under their hands, and it is not good for Meow to fight. Of course, rejecting the tea party is actually an offense to Charlotte. This is clear, but he doesn't care. Although Charlotte is strong, she is not particularly strong in the Four Emperors. If she really wants to be an enemy, Meow is not unstoppable, and the big deal is to let Earl Red go there. At this time, after hearing the words of refusal from Mio, Perospero's expression on the pirate ship suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were cold. Mr. Black Crow, you should know what will happen to those who refuse the invitation of the Big Mom Tea Party. Mom really wants every guest who sends the invitation letter to be there. Otherwise, she will be very angry. Mio chuckled lightly and stood up carelessly. Very angry, Min's eyes turned into coldness for an instant, and he said lightly, "How angry are you?" The voice fell. A surging momentum suddenly erupted. Conqueror's hockey swept through, like an air wave that made the sea rough. Feeling this momentum, Perospero's face became even more gloomy and his eyes were cold. Once your mother gets angry, your Black Crow Pirates will be killed by one without leaving. Mio's Conqueror's hockey surprised him a little, but he was not too alarmed. The owner of Conqueror's hockey, who died under the Big Mom Pirate Group, didn't know how many he saw. It's normal to have Conqueror's hockey, and I'm afraid it's not useful to rise. Fallen. Is it? Meow's face was cold, and his tone was disdainful. I think maybe your Big Mom Pirates might die faster. Holding a tea party, do you think no one is clear about your plan? It's nothing more than preparing to fight for the throne. When everyone else was lurking, Big Mom took advantage of this opportunity to hold a tea party to win a group and then make a move. Timing. But unfortunately, even so, your Big Mom Pirates will be very busy for a while. So do you think Big Mom is time to kill us? I have to say that although Big Mom is relatively weak in the Four Emperors, She is also a 4 Emperor's level, and Mio may not be an opponent now. But so what? Or do you think you can kill us? Mio sneered, without even concealing his disdain. Without Big Mom, you don't have that strength, and even if Big Mom comes, she may not be able to go back alive. Now is the critical time. If Big Mom leaves his base camp, Meow believes that a few guys will not mind making a move at this time, and see if they can take the opportunity to kill Big Mom. What's more, Big Mom is still a guy who may fall into a state of madness at any time. Hearing that, Parasparrow's face was gloomy, but I have to say that he thinks Meow made a lot of sense. As a powerful contender for the throne, Big Mom is also a figure in New World itself, and he has made a lot of enemies. The action will definitely attract a lot of people's attention and awareness instantly. Today's New World doesn't pay much attention to it. Some strong players are fighting for the throne. In order to get to that position, for the sake of ambition, most people are willing to gamble as long as they have the opportunity, especially if this opportunity is to kill Big Mom. What you said is all right, but you seem to be overconfident in your own strength. Parasparrow snorted coldly, with a cold expression in his eyes. You don't need my mother to kill you. I could do the same. If you dare to be disrespectful to your mother, go to death. The invitation letter for the tea party was not sent out. Although it was not for his own reason, Parrow, who knew his mother's character, would not dare to go back like this otherwise if he was annoyed by his mother, even if he was his mother's own son. Maybe he will suffer a while. And a rookie pirate group, although they value their mothers, and also has Conqueror's Hockey, how strong can they have just entered the New World? As long as I bring the head of the captain of the pirate group back to my mother, I believe that my mother will not be angry, but will be very happy. Of course, Parasparrow would not care. After all, Mio has already shown his overlord potential, and the combat effectiveness of this kind of person is usually not distinguished by the same level. But he believes that he wants to win the Black Crow Pirates. Easy. After all, this time, I didn't come alone. Kill them, Katakuri. Parasparrow shouted directly. A figure suddenly rushed out of the ship and jumped straight to the sky above the Black Glory, staring at Mio with cold eyes, and then holding the trident in his hand, slammed into Mio. Oh, Big Mom's strongest son? Looking at Katakuri, who was attacking him, the corners of Mio's mouth rose without any fear. He just turned his head slightly to avoid the blow. There was a strong, piercing sound in the ear. Mio stared at Katakuri indifferently, and then at Parasparrow with a calm tone. Kill them. The voice fell. Boom. Parasparrow's figure was blasted out fiercely, like a broken kite, breaking the flagpoles on the ship, and finally fell to the shore of Guy's West Asian Islands, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Lilith landed slowly on her right foot, with a sweet smile on her face. Mr. ordered, then you all stay here. After that, Lilith raised her right hand, snapped her fingers with a pop. Buzzing. The huge blue wings stretched out from behind, and with a sudden wave, a series of terrifying wind blades suddenly condensed, as many as hundreds. Next moment, whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air kept ringing. Wind blades disappeared in the same place in an instant. Then, they suddenly appeared beside Parasparrow. The wind blades swept past, but in a moment, a bloody wound appeared on Parasparrow's abdomen. Katakuri frowned and looked at Lilith, telling him instinctively that this woman is very strong. But the most important thing for him now is to kill the captain of the rookie pirate group. Thinking of this, Katakuri waved the trident again and pierced out suddenly. Armament hockey rapped, the air burst, and it pierced Mio's head. Mio turned his head slightly. A figure appeared beside Mio, stretched out one hand, and effortlessly grabbed the trident, letting it pierce only about 10 centimeters from Mio's forehead, and then never again. Unable to go far, Bifone grasped the trident tightly, his expression indifferent. Your opponent is me. Talk about it. With a wave of his right hand, the powerful force burst out, and the trident was thrown out. With the powerful force from the trident, Katakuri couldn't help but step back a few steps, and the vigilant expression in his eyes burst out, staring fiercely. With white wind, A sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of my heart at this time. Like, the guy in front of him could kill himself. Katakuri is not as strong as it will be in the future, but it is definitely not weak. But at this time, facing Baifeng, he didn't have enough confidence to survive in the opponent's hands. When Baifeng was watching, he felt pressure coming. The corner of Miao's mouth rose slightly, and with a light leap, he fell on the bow and sat cross-legged, looking at Katakuri calmly. Give you a chance to beat him, and I can let you leave alive. Of course, if you lose, then just stay here. The corner of Miao's mouth smiled, just to see Baifeng's strength, and to take this opportunity to let some proud guys in Big Mum and New World know that the rookie pirate group in their eyes can pose a threat to them. They are not afraid of their threats. If not, there will still be a lot of trouble in the future. The voice fell. Katakuri rushed directly to the white wind, and the trident swept across. However, Baifeng made a light leap, landed on the shore, and said lightly, "Come down and fight." Katakuri did not hesitate, landed on the shore, and then attacked again. Baifeng raised his right hand slightly, and the ability to influence seemed to be activated. A thick soil wall rose directly from the ground, blocking Katakuri's attack. The next moment, Baifeng's figure disappeared in place and appeared behind Katakuri, accompanied by wind during his actions, which made Baifeng's speed faster. When he appeared behind Katakuri, he even kicked it out. With the white wind's feet moving, a squally wind swept over it, and compressed in a very short time, finally forming a sharp wind blade. This step, if it is kicked, is enough to kick a person in half without any effort. Perceiving the sound of breaking through the air behind him, Katakuri's complexion suddenly changed, with glutinous rice sticking out behind him, turning it into a shield and being covered by armament haki, forming a black shield to resist it. Rumbling, Baifeng kicked the shield with a terrifying power. The next moment the black shield was cut abruptly under the wind blade covered on Baifeng's feet, and at the same time, the kick hit Kakutali's body. With his swish, Kakuta's body was directly turned into two halves. But immediately afterwards, he recovered from being turned into glutinous rice, but his eyes became more vigilant. So strong, this momentum is almost close to mother. Kakuta was shocked. A rookie pirate group actually has this kind of strength. This is simply a monster-level rookie. And the other side, puff, puff. Wounds appeared on Perospero's body. Even if he had an armor made of candy and was even covered by armament haki, he still couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of wind blades. He couldn't even fight back. Lilith's figure constantly flickered around, and the terrifying speed made Perospero almost unable to catch up with Lilith. Even occasionally Lilith would appear in the sky, making Perospero feel a little desperate. The sugar solution is fixed. Perospero let out a low growl, waved his right hand, and the sugar liquid suddenly struck Lilith. But the next moment, Lilith's figure disappeared directly, and she appeared in midair instead. Her arms shook slightly, and there was fluorescent light. Not good. Although I don't know what these fluorescent dots are, Perospero has a bad premonition subconsciously, and immediately stimulates his ability to condense a pair of candy armor on the surface of his body. It's useless, Lilith said calmly, and immediately a circle of light spread out around Lilith, directly covering this area. Then Lilith's wings shook behind her. A huge tornado storm suddenly formed. The tornado storm swept madly, engulfing all the boulders and trees on the ground, and smashing them instantly, showing the terrifying power of this tornado storm. But the next moment, Lilith waved her wings again, and another tornado storm formed. Two tornado storms, one on the left and one on the right, swept towards Perospero. Wherever they passed, everything on the ground was involved, and the terrifying destructive power was almost a glance, which made Perospero's face change dramatically. He is not a Logia-capable person, nor is he the special paramecia of Katakuri, capable of elementalization. Once involved in this tornado storm, even if he has armament haki and fruit ability to resist for a while, but how long it will last, his whole person will be torn apart by then. Without any hesitation, Parasparrow turned around and ran towards the center of the islands, and the tornado storm followed closely. As soon as they stepped into the forest area, the old trees were uprooted, caught in it, and then shattered. Erica looked at Parasparrow with blinking eyes, then suddenly looked at Mio and asked, "Sir, can I do it?" Hearing this, Mio looked at Erica curiously and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Yeah." Erica nodded and said seriously, "I have some ideas. I want to try it. Let's go." Mio immediately agreed, originally intending to let Lilith play, but now it seems that Lilith's battle should be over. With her husband's permission, Erica jumped immediately, and her figure disappeared in place. With one step out, Erica's body kept rushing forward, and the fastest burst of speed allowed Erica to catch up with Parasparrow, and during the chase, Erica held the knife in her waist with both hands. Above the handle, the double knives were slowly pulled out, and only one part of the blade was flashing with cold light. A huge power suddenly radiated from Erica, like a king, which made people tremble. But in an instant, this momentum disappeared inexplicably, disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Erica's eyes flashed with cold light, and a white light flashed. The two knives were pulled out instantly by Erica, and the figure also burst behind Parasparrow, holding two in both hands. The knife was cut down instantly. Parasparrow immediately noticed the breath of death coming from behind him. He wanted to turn his head to resist, but at the moment he felt the terrorist crisis behind him, he found, "I can't move by myself. Can't move at all." It was as if a huge coercion was suppressing him, and at the same time, there seemed to be a fierce gust of wind sweeping down the sky, constantly pressing him down, unable to move. This gust of wind and momentum were extremely turbulent, and when they were gathered together, it was like a mountain suddenly pressing on him, unable to move even one step, causing Parasparrow's forehead to drip with cold sweat and a look of fear in his eyes. "Move me!" Parasparrow's aura broke out, gritted his teeth and roared, trying to move to avoid the death crisis from behind. Suddenly, Parasparrow found that he seemed to have succeeded. He found himself moving. But when he wanted to look back, he found that his gaze fell suddenly and finally landed on the ground. The world in his gaze revolved around, and when he finally stopped, he saw his body. No, it was his corpse to be precise. There was no head on it. Subsequently, Parasparrow lost consciousness directly. On the black glory, Mio's eyes flickered at Erica, who had retracted the double knives into the scabbard, with a look of surprise. Not only is it thoroughly integrated into Conqueror's Haki, but also wind pressure. With the help of the power of the wind to cooperate with Conqueror's Haki to put pressure on the enemy and make the enemy unable to move for a short time. He saw Erica's moves. He had to say it was difficult, and he didn't know how Erica did it. Moreover, what happened just now was actually what happened in a very short period of time, and Erica shot and closed her hands very fast. On the ground, after rolling his head in a circle, Parasparrow stopped. His eyes lost their vitality. "But this is really going to offend Charlotte." Meow murmured, and then smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter. It just happens to be used to make a plan, and maybe you can get a lot of benefits." There are many benefits that can be gained for Charlotte, especially the historical text. Thinking, Mio raised his hand. In the distance, the white wind that was fighting Kata Kuri suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Kata Kuri also stopped and watched Mio and White Wind vigilantly. At the same time, there was sadness hidden in her eyes, but in Kata Kuri's heart, at this time, more shocked at the Black Crow Sea. "The thieves are powerful. What do you want to do?" Kata Kuri looked at me and asked in a deep voice. Since he stopped, it means that this guy has something to do. Meow grinned and said with a smile, "Give me the phone bug from Charlotte," and I suddenly wanted to make a deal with her. Hearing that, Kata Kuri was silent for a moment, then took out a phone bug and handed it directly to Mio's body. He was a wise man, and he could see the situation clearly, but he didn't hesitate too much. After receiving the phone worm, the corners of Meow's mouth raised, showing a smile, and immediately dialed the phone worm. "Blue, blue, blue, blue." The voice of the telephone worm rang. and soon the call was successfully made. Katakuri, my dear son, what's the matter? A slightly crazy voice came from the phone worm, accompanied by constant chewing. Big Mom, I am not your son, Mio slowly said. Hearing Mio's voice, the phone worm was silent for a while, and then it rang again. Who are you? Kirikawa Mio. Mio grinned, with a smile on his face. It's you, the newcomer who just entered New World. I remember Katakuri and the others are going to send you the invitation letter for the tea party. So now, why do you have a phone worm to contact me? Big Mom's voice said some doubts, because she was a bit concerned about the Black Crow pirates. At this tea party, she also asked her 2 sons to send invitations. She also took this opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the Big Mom pirates and let this newcomer know about New World. How deep is the water? After all, her 2 sons, especially Kakatari, have extraordinary potential in Big Mom's view. They won't be able to reach Admiral in the future, but there is no problem with the Emperor's rank. But now Mio is calling himself a phone worm, which makes Big Mom a little surprised. His own phone worm is not so easy to get. Ah, that's right. The corner of Mio's mouth lifted up and said with a smile. As for why is there a phone worm contacting you? Of course it came from your son. Upon hearing this, Big Mom was silent again. As if he had guessed something, Big Mom's voice became grim. You guys looking for death? Don't be so angry, Big Mom. Meow said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. How about we make a deal? Huh? A deal? Big Mom couldn't help calming down when he heard this, and asked in a deep voice. What deal? Mio looked at Katakuri in front of her and spoke directly. 3 devil fruits in exchange for your son's life. How about this deal? Oh yes, Mio said again, as if thinking of something. These 3 devil fruits are in exchange for the life of your son Katakuri. As for Perispero, he is dead. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, there seemed to be something rang from Charlotte in the phone bug, making a collision and faintly screaming and begging for mercy. Damn. Charlotte's voice is crazy. How dare you kill my son? I want you to die. I want you to die. Mio looked calm and said calmly. Big Mom, now you just need to tell me whether you want to make this transaction or not. Hearing this, Big Mom calmed down immediately, followed by a frantic road. Ah, Black Crow, I remember you. I made this deal with you. 3 devil fruits, right? Of course. Mio nodded with a grin. Okay, I will prepare, but I hope you can live well. After all, I'm afraid you will see your life and you won't take it. Charlotte's words were threatening. In response, Mio's eyes flickered. She didn't care, just grinned. Charlotte, there is no need to talk about threats. If you're afraid of threats, the Black Crow pirates will not enter the New World. Get the fruits ready as soon as possible. I am waiting for you in Guy West Asia. After speaking, Mio hung up the phone worm. Robin walked over and asked in surprise. Captain, won't this provoke the Big Mom pirate group? There is no way to mess with hair, Mio said with a shrug. Although I am afraid of trouble, but the trouble is brought to the door, it can only solve the trouble, and the Big Mom pirate group. The corner of Meow's mouth raised a sneer. Although the woman Charlotte has no brains, she still has the resourceful general under her hand. I'm not the only enemy of Big Mom. There are other big pirates. If she really dares to come out and find me in person, I will be happier. Then will she really send devil fruit? Robin asked curiously. Yes, of course. Mio nodded without hesitation, explaining. Katakuri still has a bit of weight in Charlotte's eyes. Although there are a lot of 3 devil fruits, for Charlotte, it's not too many. It's very easy to get together. Being watched by Mio's gaze, Katakuri's body was tight at this time. Mio noticed the strangeness of Katakuri and said directly, Next, in order to avoid accidents, you better be honest. I originally planned to leave the Guy West Asia Islands for the next destination, but now I can only stay here for a few days. Fortunately, I will get a good harvest in a few days. Although I will completely unite with the Big Mom pirates, I don't need it for now. I was too worried about the revenge of the Big Mom pirates, but after a period of time, the Big Mom pirates vacated their hands, and that was a time of trouble. So Mio thought about finding ways to improve her strength again in the next period of time. Although he is not an opponent of Big Mom, he still has to be fearless. Mio pointed to a location, and Katakuri went there and sat down without saying a word. Because there are no sea stone handcuffs and other things on the boat, Mio can only let people stare at Katakuri. Fortunately, Katakuri is not as strong as in the future. The Black Crow Pirates is currently speaking. There are many people who are better than Katakuri, so there's no need to worry about Katakuri running away. Mio grinned at Hyen, who was staring at Katakuri. If he wants to escape, he just intends to use his hands and feet. Yes, my lord. Heian nodded and looked at Katakuri. Under his calm gaze, there was an inexplicable chill, which made Katakuri not only tensed his muscles, but instinctively hurried to the person in front of him. The strength will not be weak. Soon, Heian lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. But he still looks up at Katakuri from time to time. And by this opportunity, Katakuri occasionally observed the people on the Black Honor. This observation made Katakuri's heart even more shocked. On this ship, it seems that except for the son of the demon who came out of O'Hara, no one is weak, and it is not like a rookie pirate group. He is still a little unbelievable now. He was defeated by a rookie pirate group, not to mention, and the strength of this rookie pirate group is still very powerful. Among the powerful pirates that Katakuri knew personally, none of them was as powerful as the Black Crow Pirates during the rookie period. Cake Island. Charlotte Lean's residence in New World. This is an island formed by a combination of cakes and cream, which looks like a huge cake on the outside. And at this time, on Cake Island, in a castle, rumbling. The ground kept shaking, and at the same time, an angry voice kept ringing. This guy, I want him to die. In the castle, Charlotte's eyes are red, and the corners of her mouth are dripping, causing the ground to corrode. Charlotte's tone was cold and full of anger. He actually killed my son and threatened me that I would kill him. Kill him. With that, a grinning smile appeared on Charlotte's face. Guy West Asia, get ready for me. Let's go over and kill him. A newcomer. He dared to kill his own son, and dared to take the life of his son to make a deal with himself. This undoubtedly brought Charlotte into a point of extreme irritation, her eyes full of flames. But at this moment, Cracker, one of the 3 general stars in the future, quickly walked over and looked at his mother, who was about to fall into a mad state, and couldn't help shouting, Mom, our main enemy right now is Parkin. After we solve Parkin, it will not be too late to deal with the damn newcomer. As long as Parkin is solved, Mom, you will be able to absorb the power of Parkin. I will definitely be able to ascend to the throne. Here Parkin and the throne. The light of ambition in Charlotte's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help calming down briefly. To be able to become a 4 emperors in the future, and to be one of Rock's crew members, Charlotte is not really foolish. Otherwise, she would not be where she is now. Since Whitebeard became the emperor of New World, Charlotte has always wanted to follow in the footsteps of Whitebeard and become the 2nd emperor. But the emperor is not so easy. First of all, it needs enough strength to suppress the vast majority of pirates, as well as huge strength under their hands. In addition, it has a record that is shocking enough. Without a strong enough record, the pirates of New World will not be convinced. Whitebeard was able to ascend to the emperor. It was Whitebeard's punch and punch. Everyone knew how powerful Whitebeard was and how terrifying Whitebeard's strength was. The strongest man in the world is not kidding, especially today's Whitebeard. In fact, it is still at its peak and can fight with all strength. In this state, Whitebeard has the ability of shock fruit. Torn. That's why. Regarding Whitebeard being the 1st emperor, neither Kaido nor Charlotte have any disagreements. Because they knew the horror of Whitebeard, especially Charlotte, facing the current Whitebeard, she had no chance of winning. Whether it was fire, thunder, and lightning, or manipulation of the sea, it was completely useless in front of that man. Strong enough, Charlotte has it. She also has the power under her hand. Now, there is a convincing record, and as long as she kills Borkin, another contender for the throne, she will also have a convincing record and then swallow the power under Borkin's hands, which will definitely make the Big Mom pirate group expand and become stronger again. She was an ambitious woman, especially she wanted to go to Radruff to see what was there. and becoming 4 emperors is just her first step. Thinking of this, Charlotte finally calmed down completely, smiling grimly. "You're right, son. Go and bring me back Kakata, and then go and prepare to kill Borkin. As for the Black Crow pirates, in the future, my old lady will smash them with her own hands." Charlotte's face was icy with a smile. Around Cake Island, the waves fell with Charlotte's voice. A tsunami swept across. The sky became dim. Razor rolled in thunderclouds, and flames flashed vaguely. This scene embodies Charlotte's terrible. Meow naturally didn't know this. I don't care if I know it. At this time, Mio was looking at the sea chart, touching his chin and sinking into thinking. Whether he wants to find a place directly to determine the location of the Black Crow pirates in New World. After all, he does not have Roger's idea of going to Radruff, although he is also aware of the things on Radruff. Very interested. But now he doesn't have any historical road signs, and he doesn't want to go now. He wants to develop and accumulate his own strength during this period of time. Therefore, a resident is very necessary. As for the choice of resident, he also had a goal. Raven Island. The island is like a crow, and there is a crowd of crows on it, which is in line with the Black Crow pirate group. There are many islands in New World, and there are various islands. It is not surprising that there's an island like Crow Island, but this island is a bit far from the Gizia archipelago. The location of this island is close to New World Deep Place. It would take at least a month to reach Raven Island from here. As for the throne, there was a flash of thought in Mio's eyes, and he could see it now, so he was not in a hurry. The so-called New World's throne, for now, it is very simple to stop the selection of the throne, and there's only one way, and that is to kill. After killing almost, there are only a few guys with similar strengths. These people are all the emperors of New World. There is still a lot of time, but I'm not in a hurry. Meow murmured, eyes flickering. "Captain, dinner is ready." At this moment, Robin walked out of the cabin and shouted towards Mio. Hearing this, Mio raised her head to look at Robin, grinning with a smile. "Okay, I'm going now." With that said, Mio put away the chart, stood up, stretched out, and walked into the cabin to enjoy a delicious dinner. Time passed by unconsciously. 5 days later, a ship approached the Guy West Asia Islands. Baifeng stood on the deck and looked at the flag on the ship, and then at Mio. "My lord, here comes." Fisk, waited for almost a week, finally came. Meow curled his lips, stepped out, and appeared on the bow of the boat. It was a pirate ship with the flag of the Big Mum Pirate Group. At this time, a young man at the front of the ship was standing there looking at Mio. This man Mio recognized at a glance. Cracker, one of the 3 generals. Black Crow. Seeing Min, Cracker's expression was cold, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. After all, in Cracker's eyes, the guy in front of him was the one who killed his brother. It's just that with this murderous intent revealed, whoosh, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air, slashing across Cracker's neck. At that moment, Cracker's scalp was numb, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to die. Something quickly passed by, rubbing his neck. However, as long as you move forward a little bit, your head may be separated from your body. Baifeng said lightly, "If you don't want to die, just accept the killing intent." Hear the words. A cold sweat broke out on Cracker's forehead. He only released a trace of killing intent and was noticed. Only this point Cracker knew that the Black Crow Pirates group might not be as simple as imagined. Moreover, with the sense of crisis just now, he still couldn't write what it was that passed through his neck. But Baifeng's words also made Cracker notice Baifeng. There is no such guy in the reward order of the Black Rook Pirates. Is this a newcomer? Cracker muttered in his heart. Not only was this person not included in the reward order of the Black Crow Pirates, but also in the reward order he had seen in the past. There is no impression. This shows that Baifeng may also be a pure newcomer on the sea. But this pure newcomer has just given himself a sense of crisis of death. This shocked Cracker's heart, but also a little envious. Where did this fellow Black Crow find such a powerful newcomer? Damn it. Although he did not fight, he has affirmed that Baifeng is stronger than himself. If there is such a person in Big Mum, it is estimated that the next plan for Borkin will be smoother, and at the same time, it will enable the Bigman pirates to have a better place in New World. Great right to speak. After all, in the Pirates of New World, in addition to the strong strength of the boss, the main thing to look at is the number of strong players under their hands. The king is against the king, and will be against the general. The strength of Jiang is strong, and only when he fights he has a greater winning rate. After all, the strength of the king, New World is currently able to stabilize the others. Only Whitebeard, of course. Red Earl is now considered one. But the other powerhouses are almost the same. This also reflects the importance of the general. Cracker took a deep breath and then said straight to the point. Black Crow, brought here what you wanted. After that, there were several biscuit soldiers who used Cracker's own ability to condense and walked to Cracker's side, holding 3 boxes, and opened the box, which contained 3 devil fruits. But it's all Zoan. After reading the Devil Fruits picture book, Meow recognized 3 devil fruit abilities. They were all very ordinary Zoan. They didn't have any powerful abilities, but they were enough for Meow. If they weren't powerful abilities, just take it for the lottery. NS. Meow beckoned. 3 boxes appeared directly in front of him. This scene caused Cracker's pupils to shrink again, flashing a flash of shock. This method made him a little wary, because there was no trace of the shot at all. Not bad. Looking at the 3 devil fruits, Mio grinned and said, then looked at Katakuri. Get out. Without any hesitation, Katakuri directly set foot on the Cracker's ship, making Katakuri a little embarrassed for a few days, because there was no food, so his physical fitness was not enough. The transaction is complete, then goodbye. I am looking forward to the next transaction with Big Mom. Mio smiled slowly, and then shouted directly without hesitation. Drought, let's go. Roar. There was a roar from the bottom of the sea. Immediately afterwards, the Black Glory moved forward at an extremely fast speed towards the distance. Cracker, go quickly. Katakuri stared at the Black Glory that was leaving, and then hurriedly shouted without hesitation. What's wrong? Cracker frowned slightly. Marine is coming. It may be Admiral leading the team. Hurry away. Katakuri said in a deep voice, looking at the direction of the Black Glory again, and couldn't help sighing. Hearing his brother's words, Cracker suddenly opened his eyes and roared suddenly. Quickly, get out of here. After finishing speaking, the ship also started moving and left quickly. Cracker looked at Katakuri and asked in a deep voice, why did Marine come? Is it the Black Crows? That's right. Katakuri nodded, grinning, helplessly. He took the initiative to contact Marine to talk about his position, and now Marine is estimated to be almost there. If we don't leave, we will definitely be left behind. This damn guy. Cracker wasn't an idiot either, and after a secret curse, he knew the reason. After this guy killed Perispero, he used Katakuri as a traitor and pitted his mother. He actually wanted to use Marine's hand to impel himself and Katakuri into impel down. Once impelled down, there will be no way to contact her mother. Maybe her mother will ignore the Black Crow pirates and directly target the mold at Marine, which will be troublesome. As for why the Black Crow pirates dared to do this, Cracker is also very clear. Because of drought. Although I have never seen one of the crew of the Black Raven Pirates group, I remembered the speed of the pirate ship of the Black Crow Pirates group just now. Kata coolly wrinkled his head tightly and had to sigh that this pirate group, which can be called a monster-level rookie, is very capable. I would actually think of taking Marine's hand. I hope Admiral won't lead the team. Katakuri murmured in his heart. If Admiral really leads the team, I'm afraid they can only go to impel down next, and may even stay there for the rest of their lives. But just when the ship is moving quickly, suddenly, Cracker and Katakuri suddenly raised their heads and looked into the air. I saw in the distance a golden light flashed across the sky and finally stopped in the sky above the boat. Obviously, I received the position of the Black Crow pirates, but why did I meet you? Kizaru grinned and sighed like a playful. It's really scary. Is this trying to borrow my hand to arouse Big Mom's hostility? He wasn't a fool either. He knew the situation all at once. But even so, Kizaru did not let Cracker and Katakuri plan off. Kizaru, looking at the figure in the sky, Both Katakuri and Cracker couldn't help frowning, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. If it is Akainu, they can still fight, because Akainu's ability will not be very effective on the sea, but it is Kizu, one of the admiral they don't want to encounter. Do you catch it by yourself? Or should I arrest you? Kizuru said lightly, putting his left hand in the pants kabuto, raising his right hand and extending his index finger, with a dazzling golden light flashing at the fingertips. Katakuri and Cracker looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and nodded to each other, rumbling. Soon, there was an explosion in this sea area. The battle is triggered on this sea area. Not long after, 2 warships arrived. A marine soldier came behind Kizuru and reported. Report that Kizuru Admiral, Katakuri, and Cracker have been arrested. Should they be sent to Impel down now? Don't worry, since the Black Crow pirates told us the address. It means that they must have been nearby just now. Let the nearby marine inspect and report the location to me as soon as they find it. Kizaru said lightly. Yes. The marine soldier immediately saluted to express his understanding, and then turned and left. The 2 warships also began to slowly leave the Guy West Asia Islands. On the sea, the Black Glory was moving forward. Sitting on the bow of the boat, Mio looked in the direction of Guy's West Asian Islands, which he had shrunk before, and raised a smile at the corners of her mouth, muttering, If Admiral leads the team, I'm afraid they will find a way to catch up with us. Mio is quite clear about the current threat of his pirate group, and if he has the opportunity to arrest, he will definitely not miss it. At least as far as Meow is concerned, if you're a Marine and you encounter an existence like the Black Crow pirate group, especially after the opponent enters the New World, you will definitely take a shot if you have the opportunity to give it a try, regardless of success or failure. But no matter what happens next, Marine's actions will be more difficult than before. Thinking of this, Mio smiled even more on his face. This is inevitable. Marine itself had difficulty gaining a foothold in New World, and now he used Marine's hand to make him arrest Katakuri and Cracker. With Charlotte's neurotic personality that would go crazy from time to time, although he would not hit Naval Headquarters, Marine next, in New World, he will definitely be retaliated by the Bigman pirates. The strong ones in Marine are fine, but those used for patrols and intelligence detection will definitely be devastated. Shaking his head, Mio didn't think about it anymore, but occasionally looked back at the sea behind him with a look of expectation in his eyes. I hope Admiral will lead the team. It's better to follow up quickly. When the time comes, hey, I will be able to pit Marine and get some benefits from it. With a grin, Mio started practicing. Use this to pass the time. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Akainu stood in front of Sengoku with a gloomy expression and said solemnly, Run away by that guy. Hearing that, he was working on a file. Sengoku looked up at Akainu in surprise, with doubts in his tone. The other party is a newcomer. With your strength, it shouldn't be possible for the other party to escape, right? Before Talos attacked Celestial Dragons, the world government ordered that Talos must be captured, so Sengoku sent Akainu to go. With Akainu's strength, it must be a rookie pirate group. It should be blocked anyway. Can't live with Akainu. But now was actually ran away? That guy is very strong. Akainu reported after some memories. But the main thing is that his attack methods are complicated and physically similar to Kaido. What? Hearing this, Sengoku opened his eyes wide and looked surprised. Similar to Kaido, Kaido is now a strong man on the sea and was once a member of Rock's Pirate. Sengoku still knows Kaido very well. The reason why Kaido is really powerful lies in its special physique and fruit ability. The combination of the two, and Kaido almost developed the devil fruit ability to the point of awakening, making it difficult to kill. You must know that it is not an ordinary Zoan devil fruit, but a dragon and dragon fruit of the Eudaemon species. After Zoan devil fruit is awakened, it has greatly increased its resilience and various attributes, not to mention this kind of Eudaemons. Basically, their physical attributes are extremely powerful. Kaido is actually theirs, and Kaido exercises regularly, which has brought its physical fitness to a terrifying level. And now, A newcomer actually has the same physique as Kaido. Although Akainu didn't want to believe it, he nodded and reported seriously. It's almost the same. Both the resilience and the physical strength are very strong, and they have the ability similar to the Momo fruit, and the speed is also very fast. It's not clear what the ability is. The preliminary estimate is that it is below me, but it is not much worse. Although my strength is stronger than him, it is difficult to arrest and kill the opponent. Although Akainu is proud, he never speaks arrogantly in this regard. After all, his existence at this level can speak for himself, and he will be used as intelligence in the future. One mistake may cause the death of some people. Damn it. With Akainu's confirmation, Sengoku couldn't help cursing in secret, frowning. Last year, there was a Black Crow pirate group. This year, another Beast pirate group appeared. Why is it endless? A Black Crow pirate group is enough to make Sengoku helpless. Now that the other party has entered the new world, although there's no way to target it, it is still able to find a chance to act. But now, there's another newcomer who is only weaker than Admiral. And the most important thing is that his physique is similar to Kaido. Why have all these new monsters become pirates these days? Isn't it good to be Marine? Sengoku felt helplessly complaining. But in the end, he still asked, do you know where Talos is now? It should be almost at Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu said Kaido in a deep voice. Hearing this, Sengoku showed a thoughtful look on his face, and then gritted his teeth decisively. Don't worry about it for now. You will return to New World now. But Marshall, this guy is too threatening. Once he enters the New World freely, after he grows for a while, he will definitely belong to another Kaido in the future. Akainu couldn't help but said. Sengoku waved his hand and let Akainu listen to him. Kizaru contacted me before. He caught Katakuri and Cracker from the Big Mom Pirates. Hear the words. Akainu looked stunned. Before speaking, Sengoku continued. You should know that with Big Mom's temperament, you will definitely retaliate against Marine, so you need to go to New World immediately. You can't mess up our plans in New World because of Big Mom. And you have to go to Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Kaido are all from Rock Pirate. Don't worry about Whitebeard for the time being, but Big Mom and Kaido may join forces. Once they join forces, it's not enough for Akiji and Kizaru to be there. Although Garp is also in the New World, his goal is Whitebeard and the Red Earl. The Red Earl has been hiding recently, but he seems to have shown his ambition. This guy may also take part in the New World. Talos, although entering New World will become a trouble, but New World is currently in greater trouble, and I can only ignore him for the time being. I see. Akainu nodded after hearing Sengoku's words. The situation in New World is indeed a bit troublesome, especially now that Kizaru has arrested Cracker and Katakuri. It will inevitably cause some other accidents. It is necessary for Akainu to increase Marine's power in New World in the past. Soon, Akainu left the office. Only Sengoku sat in the office alone and scratched his hair, looking helpless. There have been a lot of things lately. I knew I shouldn't have accepted the position of Marshal so early. Forget the Black Crow Pirates, there's Talos. This is a rookie pirate group at the monster level since the era of the Great Pirates. In addition, there's a Linglong newspaper in the first half of the Grand Line, which has come and gone without a trace. It sold newspapers and even sold it to celestial dragons, and it has already entered the New World. It has not been able to find a place at all. These are all things that have appeared since the new era. Those old guys before the new era also caused the turmoil in the New World at this time, making Marine even more uncomfortable. Sengoku has a big head now, and finally abandoned the first half, intending to focus on the New World side. Of course, it's not all discarded. Although Shichibukai has not yet been screened in the first half, the selected Shichibukai are all in the first half of the Grand Line. They just became Shichibukai, but they can just help Marine. Time to clean up the pirates who entered the first half of the Grand Line. Avoid the presence of a Black Crow again. The first half of the Grand Line. In a giant beast island. At this time, Vegapunk came to the shore under the protection of more than 10 CP members, looked at the forest in front of him, with a satisfied smile on his face, said, "Yes, this is the island. In this case, I will report to the above immediately, and the laboratory will be built soon. The CP member next to him said respectfully immediately, "Well, by the way, help me collect the blood genes of some giant beasts on this island. You don't need to kill, you only need a little blood." Vegapunk said again. The reason for choosing this island as the laboratory for the next period of time was naturally because of what Meow had ordered before. However, because of the permission of the world government, he needs to produce 2 research results next. 1 serving is what Meow needs. 1 copy is used to hand over to the world government to prevent the world government from being suspicious. Upon hearing Vegapunk's words, several CP members respectfully nodded and immediately stepped into the forest to take action. In the next few days, ships from the world government began to arrive on this island, carrying some materials and experimental equipment, and a huge protective net was also established in the center of the island in the lapse of time. 5 days later, this is a sea area of New World. The Black Glory moved forward in the sea. On the deck, Mio was cultivating armament hockey, and he could see that the black armament hockey was wrapped around his body, with a faint luster emerging, and these armament hockey had the possibility of detaching from the body and rushing towards the surroundings. "My lord, Kalaziba Island is about to arrive." Bai Feng's voice sounded at this time. Hearing that, armament hockey on Mio disappeared in an instant. After receiving the towel Marxie handed over, Mio was wiping off his sweat while looking into the distance, and a black spot appeared vaguely in his sight. Not surprisingly, it was Kalaziba Island. According to the information he received from the Sombra, Lufaxi is currently on this island. With a pop, Mio snapped his fingers. Behind him, a black shadow warrior appeared, holding 2 reward orders in his hands, kneeling on 1 knee, and respectfully raising the reward order over his head and handing it to Min. Mio picked up the reward order and looked at it. In the reward order, there are 2 fruit abilities, neither of which are powerful abilities, but ordinary Zoan. Looking at the reward order, the corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes flickered. "Hey Yin, I'll give it to you when I get to the island later." "I see, sir." Hey Yin nodded, and after taking a look at the reward order, he put away the reward order and continued to practice. The boat quickly approached the island while sailing. When the Black Glory docked, Hey Yin disembarked, preparing to solve the goal Meow had ordered him. As Hey Yin left, Mio touched his chin, chuckled, and shook his head. "Okay, let's go." For this time's goal, Meow is very much looking forward to it. Leaving the white wind and drought, Meow and a few others walked directly towards the town on the island. After stepping into the town, Mio went all the way and soon came to a tavern outside. "It should be here," muttered. Min pushed open the door of the tavern. Inside is a famous pirate who makes a lot of noise. This island is a lawless island, that is, an island like Mogu Town. The most on the island is the pirate. At this time, inside the pub, Mio looked at the pirates, glanced casually, and finally set his gaze on a man, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he spoke. "Hypnosis pirate captain, Lou Cypher, right?" Hearing someone calling herself, Lou Cypher turned her head and looked at Meow suspiciously. But when he saw Min's face, he was taken aback, and then grinned. "The Black Crow Pirates group is surprising. Is this specifically for me? Although the reward is only 130 million, Lou Cypher has been in New World for several years. With his own ability, although it will not get mixed up, at least it will not be too dangerous. And Lou Cypher has the pride of being a New World pirate. For those pirates who just came from the first half of the Grand Line, that is, the newcomers, they look down on it very much. Think it's just a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. Even the famous Black Crow pirates is the same. Ah, I'm here specifically to find you," Meow said with a calm expression. "Use your ability to use it. Rookie, asking others for help shouldn't be such an attitude." Lou Cypher grinned and said with a cold smile, "But it doesn't matter. For newcomers like you, what I like the most is to teach you how to be polite when you come to New World." The voice fell. Lou Cypher snapped his fingers. Meow raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. In an instant, the sight of what was originally a tavern in front of Mio's eyes became naval headquarters, surrounded by Marines, and even many vice admiral both in sound and in other respects, were extremely real. This is the fruitful ability of the senses. Not bad ability, it could just be used. Meow grinned. The body is turbulent. The senses are fruitful, and it is only the senses that can deceive. Mio pulled out Raikiri, slashed sharply, and slashed forward. An exclamation suddenly sounded. The scene in front of him was suddenly shattered, and Mio's gaze returned to the tavern again, and the place where Lou Cipher was in front of him had already cracked a deep trace due to the slash. Lou Cipher himself hit aside because of the slash. With eyes flashing, Meow retracted Raikiri and stepped out. The figure suddenly appeared in front of Lou Cipher. After Lou Cipher recovered, he suddenly stretched out his hand to hold Lou Cipher's neck and pressed it. Without hesitation, his body slammed towards the ground. Boom! It was a loud noise. The ground vibrated slightly. Mio's power is not reserved in the slightest. And because of this, a huge pit was directly knocked out of the ground during this collision, and Lefaxi's face was covered with blood, and he almost lost consciousness. Mio lifted Lefaxi into the air and said lightly, "This is the end of the question of politeness. Now, my junior will teach you how to save your life in this situation." The voice fell. Meow grabbed one of Lou Cipher's arm with the other hand and tore it fiercely. The blood was spilled. Under the powerful force, the arm was torn off abruptly, and it looked extremely bloody. Lou Cipher's screams suddenly sounded very sad. "Old boss." Several Lou Cipher's men saw their boss's tragic appearance and couldn't help swallowing saliva, hesitated whether to save the boss or escape. However, it was just in this short period of hesitation for a few seconds. With a sigh, a cold light flashed, and Erica's figure appeared in the distance without knowing when. The two swords slowly returned to their sheaths, followed by their heads on the ground. At this time, Lou Cipher's eyes were filled with fear. The body was struggling, but he couldn't get off the hand that was holding his neck. "No, don't kill me," Lefaxi said in horror, shook his head frantically, begging Mio to let him go, but he didn't have the same air just now. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you." Mio patted Lou Cipher's head. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she smiled. "As long as you do one thing for me, I might let you go." You say?" Lou Cipher said quickly. His abilities are not strong, and can only be used to deal with some weak and weak-minded people. At least Lou Cipher has not developed any powerful abilities so far. And now, although the group of people in front of them are newcomers, they are not like newcomers at all. Each of them exudes a murderous intent and aura. In terms of aura alone, no one is weaker or even stronger than himself. This made him completely lose the idea of fighting it. He still doesn't want to die. It's good to be obedient. A smile appeared on Mio's face, grabbing Lou Cipher's shirt and bringing it in front of her, slowly speaking out her plan. In fact, this plan is very simple. Everyone in the Black Crow Pirates group knows it, but Black Research doesn't know it. It can be regarded as a small attempt by Meow. Especially just now, Mio personally experienced the ability of the fruit of the senses. This ability is used to control the senses. It is difficult to detect the abnormalities even with the use of sight, hearing, and color. It is very real, and therefore Mio thinks this time's plan may be very big. Probability of success. And the purpose of this plan. It lies in Hyen's eyes, Sharingan. In the island town. At this moment, Hyen was holding two lingering guys in his hands and was about to return to the boat to hand them over to the adults, but then he received a call bug from Erica and asked himself to go to the town center. There was a battle there, Marine came, and the adults were besieged there. Putting away the phone bug, Yin casually threw the two lingering guys aside and then quickly rushed towards that side. At the same time, he frowned, feeling a little weird. If there is a battle, I should be able to detect the strangeness. Why now? There seems to be nothing happening on the island? But even so, Yin was still moving forward quickly. When he stepped into the center of the town, suddenly, Yin felt a little trance, but it was only a momentary thing. Then, Yin saw himself. In sight, the adults are fighting against others, and the target of the battle is actually the 3 Admiral from Naval Headquarters. Erica and others are also fighting against other Vice Admiral. The voice kept ringing. What the scene before me is very real, and even the smell of blood can be clearly smelled. In Kizaru's sight, he only saw an adult who was suddenly attacked by a kainu. When he was attacked by a kainu, hitting his back with one blow, and his body flew out, even more blood spurted out of his mouth. This scene suddenly widened Hei Yan's eyes and showed an angry look. Sharingan appeared in his pupils and rushed towards the adult without hesitation, trying to catch the adult, and then took the adult away. But at this moment, Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, was faster. He appeared behind the adult before the adult landed, raised his foot, and blasted the adult into the ground. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru squeezed his fingers at the underground position. Bashikion Goyu. One by one the ball of light madly bombarded towards the bottom. Seeing this scene, Heian suddenly widened his eyes, the scarlet color appeared in his pupils, and the 3 seduced Sharingan was turning crazily. Do not! In the town, on one street, everyone on this street has been emptied. Only Black Yin standing on the street is left. On a roof, Mio sat on it and watched Hei Yan's rising momentum, and couldn't help but look forward to it. Hope to succeed. Captain, are you really good at Haiyan like that? Haiyan believes in you so much. Robin said helplessly. Just like the husband fighting with Hawkeye before, he also deceived Erica. Erica couldn't help but speak at this time, remembering what happened last time, and now he can still see the Hawkeye on Mio's chest. The scar left. Sir, you should do less of this kind of thing next time. Especially don't do it to me, otherwise Lilith will be very sad. Lilith nodded in agreement. She didn't want to experience that feeling. I don't want to experience it, even if it's only once. For people like them, that feeling is extremely painful. Just like Hei Yin at this time, his body is getting more and more turbulent, but there's a trace of blood pouring out of his eyes at this time, and then he can clearly see the eyes in his eyes. The original 3 Goyu are now linked. Together, it formed a shape resembling a blade. At the same time, a huge purple-black skeleton figure condensed behind Hei Yin and emerged and enveloped Haiyan in it. Following Hei Yan's roar, the huge black-purple skeleton giant clenched his fists and slammed into the ground. Rumbling, the whole town shook suddenly. The sky is full of dust. It looks almost done. Seeing this, a flash of joy flashed in Mio's eyes. It was only an attempt, but now it seems to have succeeded. The black and purple skeleton giant phantom is very familiar to Mio. That's Susanoo, a power that only Mangekyo can use. Mio's plan is to use the power of this sensory fruit to deceive Haiyan and make Haiyan mistakenly believe that he is dead, so as to gather sadness and bring it to ultimate, thereby promoting the evolution of Sharingan and making it Mangekyo. Now obviously very successful. Of course, Susanoo is the ability of Mangekyo's eyes. In addition, Mangekyo's left and right eyes have their own different abilities. In this regard, Mio is more curious. Don't know what Haiyan's ability will be. Amaterasu, Kamui, or Distinguished Heavenly Gods. My lord, you should be able to let me go now. Lu Faxi asked Meow hesitantly and nervously. Seeing Hei Yan's appearance, Lu Cipher felt that his role should have been achieved and he could leave. Hear the words. Mio grinned and smiled. You are right, you can leave. Hearing this, Lu Cipher's face suddenly showed an excited smile. But the next moment, a cold light flashed. Raikiri on Mio's waist did not know when to unsheath, accompanied by a knife light, and then Lu Cipher's head was directly separated from her neck, fell to the ground and rolled a few times, and finally stopped at Mio's feet. Congratulations on your inclusion of pirate, sensory genes. On the panel, a prompt emerged. Immediately afterwards, at the place where Black Research was in front, a huge Susanoo punched out, a row of houses collapsed, and many pirates were killed. At this time, in Haiyan's observation hockey, he suddenly felt familiar auras, and he couldn't help but suddenly looked back in the direction where Mio was, with a look of startled expression. Grown-ups? Seeing Mio's figure, Heian couldn't help rubbing his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. Send Susanoo away. Mio said, while looking at Hyen. Yes. Hei Yin nodded quickly, and then quickly came to Mio's body, with a puzzled expression. My lord, you weren't just. Let them explain it to you. Mio shrugged and pointed to Erica and the others, with a look of helplessness on his face. If this were not the only option, he would be very reluctant to do this kind of thing. Hearing that, Hei Yin looked at Erica, and Erica immediately explained. In the end, the corners of Hei Yan's face twitched slightly, as if he didn't expect an adult to use this method on himself. Mio smiled and said, Well, although the process is a bit unsatisfactory, at least the result is pretty good, isn't it? As he said, Mio turned his gaze on Hei Yin again and asked, What are your left and right eye abilities? Mangekyo generally has 3 abilities, 1 ability for the left eye, 1 ability for the right eye, and 1 ability for combining the left and right eyes, but the combined ability for the left and right eyes is basically Mangekyo. The ability of the left eye and the right eye alone is partly different. Some are Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, some are Kamui Amaterasu. There are differences, and there are the same. But if you want to say what ability Meow wants Black Research to possess, then there is no doubt that it is Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Because of this ability, it is too powerful. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is known as the strongest illusion, which can unconsciously control the consciousness and thinking of others to make changes, and at the same time, the other party will not notice that they are being manipulated. This shows how terrible this ability is. This is the ability to turn a completely loyal world government trained by the world government into his own subordinates. Unfortunately, things backfired. Hei Yin lowered his head and said, It's Amaterasu and Kagutu Fate. These 2 abilities. Hearing this, Mio nodded and made it clear that Mangekyo's abilities are exactly the same as Uchiha Sasuke, both Amaterasu and Kagutu. But these 2 abilities are matched and very good. Amaterasu itself is a kind of flame that cannot be extinguished after burning, and its power is very terrifying. Kagutu is used to control the fire of Amaterasu when Amaterasu is released, and it can be transformed into various forms, weapons, and so on. Although it is not the distinguished heavenly gods that I am looking forward to. However, these 2 abilities are quite interesting. Not bad. Mio smiled and nodded, and then said, Okay, the purpose of coming here is settled. Let's go ahead. I came to this island only to help Black Research's 3-Tomo Sharingan evolve into Mangekyo. Now that it is completed, there is no need to stay. As for why not help yourself to evolve, the reason is also very simple, because it is impossible. He can help Hyen evolve completely because Hyen has no idea what is going on. He already knows the cause of the matter, so no matter how tragic the scene appears, he will not take it seriously. On the Black Honor. At this time, several people have returned. Holding the chart, Mio is looking for the next island to go to. To reach Raven Island, you have to pass through a lot of sea areas, and Mio must find a convenient way. And one of the roads is to pass near Cake Island. Looking at this route, Mio's eyes narrowed slightly, with a gleam of brilliance, and even if the spin was decided, he would take this route. At the same time, Mio snapped his fingers. Shadows appeared on the deck behind him, and then a group of figures appeared from that shadow. It was the Somber Corps, but it was not the Ninja Corps. There are a total of 9 Somber Corps, and the Ninja Corps is just the most balanced one. And this time behind Mio, it was the Stabblade group. Both feet and claws of the Thornblade group are sharp and sharp cones. They are very fast and have strong melee combat capabilities. Among the 9 Somber regiments, the Ninja Regiment is actually considered human, and the other corps look like under the mask's tusk. It really has nothing to do with human beings, but they are all different monsters. At this time, a total of more than 20 piercing blade regiments appeared behind them, and they looked at Mio respectfully, waiting for Mio's instructions. Go! Mio turned around to look at these pierced blades and waved. Let me go around and see if there are related warships investigating our whereabouts and looking for our location. Hearing this, the members of the Piercing Blade group immediately bowed their heads respectfully, and then their bodies slowly sank and finally disappeared. After Mio put down the chart and said to buy phone, the boat moved up and headed in one direction. Mio leaned against the bow of the boat with a bottle of whiskey, looking forward to the sea breeze. Marine, don't let me down. I'm still waiting for you to help me get benefits from Big Mom. The boat moved slowly down. On the deck, Kurokin is familiar with the newly acquired power, and Bifone is practicing hockey. Erica is practicing swordsmanship once a day. Lilith and Robin are reading a book. Warwick. Huh? What are you doing, Warwick? Mio raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise, because at this moment Warwick was actually holding a book in his hand, which surprised Mio. Hearing that, Warwick seemed to be shocked, turned his head and scratched his head in embarrassment, and whispered, I'm reading a book. Reading? What books can you read? Mio asked strangely. Warwick looked around and finally whispered beside Mio, The Brewing Book. What the hell? Hearing this, Mio raised her head and looked at Warwick in surprise. Making wine? Yes. Warwick nodded quickly, took out the book in his hand, and said, I bought what I saw before, and I've already brewed an altar and put it in my room, and I will show it to you to drink later. Really? Mio looked at Warwick suspiciously and asked curiously, What's the brew? It's just some things that are normal in the book. Oh, I also added some good things that are said in the book. Called antler, deer whip, seahorse, ginseng. Warwick counted as he shook his fingers. Read it to Meow. And Mio directly twitched the corners of her mouth, pushing Warwick away angrily. Hurry up and throw your wine away. Can you still drink it? I thought it was just ordinary spirits. You made a big tonic directly. It is not a normal tonic. If you had so many things into it, if you drink it, wouldn't it be fair to see everyone at that time? I'll just throw it away later. Mio said irritably. Oh, hearing this, Warwick's face was immediately disappointed, but he decided to obey the adult's words and threw it away. But when he left, Warwick looked at the contents of the book in his hand with a look of confusion. The book says these are good things. Why don't adults like them at all? He shook his head so much. A certain sea area. At this time, aboard a warship, in a hidden area, a shadow emerged, and there was no movement standing there. At this time, on the deck, a marine soldier came outside a room of the warship, knocked on the door, and reported loudly, Kizaru Admiral, I have found the route of the Black Crow pirates. Do you want to pursue it? Of course. In the room, Kizaru sitting behind the desk was Kaido without hesitation. Marine outside the door responded and then slowly left. At the same time, the shadow in that corner also began to slowly disappear. Kizaru in the room turned his head slightly, and the observation haki radiated out in an instant, covering the entire warship. After no abnormality was found, he couldn't help but mutter, Is it an illusion? Shaking his head, Kizaru didn't think much anymore, and went back to the room to continue to rest. This time can be regarded as a vacation. He didn't need to do anything else until he found the Black Crow pirates, so he naturally wanted to catch it. Take a good rest this time. At the same time, on the Black Honor. At this time, the Thornblade group also began to appear in front of Mio's eyes. The members of the Thornblade group knelt on one knee. Mio had just fought with Hyan. At this time, there was a lot of sweat on his body. While wiping with a towel, Mia asked while opening his mouth, Did you find it? Is there Marine following behind? The leading member of the Blade group nodded immediately. Seeing this, Mio asked again, Where are Cracker and Katakuri? Have you sent it to impel down? A member of the Pierce Blade group shook his head, his sharp claws stroked the deck, and finally wrote a few words. Mio glanced at it, and then suddenly, So Cracker and Katakuri are still in New World, but they are guarded by Admiral, and this Admiral's next goal? Is it us? The corner of Meow's mouth raised a smile. Tightly, then he waved his hand. Okay, I know everything, go on. The members of the Piercing Blade group nodded respectfully again, and then went into the shadows under their feet and disappeared. With the departure of the Blade group, then Mio took out a phone worm from his pocket. This phone worm was used to contact Big Mom. It was also obtained from Katakuri before, but Mio did not return it after taking it in his hand, because it is considered that it may be used, and now it happens to be the time to use this phone worm. After thinking about it, Mio directly dialed the phone worm. Soon, the phone worm was connected. The voice of Big Mom suddenly came. "Who is it?" "Big Mom." Mio chuckled and said slowly, "I think you should remember my voice. It's you, Black Crow Boy." Big Mom's voice began to be full of anger and roared. "Why my son hasn't come back yet? Did you stop them?" "Huh." Across the phone worm, Mio can hear the anger in Big Mom's tone in the phone worm. If he admits it, I am afraid that Big Mom will not hesitate to set out to find himself. After all, he had already killed one of the other sons, and then stopped Katakuri and Cracker, which was a provocative behavior in anyone's eyes. "Big Mom, don't wrong the good people." The corners of Meow's mouth raised, and said with a smile, "I'm here to send you information. Your two sons left after finishing the deal with me, but before leaving, it seemed they encountered Marine, and it's Marine led by Admiral." In the phone worm, as Mio's voice fell, Big Mom did not speak, only the heavy breathing from the phone worm. But then, Big Mom's grinning laughter sounded. "Just tell me what you want to say to my mother, Black Crow Boy." "Hey." Hearing this, Mio grinned slightly and smiled. "In that case, I'll just say it straight. Big Mom, we can continue to make a deal." "Deal?" Big Mom sneered. "What do you want? What can my old lady get?" "I want devil fruit." Mio spoke without hesitation, grinning. "And you can get your two sons. I can tell you, your two sons have been arrested by Admiral Kazuru personally. Maybe they're being transported to Impel Down. Once they're locked in, I wonder how difficult it is to come out, should you know? As long as you give me what I want, I can bring your two sons to you. How about? Why do I believe you, Kid Black Crow? You can only trust me, can't you?" Mio had a smile on his face, and his voice was slightly low. "Two devil fruits. I personally brought your two sons to the Cake Island." Hear the words. The huge Big Mom located in the castle of Cake Island rolled his eyes, with saliva dripping onto the ground, corroding the floor. After just thinking about it for a while, a grinning smile appeared on Big Mom's face. "You are very confident. This old lady can do this with you, but you'd better bring Katakuri and Cracker. Otherwise, this new world will have no place for you." "Don't worry. I'm a person of integrity. See you next time." After saying a word with a smile, Mio hung up the phone worm. Then he looked behind him, raised his hands above his head, and hugged him behind his head, looking forward to it. "Marine, hurry up and follow. But I have to say that these New World big pirates really have a lot of good things. These two are already 5 devil fruits." Meow muttered, touching his chin. "These big pirates are real. Rich. There are also many devil fruits. In the future, it seems that I have to consider seizing more opportunities to snatch some devil fruit from those big pirates. This can be collected much faster than Mingu alone. Especially the guy Big Mom took out 5 devil fruits and didn't blink his eyelids. Obviously, he didn't put this amount in his eyes. Obviously, there were more survivors. TSK, I have to figure out how to get more devil fruit from the girl like Big Mom." Mio touched his chin and thought. Up to now, he still has 5 devil fruits in his hand, 2 of which are useful, and the remaining 3, the 3 previously obtained from Cracker, are useless because they are all ordinary Zoan, so Meow intends to use to draw a lottery. But I'm not in a hurry. It's not too late to start the lottery after I get the other 2 from Big Mom. For the lottery, the more you draw at one time, the better, and the chances of getting good things are higher. In thinking, the ship supports to continue to move forward. The sea is calm at this time. Mio also stopped thinking and began to practice. Cultivation is about influencing ability. With a hum, a circle of light appeared on Mio's body, covering the surrounding area. This was the area of influence. At this moment, Mio's right hand slowly raised, and within the aperture, a drop of sea water rose into the sky and floated in midair. The ability to affect the fruit is too strong, and it has been developed to the point where it is strong enough. Meow feels that an idea of her own is enough to affect natural disasters, such as earthquakes and tsunamis. Moreover, Mio said before that this ability is very compatible with the replacement fruit. Mio can use the influence fruit to create countless items that can be replaced, and then use the replacement fruit. The two match up to match Haki and his terrifying physical abilities. Gee, think about it and feel powerful. If you get the ability of Golden Line again in the future, you will really not be afraid of everything. Meow squinted his eyes and thought in his heart that he could build an airbase at that time. And at this moment, Byphone looked in one direction at this time, and there was a pirate ship approaching quickly, and the ship's pirate flag was moving with the wind. "My lord, there are pirates!" Byphone immediately shouted toward Mio. Mio looked back, somewhat puzzled. "Come for us? Robin, do you know that pirate banner belongs to the pirate group?" "Let me see." Robin picked up the binoculars and glanced at the pirate banner, then scratched his head to think. "Some impressions, I think about it." After a while, Robin patted his little hand and said quickly, "I remember, Captain, that is Sayaz, one of Sayaz's most powerful pirates. Amy is offering a reward of 320 million. Mio nodded his head. "In this case, it looks like it is indeed for us." Turning his head, Mio looked at Robin and asked, "Is this Amy demon fruit power?" "Yes," Robin said immediately. "Paramecia, quick fruit ability. Susu fruit." Meow rubbed his head. He had some impression of this fruit. It was a fairly good fruit ability. Susu fruit could increase his speed. As long as his physical fitness was strong enough, his speed could be increased to more than 1,000 times. There is no problem. But if it is not strong enough, demon fruit power will cause the body to collapse during high-speed movement. This devil fruit is somewhat similar to Momo fruit, but it is not clear who is the superior and who is the inferior. Unfortunately, it was not the person with the ability I wanted. Mio murmured in his heart. There was a person with the ability that Mio wanted to kill very much under Sayaz's hands, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't come now. I didn't come this time. Next time. Is it coming soon? It's a big deal to kill it when the time comes. Amy's pirate ship was very fast, and within half an hour, it caught up and approached the Black Honor. On the pirate ship, Amy slowly pulled out the 2 sharp daggers from her waist at this time, looked at men with bloodthirsty eyes, and grinned with a grin. "The Black Crow pirates have finally found you." Meow leaned his hands on the enclosure, supported his chin, and smiled lightly. "Why? Want to kill us?" "Hey, that's right." Amy licked his lips, as if he liked killing people very much, and said with a hint of excitement in his eyes, "Don't you deserve to die if you refuse the invitation of Lord Saya?" The voice fell. Whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Amy's figure disappeared directly. Men squinted slightly. It was difficult to see Amy's figure with naked eyes, or could not keep up with Amy's speed. However, Mio didn't have any fear. On the contrary, he sneered and said, "The speed is indeed very fast, but unfortunately, your own speed is not fast, even if you double it. Where can your speed go faster?" The voice fell. Almost without using Mio's hands, Erica slammed a big sword out of her waist and stabbed Mio's right side suddenly. A figure also appeared on Mio's right side. It was Amy. At this time, he was about to stab Mio's head with a dagger in his hand, but suddenly stopped, and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I saw that Erica's knife stopped steadily at his neck, only 1 centimeter away from his neck. If he got closer to Mio, the knife would cut his neck directly. "You can't kill anyone on this ship." Mio turned her head and stared at Amy indifferently. His speed is indeed very fast, but everyone on this ship, except Robin and Warwick, can easily avoid his attacks. Their insights and super reflexes are no joke. "Don't be arrogant, newcomer." Amy's expression was gloomy, and after taking a step back, her speed surged again, holding the dagger tightly in both hands. A breathing room appeared on the other side of Min. At the same time, the dagger in his hand pierced Mio's head without hesitation. A coldness appeared in Bai Feng's eyes, and with a move with his right hand, a wind blade the size of a compressed plate appeared directly in his hand, and it was spinning continuously before being directly thrown out by Bai Feng. Next moment, "What?" The screams suddenly sounded. Amina's hand that used to stab Mina with the dagger was already broken and fell on the deck, blood constantly gushing out. I understand why there are no such Saya and Borkin in the original book. Meow muttered in his heart. With this kind of strength, his subordinates are already one of the most powerful pirates under his hands. How could it be possible to compete with Kaido and the others? Whether Whitebeard, Kaido, or Big Mom, and even Shanks's members have a strong presence. Looking at Kaido, the 3 plagues under his hands are not weak. Although there is no Kazuki Odin under Whitebeard's hands, there are people like Marco, and they have good fruit abilities. Not to mention B0 Igmum and Red Hair. Although the children of Big Mom are not strong at this point in time, they have a large number of children. Shanks, the boat, is taking the elite route, and the younger brother who is collected under his hand is also the elite route. There is no comparison at all, but if you can send me a genetic ability, you can be regarded as your own role. Mio spoke slowly, pinched Amy in his hand, and pinched his neck. With a thought, a flame appeared directly in his palm, instantly wrapping Amy's body. In the flames, the screams were endless. When it was almost time, Mio directly threw the fellow engulfed by flames into the sea. On the panel, prompts also appeared. Congratulations on your inclusion of the pirate, Susu Jean. Just this kind of stuff, it looks a bit overestimated, Meow murmured, and then she couldn't help but squinted at her feet. A phone bug was lying there, as if from Amy just now, falling from the body. Look at the phone worm. There was a thoughtful look in Mio's eyes, then picked up the phone bug and held it in his hand, waved it high in, and pointed to the pirate ship nearby. When the pirates on the pirate ship saw their boss being killed so easily, their faces showed horror, and they hurriedly controlled the ship to move away, wanting to stay away. After receiving Mio's instructions, Hyan nodded without hesitation. Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, and a huge black and purple phantom suddenly condensed on his body. At the same time, he could see a bow condensed by the black fire of Amaterasu in the hands of the phantom. Then the shadow of the giant Minos Grande opened the bowstring, and the black flame condensed an arrow. The arrow aimed at the pirate ship. The black flame exudes a turbulent aura, causing the temperature of the area on the deck to rise a little. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. The arrow burst out, blasting towards the ship. Soon, rumbling, accompanied by a loud noise, the ship exploded and was swallowed by the flames, and black flames continued to burn on the wreckage. It seemed that it was necessary to burn them all before they were willing to give up, even if there were a few wooden boards left. Meow had no idea to take a look at the destroyed ships on the sea. At this time, Meow's eyes were on the phone worm in his hand. Not surprisingly, this should have been used by Amy to contact Saya. Suddenly, the corners of Meow's mouth rose up and waved to Lilith. Lilith came and asked, sitting beside Mio, "Sir, is there anything I can help?" "Of course." Mio smiled and nodded, looking at the phone worm in his hand, and said, "Remember the look and voice of the person I killed just now?" "Remember." Lilith nodded and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I remember that you have an ability, which can be changed in any way, right?" Mio didn't say directly, but first asked to make sure. Lilith smiled immediately, believing herself. "Yes, although it can only change to form and imitate sounds, the appearance and imitation of the changed sounds are absolutely 100% restored. As long as I've seen them, it is fine, and even I can change out of thin air, sir." "Look," the voice fell. Lilith's hair began to extend all the way to the hips, extremely supple. Her hair color turned black, and her figure became more slender and sexy. With a pair of elegant long legs, Lilith slightly bent over and stretched out one hand. The index finger provoked Mio's chin and said with a teasing smile, "How about? Do you like this kind of girl?" "Ahem." This is a wave of forcibly scooped up. Mio turned Byakugan over, patted Lilith's hand, squeezed Lilith's face, and slowly said, "Don't tease me, or you will get rid of the gun carefully. It's not enough to help you put out the fire." Lilith didn't care about it, but Mio pretended not to hear about it, just said, "You changed into the person you're just now, and you used this phone wormbow to call him and tell him that you were ambushed by the people from Big Mom." Mio gestured with her hands and grinned. "Remember, the tone should be a bit harsher. Only then will he believe it. If he believes it, I will have the opportunity to continue to cheat the crazy girl Big Mom." Hearing this, Lilith covered her mouth and chuckled. Her eyes lit up. "Master, don't worry. Leave it to Lilith. I will act very real. I'll leave it to you. Mio put the phone worm in Lilith's palm, then shrugged and sat aside, preparing to watch the performance. Lilith picked up the phone worm without hesitation and dialed directly, but when the call was made, her figure also changed, and she suddenly became Amy's appearance. Obviously, she was still a sexy and slender beauty 1 second before, but she became a strong man the next moment. This change made Mio a little unacceptable for a while. The other people nearby couldn't help but crowded around curiously at this moment when they saw Lilith's appearance, like men preparing to watch Lilith's performance. At this moment, blue, 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 Amy. The phone worm was connected, and a voice rang directly from the phone worm. "Sa Lord Saya," Lilith yelled suddenly without hesitation, as if something terrible had happened. Her voice was full of horror. The corners of Mio's mouth rose slightly, and he leaped slightly to the sky. Pulling out Raikiri, he slashed towards the scene next to the Black Glory, sending out a huge slash. The waves swept, and the boat swayed. Make a little help for Lilith. Perhaps after hearing the movement on Lilith's side, Saya's voice became serious in the phone bug. "Amy, what happened to you?" Saya-sama, I was ambushed on my side, yes, from the Big Mom pirate group. Amy's face became fierce and roared. These guys must be planning something and know my route. They must be trying to provoke something by killing me. Lord Saya, you must pay attention to me. Cough, cough. I will retreat first. I will contact you again if you're still alive. Just finished. Lilith screamed again, clutching her chest. It's like being hit hard by a sneak attack. The phone worm in his hand fell to the ground at this time and rolled around. It rolled to Mio's feet and finally was crushed by Mio's foot. However, Lilith's performance was still going on, and at this time it was even more pitifully looking at men. "Sir, I performed so hard. Do you want to give Lilith a little reward?" "Then what reward do you want?" Mio flipped over. Byakugan looked at Lilith angrily. "Master, what do you say?" Lilith's mouth raised slightly, revealing a charming smile. Hearing this, Meow couldn't help but smashed his mouth and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "I always felt that I would not lack a wife in the future." Shaking her head, Mio looked at Lilith, lowered her head under Lilith's expectant eyes, and gave a soft kiss. Click to end. Erica and Marcy on the side suddenly showed envy. When Warwick saw this scene, he remembered a sentence he had seen before. "Kiss is the best way to express love." Suddenly, "I want it too" came out. Hei Yan's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly released his Linhe to cover Warwick's mouth, tied Warwick up, and threw directly into the cabin without a word. An island in New World. At this time, Saya put down the phone worm in his hand, and his expression was extremely gloomy. There was even more anger rising in his eyes. "Big Mom, this damn woman, what does she want to do?" "Huh? Promote a war between me and her." Saya let out a low growl. One of Saya's pirate frowned. "Saya-sama, the information we got before is that Big Mom is preparing to deal with Borkin. You said whether Borkin knew this, so I pretended to be the Big Mom pirate group and wanted to provoke us and the Big Mom pirate group. War, and then help him deal with Big Mom together." Saya immediately glared at his subordinate. "Are you all shitting your mind? How does the Big Mom pirates imitate it? It's okay to say that other pirates are easy to pretend, but how can the people of Big Mom pirates impersonate? All the pirates under Big Mom are basically related to desserts, and even most of their abilities can be used to make desserts or other dietary aspects. Is it possible that Amy's IQ is impersonating Big Mom and can't be seen?" So Saya didn't consider this possibility at all. Next to him, a handsome man took a step forward and frowned. Could it be that Big Mom did this on purpose? Looking at the man, many pirates couldn't help taking a step back, and only Saya asked, "What?" The man explained, "Boss, you should know that except for Kaido, Big Mom is different from all competitors. She and Kaido were on the same ship. Although they have established a pirate group, they may not be able to guarantee. They won't form an alliance. If they form an alliance, would they want to kill you and park in? If so, then it's not surprising that they will ambush Amy this time." Hear the words. Saya frowned and said solemnly, "What you said is not impossible, but no matter what Big Mom, this damn old woman, dared to kill Amy, and she will never make her feel better. Order to go on. Today, I started to see the boats of the Big Mum pirate group. Hit it directly. Yes. Hearing this, the man nodded, turned, and left. A strong man under his saya is also Saya's cronies, Bessemer, Zoan, and Eudemons, but it seems that only Saya knows exactly what devil fruit is capable of. For what happened on this island, Meow is not clear at all. At this moment, on the Black Glory, Lilith sat beside Mio with a happy face and asked, "Sir, what if that Saya is not fooled? There is no loss if you can't be fooled, but it's better to be fooled." Meow spread his hands. Shin even stood up, patted the dust on his butt, and smiled at Lilith. "Come on, help me practice." "Okay, sir." Lilith is very happy. Lilith smiled and stood up, with wings extended behind her back, bright and beautiful wings radiating, waving slowly. Even if there was a gust of wind swept through, she appeared in on the sea. Under Lilith's deliberate control, tornado madness did not interfere with the Black Honor, and even stayed in one position all the time. With a move in Mio's mind, the ability to influence the fruit was mobilized, and the aperture emerged, and the area of influence directly enveloped this area. Then Mio began to try to use the power of influencing the fruit to make the tornado madly dissipate. This fruit is too powerful, but there are many restrictions. Of course, the most important thing is consumption. With the start of Mio's attempts, the body's physical strength began to be consumed rapidly, and the physical strength of this fruit was at least twice as fast as other fruits, nearly 3 times as fast. Most people may not be able to play this fruit at all, and it is estimated that they will be exhausted just by pushing them. Under the power of influence, you can see that the tornado madness has the possibility of dissipating, but then it resumes like this, rotating at high speed, so that the sea surface cannot help but form a uzumaki. Time passed in the practice. Before I knew it, another 2 days passed. Today, Mio is still training the ability to influence the fruit, but the training these days has made him a little helpless and can't help muttering. The development of this fruit is too difficult, and progress is slow. This is the conclusion reached by Mio after a few days of training. It's really slow progress. It can only be said that this fruit is too difficult to develop. Blue, 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 blue. The voice of the telephone worm suddenly rang at this moment. Mio took out the phone worm in his pocket, took a look, and narrowed his eyes to connect to the phone worm. Vegapunk's voice suddenly came. "I have identified the island and established a laboratory. I will be able to start the experiment soon, but I have to say to you that although the experiment has not officially started yet, I did a few small experiments before the experiment, and I can bear it. There are not many animals with giant genes, even giants, and there is only one kind that fits perfectly with giant genes." With quick words, Meow asked with a slightly frowned brow, "What creature?" "King Kong." Mio nodded slightly and asked, touching his chin, "If it's just this matter, you don't need to rush to tell me, right? I just want to tell you about this first, and then talk about the consequences of this event." Vegapunk said gently, "Although it is easy to find King Kong, your requirement is to make it in batches. In other words, not only do you have to find King Kong, but you have to raise the gold just now. I'm not an expert in cultivation, so you have to figure out how to do it yourself." Hearing this, Mio couldn't help but look helpless. "You're not a cultivation expert, nor am I. Where can I find a way to raise King Kong? This is not an ordinary King Kong. It's a giant King Kong. Could it be possible to look for the golden lion?" Meow wondered. Golden lion itself is studying IQ, which can make animals huge and cruel, or could be used for a while. As for whether golden lion is willing to help himself, it can only be considered in the future. Even if he doesn't agree, it's okay. The big deal is to find someone to study IQ by himself. It doesn't make much difference. But speaking of it, this IQ has a great effect on me, and I can consider studying it clearly in the future so that I don't have to worry about the lack of genes and breeding organisms. Min murmured, although IQ will make animals huge and at the same time make them violent and irrational, but it doesn't matter to me. Shaking his head, Meow said directly while looking at the phone bug, "No problem, I will take care of this. You only need to give me the result when the time comes." Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. I still have things on my side. Let's talk about it another day. Do. The phone worm was hung up. Put away the phone worm. Mio sat down cross-legged, his eyes flashing with thought. Golden Lion. To be honest, the location of Golden Lion is not easy to find. Strong World, which is Golden Lion's Sky Island base, has been floating around in the sky. It is not realistic to find it purely by luck. Maybe you need to ask Whitebeard. Mio murmured. But Whitebeard is not so easy to go there. As the first existence of the Emperor, Moby D***K is not able to board as long as he wants to. Without sufficient strength, there is no way to face Whitebeard. Maybe even Whitebeard will get rid of him. Otherwise, Whitebeard will say, "Be my son," or something like that. And at this moment, sky, a seagull flew over, and the seagull was carrying a package, which seemed to contain newspapers. The seagulls circled the pirate flag on the flagpole for a moment in the sky, as if confirming something, and then they flew down and landed on the bow of the ship, tilting their heads to look at Meow. News? Here is a copy. Min shook his head, no longer thinking, came to Seagull and handed over a coin. Seagull took out a newspaper from the package, handed it to Mio, and then spread its wings and flew away. Mio opened the newspaper and something fell out. After Mio hurriedly caught it, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Pointer. What falls out of the newspaper is a permanent indicator. When will a permanent pointer be included in the newspaper? Robin walked over and asked curiously. Mio was also puzzled, but when he saw the content in the newspaper, he immediately understood. So that's the case, the World Expo. The corner of Meow's mouth lifted up, showing a smile, and the color of expectation in his eyes also emerged. Expo. Robin was surprised and curiously took the newspaper and read it. The content described in the newspaper is that there is a Grand World Expo, which will be held in half a month. It will be located on New World's Osher Island, which is a huge island, which is good for hosting the World Expo. It seems that the World Expo this time will be very grand. It is estimated that you can buy a lot of special things in it. Captain, are we going to go? Robin asked, looking at Meow. Go, of course. Mio nodded without hesitation. To be honest, he has not participated in the expo, and this expo will be very grand, as described in the newspaper, so he will naturally not miss it. And this time at the expo, you might be able to buy something you want. The World Expo is exclusive to the pirates. You can burn, kill, loot, and looting anything. As long as you don't inform the Marine World Expo where it will be held, it is within the rules to do anything there. At that time, there might be a large number of pirates with demon fruit power. How can Mio not go to this kind of grand occasion? But we could buy newspapers. Does a Marine mean we can also buy them? Robin asked strangely. Hearing this, Mio shook his head and pointed to Pirate Banner to explain. When a seagull flew down just now, it was obvious that the pirate flag flew down after a long time, indicating that this thing will only be sold to the pirates. The only pity is that the time is too tight. It only takes half a month. There is a distance from here to there, and we need to go at full speed. After all, we will have other things to do in the middle of the journey. Fortunately, the island where the World Expo will be held is on the route of Mio, so there is no need to turn around, otherwise he might not be able to get the 2 devil fruits from Charlotte. After all, if the route is different and he goes to the World Expo, he will definitely not be able to go to Cake Island, so naturally he won't be able to get those 2 devil fruits. Meow looked at the sea and shouted towards the drought under the sea. After allowing drought to speed up, he gave the permanent pointer to Bifong and let Bifong hold it. And he thought about one thing. Speaking of the World Expo, he couldn't help but think of the island where Roger left a permanent pointer to Ladruff. That thing is definitely a good thing. If it is spread out, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. Meow is thinking about whether to get the thing. The reason for thinking about it is also because that thing is a bit hot. If you don't have enough strength, if you get the thing and pass it out accidentally, the whole New World pirates will come to him. Everyone wants to kill him and get a permanent pointer. But Mio also wants to use this thing to get some benefits. Thinking time. Mio's eyes flickered, as if thinking of something in general. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Hey, I thought of another good idea to pit Big Mom. But the idea is there, but it's not time to implement it. Let's first use up the 2 opportunities to pit Big Mom that have been set up now. Mio grinned, but stopped thinking about it and continued to practice. 5 days have passed. For the past 5 days, the Black Glory has been moving forward on the sea. Occasionally I encounter some pirates. These pirates have little strength. After all, they're in New World. However, after seeing the Black Crow pirates, they all have only one idea. That is to kill the Black Crow pirates and step on it. It became famous with the reputation of the Black Crow pirates. It's a pity that they were all greeted by death in the end. At this time, on a sea area, 2 pirate ships approached each other. One of them is the Black Honor. The other ship is the Cross Pirate Group. Captain Noah is offering a reward of 110 million. He is strong in physical skills and has no fruit ability. At this moment, Noah stood on the bow of his ship, looking at Mio on the Black Glory, clenching his fists and shouting, "Black Crow, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Do you want to step on me to make a name?" Meow asked with a flat expression. Of course. Noah grinned with an excited smile and licked his lips. Your reputation is very big. If you beat you, Lousy can be famous in New World. Ambitious. Mio also grinned and showed a smile, but there was more disdain in this smile. But it's a pity your strength does not have the slightest possibility of defeating me. Finished. Mio lifted her right hand and waved. Erica took a step forward and then pulled out the 2 knives, staring directly at Noah, and said lightly, "Those who want to defeat Mr. do not have 100 or dozens. Before that, there were several, but in the end they all died. The same goes for you." The voice fell. Huh. The double knives were pulled out in an instant, and then slashed abruptly. Double knife flow. Big destroy. A sword light suddenly appeared. Accompanied by it is the ultimate terrifying coercion contained in the sword light. Let the waves on the sea calm down in an instant, and make the turbulent sea in this area instantly calm. The slash hit suddenly, and the sword light was dazzling, covering the sky above the ship. Noah's eyes widened for an instant, and an unbelievable expression appeared. The faces of his little brothers behind him couldn't help showing fear. Guru, what's the matter? I can't move. Me too. Can't move at all. Damn, I can't escape. What should I do? Listening to the horrified words of his little brothers behind him, Noah couldn't help, but a look of horror appeared in his eyes at this time. His body was also completely unable to move, as if he was being held down by a mountain, and he was under 1,000 pressures. Even if you want to raise your hand, it won't work. Is this really a rookie, the pirates? Noah murmured, sweat dripping from his forehead. The next moment, it was swallowed and covered by the slash. The powerful destructive power broke out in an instant, and the ship was split into 2 under the slash. Go, keep going. Looking at the exploded boat, Mio shook his head helplessly and ordered to buy foam. This kind of thing has been very common in the past few days. Although in the end, several pirate ships would want to follow him before they died, they were all rejected by Meow. He didn't plan to form before he determined the location, the idea of the fleet. And even if it is to form a fleet, he has to be strong, not this rubbish. Although the strong people gather in New World, there are indeed many strong ones, but more of them are the strong one for the first half of the Grand Line, and they're also rubbish in New World. This kind of person is not the subordinate that Meow wants. My lord, it's almost the sea area of Cake Island. Bai Feng said, looking up at Meow at this time. Cake Island, the site of Big Mom. Lilith asked with a smile, wearing hot pants, tilting her long white legs, leaning back on the lazy chair. Do you want to notify Big Mom now? No. Mio refused without hesitation. The things we brought to Big Mom have not arrived yet. Wait a minute, don't get close to Cake Island for now. Yes. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng nodded, signaling to understand. Robin closed the book in his hand, poured himself a glass of orange juice, and looked at Meow curiously. What are we going to bring to Big Mom? Why don't I know? It's weird if you know it. Mio flipped over Byakugan. Because I never told you. Robin glared at him suddenly. The Black Glory docked directly on this sea area, did not move forward, and waited quietly here. Mio sat directly on another lazy chair next to Lilith, with her legs tilted, holding up Lilith's water glass without any kind of politeness, drank the juice in it, and said, "Speaking of which, Marine's chasing speed is a bit too slow. Isn't it because we lost our position? It's not impossible." Erica stopped swinging her sword and said seriously, "After all, we have a drought, and the speed at which the ship moves forward is difficult even for warships. Let's go and take a look at the piercing blade group." Mio also felt that this possibility was very high, so after murmured, it was a pop, and snapped his fingers. Behind, one after another, the figure of the stab blade group emerged. "Go, see if the fleet led by Kizaru is nearby, and if so, just come back and report," Mio quickly ordered. The Black Shadow Warrior of the blade group nodded and left without hesitation. Mio also continued to wait. With a faint smile on her face, Lilith picked up the glass that had been drunk by Mio and poured herself another drink, took a sip that she was accustomed to, and then handed the straw to Mio's mouth. Looked at Meow expectantly in his eyes. Seeing this, Mio chuckled lightly, then stuffed the straw into her mouth to drink. On the side, after Erica finished her practice, sweating profusely, Mio handed over the drink. Erica took the cup and bit the straw and drank happily. Not long. On the deck, a group of Black Shadow Warriors of the Blade Regiment appeared. They looked at Mio and reported what they were investigating. "You mean that the fleet led by Kizaru is nearby, right?" Mio said calmly. The Black Shadow Warrior of the Blade Group nodded. Seeing this, Mio gently waved his hand, and the Shadow Warriors immediately disappeared like smoke. Immediately afterwards, Mio stood up and came to the bow, grinning. "Since it's nearby, then give you some direction and let you catch up quickly. After all, I can't wait to get the 2 devil fruits from Big Mom." The voice fell. Boom. Rumbling. Mio put her hands in the pants kabuto, but her eyes were full of fierceness. A turbulent and terrifying aura suddenly burst out and swept all over the place. The terrifying aura made the waves on the sea surface suddenly disappear. But then it became more turbulent, and the sea became more violent. "Come on, Kizaru." The corners of Meow's mouth rose up, chuckled, and then he looked at Baifeng and ordered, "Let's go approach the Cake Island, but remember not to go too fast. You can do it slowly." "Yes." Baifeng nodded and bowed slightly. At this time, near the sea, there are a total of 3 warships here. On the leading warship, Kizaru suddenly appeared on the bow, looking in one direction, showing a look of surprise. "Conqueror's Haki. Whose is it? Black Crow? Or, report to Kizaru Admiral. If you continue to advance, you will reach the waters of Cake Island and attract the attention of the Big Mom pirates. Do you continue to advance?" A Marine came to report behind Kizaru and asked. Kizaru frowned slightly and asked, "Is it sure that the Black Crow pirates is going in this direction?" "Yes. If this is the case, then catch up," Kizaru said without any hesitation. The Conqueror's Haki just now showed that there was a battle in this sea, either from the Black Crow or from Big Mom. Even, maybe the 2 sides have already fought? After all, in Kizaru's view, no one would be bored to release Conqueror's Haki. Of course, it doesn't matter. Anyway, for Kizaru, the battle in the waters of Cake Island must have something to do with Charlotte Linlin. As a Marine, he definitely needs to check it out. What if something major happens? Yes. Upon hearing the words, Marine kicked and saluted, then turned and left and ordered to go down. The 3 warships accelerated and moved forward immediately. Perhaps it was because I felt that Kizaru was about to catch up. At this time, Mio, who was standing on the bow of the Black Glory, had already taken out the phone worm to contact Big Mom and dialed it out. Blue, 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 blue. The call of the phone worm came, and after a few rings, the phone worm was connected. "Black Crow boy." Big Mom sounded low and slightly hoarse and crazy. "What? Did the old mother's son bring it?" "Big Mom, don't worry. Take what I want, and I will be at the cake shop soon," Meow said lightly. Hearing that, in the phone bug, Big Mom sneered in response. "Your things, my mother, are already ready. I hope you haven't deceived my mother. Otherwise today will be your death date." Finished. The phone worm was hung up directly by Big Mom. Mio doesn't care about Big Mom's attitude, anyway, as long as he can get devil fruit at that time. Shrugging, Mio put away the phone worm. The black glory was advancing slowly, not hurriedly or slowly, as if looking at the scenery along the way, afraid that it would not be able to enjoy the scenery if it walked too fast. Almost a quarter of an hour later. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. A golden light came from a long distance, carrying a powerful force. With a sound of clang, Erica rushed forward and swung out a sword. Armament hockey entangled and easily blocked the laser light. Mio looked up to the rear, where there was a small black spot, very small, but there was no problem that it was a warship and Kizuru, one of the headquarters of Admiral, was on it. Finally caught up by phone, speed up. The corner of Meow's mouth rose up and directly ordered. By phone did not hesitate, and executed it, calling out drought, and the ship immediately accelerated its speed. However, the 3 warships behind them did not stop and pursued them quickly. It's just that Kizuru, who was standing on a warship, was a little confused at this time. Strange, is it over? Or is there no fight at all? Then who released conquerors just now? It's just that no one answered this question for him. Soon, both the warship and the Black Glory completely entered the sea area of the cake shop, and from a distance, one could see the island that looked like a cake. Black Crow, you can't escape this time. Kizuru's body flashed with golden light and appeared above the Black Glory with a cold voice. That's not necessarily Kizuru. Mio grinned lightly, disdainful of Kizuru's words. Hearing this, Kizuru gave a cold snort, but didn't say much, just kicked out. Golden light covered his right leg, and a straight light burst out, as if he wanted to cut the Black Glory directly. Don't be so irritable, Kizuru Admiral. Mio grinned, leaped slightly into the air, and drew his sword to block the attack with a slash of song, and then said, "This is the waters of Cake Island. It's not easy to bring you here. For this reason, I specially come to give you a gift." Citation. Kizaru frowned immediately upon hearing this. Just now, Black Crow, where's my son? A harsh roar came from the position of Cake Island, and it could be seen that there was a ship slowly approaching at this time. Even if the people on the ship saw Kizuru, they didn't seem to care. It was a pink ship with a huge figure on the bow. The ship is the chanting horn of the Queen's mother. That figure is naturally Big Mom himself. Damn it, Big Mom. Seeing Big Mom's appearance and hearing Big Mom's words, Kizuru's face was gloomy, obviously guessing Mio's thoughts. What do I want? Mio's arms shook, and he pulled away from Kizuru and landed on the deck of the Black Honor, grinning. Big Mom didn't talk nonsense, just took out 2 boxes and opened them, revealing the devil fruit inside. Mio's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a move with his right hand, 2 devil fruits appeared in Mio's hands, and Mio looked at it carefully. Although they are all ordinary Zoans, they are not bad, Mio said with a smile. Listening to Mino's words, Big Mom's pupils shrank slightly. The first time she saw Mino's abilities, she was a little surprised but also a little afraid. Since you have taken the things, you should hand over the old mother's son. Big Mom said coldly, I just promised you to bring your son here. If you want to see your son, go and save it yourself. Meow shrugged slightly and pointed to a warship not far away, grinning. Your 2 sons are both imprisoned there now. As Mio's voice fell, Kizuru snorted coldly and waved his right hand. A huge ball of light suddenly condensed, with a volume of 10 meters in size. Just looking at the volume can know the destructive power contained in it. The ball of light was thrown directly at the Black Glory by Kizuru, and immediately moved towards the warship without any hesitation. Now he has no intention of staying here at all. If you don't have kata, curry, and cracker on your warship, it's good to say that even if you come to Cake Island, Big Mom may not attack him, and he will not attack Big Mom. They exist at this level, and they are not prepared enough. When you start a fight, you will not be born or die in a short time, and it will only be cheaper for other people at that time. But now, there are indeed 2 sons of Big Mom on the warship. In addition, Big Mom may fall into a state of madness at any time. He doesn't want to stay here for a long time. Otherwise, once the fight starts, other pirates will come here faster than Marine, and they may come here. Before, the Madman Kaido would come to join in the fun faster. then he will be in trouble. He still has confidence in dealing with 4 emperors, and 2 of them can only wait to die. Whoosh! Bifing's figure flickered and appeared in the air. The wind swept through, wrapped his right leg, and kicked out. The light ball was kicked directly and landed on the distant sea. Then there was a bang, and there was a huge explosion directly on the sea. Black Crow, you use my old lady. Big Mom roared at Meow, but his eyes kept looking at the position of the warship. She is not a fool, and now it is clear that Mio is completely an empty glove white wolf. But she has to be willing, and Kizuru is obviously here to hunt down the Black Crow pirates, but she still has to help the Black Crow pirates to stop it. After all, his 2 sons are on the warship, and they can't be taken back if they don't make a move. Kizaru wouldn't hand over his 2 sons to himself so obediently, he would definitely have a fight. I didn't use you. I'm helping you, am I? Mio grinned, and then shouted, Gone! The Black Glory immediately started driving. This damn boy, sooner or later my old lady will pinch you to death by herself. Big Mom's voice was cold, but the next moment he set his sights on the warship. Kizaru, keep my mother and son. Big Mom, you don't have any son on the warship. If you don't want to fight, go back to your cake shop. Kizaru's voice was cold. He really doesn't want to fight with Big Mom. This level of battle is too tiring for Kizaru, time-consuming and laborious. But unfortunately, Big Mom looked fierce and said without hesitation, Then don't leave today. When the sound fell, the sky suddenly became gloomy, dark clouds gathered, and Razor began to roll. This damn old woman. Kizaru cursed helplessly, his body shone with golden light. Thunder. With a move of Big Mom's right hand, the power of the soul was injected into the sky, and the thunder suddenly rolled, as if following Big Mom's command, suddenly fell and blasted to the distant warship. Big Mom, don't think I'm afraid of you. Kizaru's eyes gradually turned cold, and the golden light particles on his body surged and dispersed to form a huge oval light shield above the warship. The light shield blocked all the thunder bombardment. Kizaru boy, do you think my old lady will be afraid of you? Big Mom roared. It's not that they have never fought with each other. Basically, they know the strength of each other. Your son is indeed on my boat, but you want to save him. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Kizaru said coldly, then stopped talking nonsense and squeezed his hands. Bashikyon Goyu. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the light bombs blasted towards the Queen's chanting horn. At the same time, Kizaru looked at the soldiers behind him and said directly, Retreat to me immediately and go directly to Impel Down. Yes. When the Marine soldier heard the words, he immediately responded and started to take action. Big Mom roared angrily. She naturally heard Kizaru's words, and her eyes rose with anger. Do you think you can run away on my mother's sight? Thunderstorm. More and more terrifying soul power was injected into the sky, and the thunderclouds in the sky could be seen covering hundreds of meters of the sky in an instant, and the terrifying thunder continued to spread in it, making an ear-splitting sound. Subsequently, rumbling, the terrifying thunder suddenly fell. Thunder and lightning, as thick as a bucket, were smashed, and within a few hundred meters, there was no place to escape. This terrifying power was almost enough to destroy an island. It fell on the sea, and the power even touched the bottom of the sea. It can be seen that there is a sea beast that has been touched by the thunder, and it has been roasted and matured into a corpse floating on the surface of the sea. Kizaru's expression was calm, without fear at all, just raising his hands and pulling violently. The golden light immediately followed Kizaru's movements and turned into a fragile-looking shield, but the shield did not show the slightest sign of shattering to block the thunder falling from the sky. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru waved his hand again. The flash particles scattered from Kizaru's body and began to pause around Kizaru's body, turning into a handle heaven from the cloud sword. Hundreds of them were condensed in one breath, and finally followed Kizaru's right hand with a wave. Whoosh whoosh. A handle of the sky from the cloud sword flew away with the sound of breaking through the air. This kind of strength, this method, is really terrifying. In the distance, on the distant black glory, Meow couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. He really still lacks powerful attack methods. Of course, it cannot be said that he does not have powerful attack methods, but he has not developed it. After a while, I'll be able to reach this point, Bai Feng said in a self-confessed tone, with a firm look in his eyes. He is only one step away from this level. As long as he takes that step, he can also reach this level, possessing the terrifying power that can destroy an island at any time. It's horrible. Erica nodded, but then looked at the two knives around her waist and said slowly, "But I'm fast too. Let's practice hard." Mio smiled but didn't urge, and the thing of strength can't be urged, but he believes that these people in front of him, even if they are admiral level, have a chance to achieve. By the way, before you leave, you two will give them a final gift. Meow raised the corner of her mouth and said to Bai Feng and Lilith, "Hear the words." Bai Feng and Lilith nodded. Lilith's figure appeared directly in the sky, and the huge blue wings spread out from behind, beautiful and gorgeous. Under the fluorescent dots, Lilith's wings suddenly waved, and a terrifying storm suddenly formed and turned into a tornado storm rolled up the sea, and as Lilith waved again, it swept in the direction of Big Mum and Kizaru. And Bai Feng's body changed even more, and a pair of green wings began to grow behind his back. At the same time, faint hairs appeared everywhere on his body, and his figure became more vigorous. Leap slightly. Bai Feng flew into the air, waving his wings behind him to stop him in the air. Bai Feng's hands were claw-shaped, and he suddenly grabbed both sides in the air. From the green veins protruding from the back of his hands, it could be seen that Bai Feng was very hard. With this grasp, two tornado storms of the same size were rapidly condensing on both sides of the white wind, and the tornado storm with Lilith went towards Kizaru and Big Mum. 3 tornado storms. Without strong enough strength, facing this tornado storm, there is only one escape, or one can only wait for death. Although I know that there is no threat to you, but this is a little bit of my care, I hope you can accept it. The corner of Meow's mouth raised, and after a smile, he told Bai Feng to leave directly. At the same time, he looked at Big Mum with deep eyes and smiled even more. "See you next time, Big Mum. I hope you can still have a lot of devil fruit by then." The battle here on Cake Island is still going on. But how exactly, Mio didn't know, and he didn't have the idea of staying to watch the game, and he doesn't have the strength and confidence to watch the game here. At this time, the Black Honor had already moved away from the sea area where Cake Island was located and was heading to the next destination. At this time, Mio was sitting overtime, and in front of him was the lottery panel. From Charlotte, Mio got a total of 5 devil fruits, all ordinary Zoan devil fruits. For Mio, these 5 devil fruits are 5 chances to draw a lottery. After leaving the waters of Cake Island, the 5 devil fruits were directly converted into lottery draws. Now, he is planning to start the lottery draw. 5 chances, in Mio's opinion, he can definitely get a lot of good genes. On the roulette, the prizes still dazzle Mio. After scanning a circle, the look of expectation appeared in his eyes, and then he rubbed his hands and directly pressed the lottery button, ready to come first. If the genes drawn for the first time are not good, then he decided to wait a few hours before starting a second one. The roulette began to spin quickly. The genes above crossed the pointer one by one. Mio also waited quietly. Not long. The rotating speed of the roulette slowed down, and under Mio's gaze, it began to stop slowly, and finally a gene stopped in the direction pointed by the pointer. "Congratulations, you won the Four Tails Monkey King gene through the lottery." "What?" Seeing the prompt on the panel, Meow was taken aback. Then came a look of surprise and excitement. "It's actually the tail beast gene, and it's 4 tails." Mio couldn't help but shook his fist. This is a powerful gene. Apart from anything else, for tails can control magma. This alone is very powerful. Although the tail beast is made up of chakra in the Hokage world, it is still possible to get its own physical attributes, and the increase in the physical attributes of the cultivated creatures should not be weak after it is cultivated. The first gene is a good start, and the hopes for the next are good. A look of expectation appeared on Mio's face, and without hesitation, he pressed the raffle button again. The roulette turned again. For the remaining 4 chances of lottery draw, Mio was drawn all at once, and none of the genes that she got drawn made Mio a little bit surprised. While surprised, there was more excitement, because the genes drawn these 4 times can be said to be very powerful. The remaining 4 lucky draw genes are: Noxus rules the genes, Doomsday Messenger gene, the golden gene of the lion, Network Bride gene. This is the gene obtained from the remaining 4 draws, almost stunned and shocked. The first 2 genes are from the League of Legends, the third gene is from the Blood-Devouring Rage, and the last one is just from the Strange Story. The Noxus Commander gene. First of all, the Noxus Commander itself is very powerful. He has a devil's arm, and therefore gains a part of the power of the devil, in addition to being able to control the crows. Doomsday Messenger gene. Doomsday Messenger itself is a living scarecrow, an abomination that wanders in the dark. Like the Noxus leader, he can control the crows, but also absorb fear, and he can recover when he hurts the enemy. Itself. The Lion's Gold. This is a beast in the blood-devouring raid. Not to mention the powerful physical attributes. The most important thing is the powerful power to control the thunder. In the end, it was the bride-to-be. Gee, what does Miss Luo say? It is one of the Strange Stories. She is a spider girl, half human and half spider. She doesn't have any particularly powerful abilities, but she is not weak and very difficult to deal with. A total of 5 draws, including the previous 4 tails gene. It could be said that these 5 genes are very satisfactory to Mio. Satisfied can no longer be satisfied. It feels like you can start training now. Meow muttered, and she couldn't wait to get up. Once this is cultivated, I should be able to acquire good abilities. And the goal of training is currently on board. That's the little crow. To be honest, 2 of the genes in this lottery match are also very good for this little guy. Whether it is the Doomsday Envoy gene or the Noxus Commander gene, it can be cultivated. This little guy. But for this training, beast type is enough, Mio murmured. After pondering for a while, Mio stopped hesitating, turned and walked into the cabin, and went directly to the room where the little crow was closed. She was able to see that she was locked in a cage at this time, and there was a small bowl for water and food in the cage. As soon as Mio came in, the little crow suddenly looked at him resentfully, as if looking at his enemy. In fact, Mio should also be regarded as the enemy of this crow. After all, its ethnic group was wiped out by Mio's relatives. In the little crow's mouth, there was even an unpleasant cry at this time. Mio didn't care about this, just grinned and smiled. I like this look very much, but after a while, your look will be changed. Let's eat this fruit first. After speaking, Mio took out a devil fruit. This is the fruit of the soul-wounding bird. Since the Eudemon's system was found in the little crow's nest, it's better to eat it for the little crow. Mio opened the cage. The little crow immediately pecked at Mio, but Meow grabbed his neck, then opened his mouth and placed devil fruit next to the little crow's mouth. The little crow subconsciously took a bite of the flesh, then was tightly covered with Meow's mouth, swallowing into his abdomen. After that, Mio pulled out Raikiri without any hesitation and cut it out at the little crow, splashing blood on the black honor in the study. At this time, Lilith and Robin were sitting face to face, each reading a book. Lilith suddenly raised her head and looked at Robin with a smile. Maybe we will have another companion soon. Hearing that, Robin remembered the crow cry just now and couldn't help shrugging his shoulders and continued to look down at the book. However, in Robin's mind, he thought of the little crow, but he was a little expectant about the strength of his companion this time. After all, after she followed Mio, the new companions Mio brought out each time seemed not to be weak, at least much stronger than herself. I think this time should be no exception. In the room, with a move of Meow's heart, he took the little crow into the cultivation tank. Immediately afterwards, he did not hesitate to pull all his remaining crow genes into it, in addition to some of the beast genes that he had hunted before. Afterwards, Mio felt his chin and began to wonder. After all, he had to choose other genes. How to choose was a problem. Think for a moment. Mio pulled a gene into the gene slot. That is the Doomsday Messenger gene. As this gene was dragged, Mio did not choose to start training, but continued to meditate. In the end, he pulled the Noxus command gene into the gene slot. Right now, I press the button of start training. Don't let me down, little guy. Meow grinned with a smile, and the light of excitement flashed in his eyes. You're not only a symbol of the Black Crow Pirates, but also an auspicious beast on the Black Glory. In the future, you will also become the guardian beast of the Black Crow Pirates. The voice fell, buzzing. The training begins. Steam surfaced on the entire panel. Mio sat cross-legged, looking at the panel and waiting quietly. The steam soon covered the entire panel, and one could see the full screen of white and illusory steam, and there were faint figures appearing. At the beginning, a large number of black figures flashed past the steam. That is the crow. Then, there was still a presence wielding a sickle, his eyes sharp with a faint green light. Then, a pair of scarlet pupils flashed by. When time passed, a quarter of an hour later. At the beginning, there were a series of voices. Their ugly crows and other sounds. Awaiting your order, master. Deep and hidden madness and excitement. This is undoubtedly the voice of the messenger of the doomsday. Obey me. This is a voice that is also deep, but full of majesty and murderousness. It comes from the commander of Noxus. Cultivation continues. Please choose the training direction. Animal type? Human type? Animal shape. Mio made the choice without hesitation. After all, he had already decided. Please choose the main form. Crow? Human type? Fusion? Another choice. But this time, Mio still made a choice without hesitation. Of course it's a crow. The corners of Meow's mouth rose slightly, looking forward to reappearance. Soon, cultivation is complete. Along with the emergence of a reminder, Mio hadn't had time to check the panel for cultivating creatures this time, so he summoned the cultivating little guy first. As you can see, this is a very small little guy. It is about the same size as a normal crow, and maybe slightly smaller. In addition to black, the feathers on the whole body have scarlet lines. In addition to the red lines on the rear wing, there are dark blue in addition to the red lines. And this little guy's eyes were completely blood red, very deep. At a glance, it vaguely felt that there was a breath of death in these eyes. At this moment, the little guy had just appeared, and he couldn't help but let out a harsh cry. The cry couldn't be described in words, but at the same time it was harsh. It felt like it went deep into the soul. The others on the ship heard it for the first time. A gleam of light flashed in by Fang's eyes, and he looked in the direction of the room where Mio was, his eyes solemn. It can actually touch the soul. Terrible ability. It looks good. With a move of Mio's right hand, the little guy flew directly onto Mio's arm, stopped steadily on it, tilted his head, and looked at each other. After touching the little guy's head, Mio grinned. From now on, your name will be he. After speaking, the little guy nodded. Obviously, he could understand Min's words, and he seemed very satisfied with his name. But it's normal. This little guy's IQ itself is extraordinary. Coupled with the fusion gene is also very extraordinary. It is not a weird thing to be able to understand. Not to understand it will make Meow feel strange. Let me take a look at your panel now. Mio smiled and looked forward to it. With a thought, he checked his ability panel. Abilities, Feast of Fear, can sense the source of fear and restore the spirit by ingesting fear. Demon Power, extremely terrifying ability, which can be used to obtain the power of demons. Crow Carnival can be anytime, anywhere. The summoning of the crow flock. No matter where the crow flock is in any corner of the world, it will be guided to come. Life Draw, don't be touched by it. Otherwise, be careful that your life will be lost. Blood Draw, it can enjoy blood. More in this way, you can recover your own injuries as long as you have enough blood. You can even recover to the heyday in the dying state. The Song of the Soul, its cry can touch the soul, and even through the cry, it can severely damage your soul. Please be careful. Super Speed, it's very fast. Magic Eye, its eyesight is very good. It can see far, far away, but it can also leave marks on the opponent just by looking at it and relying on the marks to find the opponent. Huge Strength, even though the size is small, but strong. Tenacity, don't underestimate its defensive power. Strength, Admiral of Headquarters, ultimate combat power, Admiral Peak. The potential has not yet been developed. This, so strong. Seeing this gorgeous ability panel, Mio couldn't help being surprised and took a breath. The abilities are very gorgeous, and they're also very powerful, even terrifying. In addition, the strength, too strong, has reached the Admiral level directly. How horrible is this? A little crow. I am afraid that no one would have thought that this crow actually has Admiral level strength. It may shock everyone to say it. But this kind of strength is expected. After all, the ability of the soul injury bird is obviously related to the soul, plus other abilities such as the power of the devil. The power of the devil is also very powerful. Moreover, it has a demon flame, which is more terrifying than ordinary flames. Adding all up, it's not surprising to have Admiral strength. What surprised Mio was that his extreme battle actually had the peak of Admiral. Admiral is also hierarchical. At least not all Admiral are equally powerful. Just like in the Four Emperors, not everyone is as strong as Whitebeard. At the peak of Admiral, it shows that the ultimate combat power erupted by this crow is only stronger than the current 3 Admiral. Ah, I deserve to be the guardian beast of the Black Crow Pirates. When you come out in the future, I think everyone will be shocked. Ha 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 ha. Meow stroked his head, excited. Laugh it out. Asking he to stand on his arm, Mio turned and walked outside. When arriving on the deck, Mio frowned suddenly. In the sky, it was dim. That is, crow. Large swarms of crows, almost covering the entire sky, were hovering in the sky at this time, exuding unpleasant calls. The sound of so many crows together is even more harsh and uncomfortable. Captain, what should I do? Robin asked helplessly while covering his ears. Hearing this, Meow pointed to he on his arm and said, "It should have been calling over by accident just now. Let these crows disperse." He nodded and let out a harsh scream. Then, the crows in the sky flew in 4 directions for a while, and soon disappeared into the sky. Is this our new partner? As the group of crows dispersed, Lilith asked curiously when she came to Mio's side, looking at he with a pair of eyes, looking left and right. It seems to be a little bit different from before, but it looks like it's unknown, these eyes. Robin said after taking a few careful glances. Yes, this is our new partner. Me smiled and nodded, patted his head, and said, pointing to the people in front of him, "You also have to remember these people. They're all your protection objects, you know?" He nodded immediately, signaling to understand. Then Mio said again, "You have to make a place for this guy to live. Warwick, Hyan, you two go and make Hee a nest on the flagpole, which can withstand the wind and rain. Leave it to me." Hei Yin nodded, signaled clearly, and immediately led Warwick to action. Mio also nodded and waved his right hand. Here suddenly flew up and stayed on a fence, tilting his head, as if looking curiously at a group of people on the boat. "Okay, let's continue doing our own things, Bifoam. How far are we from destination?" Meow gave a command, looking at Bifoam. Bifoam thinks about it, Kaido. "It will take at least 7 days." Hearing this, Min nodded and went directly to the bow of the ship to sit down, whispering with a thought. "Next, let's start extracting abilities." After cultivating his abilities have not been extracted yet. His ability panel is very gorgeous, and I don't know what abilities could be extracted. Starting to draw, the draw is successful. Congratulations on the ability, demon power, and 1/10 of the all-round attributes of the creatures you cultivated this time. The prompt emerges. Mio suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise, because he felt that his physical attributes seemed to have improved a little. He looks small, but he feels very physical. Mi said in astonishment. Mio's current physical fitness is actually very strong, and the 1/10 attribute extracted from here now can actually make him feel a significant improvement. Then it is obvious that here's physical strength is also very strong. Even some pirates offering hundreds of millions of rewards may not be better than higher. And this ability is also very good. Meow said excitedly. He stretched out his right hand and suddenly made a fist. A scarlet energy suddenly appeared, enveloping the fist, and there was also a hot breath in it, like a flame. This is the power of the devil. It is not clear what energy Meow is, but this energy has a strong damage, and it can also be controlled by Meow at will, just like the Logia fruit ability person controls an elemental attribute. Moreover, the power of the devil is accompanied by the power of a flame, which is very hot. With a wave of the right hand, you can see the power of the devil condensed into a long whip in Meow's palm. With a sudden wave, it slapped on the sea. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the sea exploded, and the huge waves surged. "It's so powerful," Mio said in surprise. "A random blow has such a power. If it is full, it will undoubtedly be even more terrifying." The development of the fruit takes too much time. This time the power of the devil is just right. In addition to swordsmanship, it is considered a good attack method. Mio smiled excitedly, clenched his fist again, and slammed into the sea. "Blast it out." Can see. As this punch blasted out, the Scarlet Demon's power instantly condensed into a huge fist, bombarding the surface of the sea, and a loud noise broke out again. "Oh, that's..." Suddenly, Mio looked into the distance, and a black spot appeared in her sight. But Mio's eyesight became better with the 1/10 attribute extracted just now, so she could see that it was a pirate ship at a glance. And in the flagpole on the ship, a pirate flag was flying. The pirate banner made Mio even more surprised. It was a pirate flag with 2 knives behind the skull and a scar in the upper left corner, and this pirate flag was recognized by Meow at a glance. "This is the banner of red-hair pirates. Red-haired Shanks," Mio murmured, with some doubts and surprises. He didn't expect to encounter red-haired here, but there were no other emotions other than that. And this time, Redhead Pirate on board. "Hey boss, I saw it. The ship ahead is the ship of the Black Crow Pirates." Yassop, the sniper on the ship, put down his binoculars and turned back and shouted at Shanks. "Really?" Hearing this, the red hair immediately ran over to grab the binoculars and glanced at it, and said excitedly, "Wow, really? Haha, I finally found the Black Crow. I really want to meet this guy who has always been praised by my hawk. If that is the case, then I will lean over, Captain." On the deck, the navigator asked the red hair. The red hair raised his hand to stop the navigator's movement and grinned. "When we meet for the first time, we must give a gift. I also take this opportunity to take a look at the magnitude of the Black Crow Pirates. They are now attracting a lot of people's attention." The voice fell. Clang. Griffin was slowly drawn out from the red-haired waist until the black glory. "Captain, this will directly offend others." Seeing this, a crew member couldn't help but help his forehead. "Haha, don't worry, I will control my strength." The red hair laughed and said that he didn't care, and then he cut out. A powerful slash burst out immediately. A surge of sword energy soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky were cut apart in an instant, and the terrifying slash was slashed towards the black glory, and the sea surface was short-lived wherever it went. Separate, on the black honor, many people noticed the slash and frowned slightly. Meow's eyes flickered, but he didn't care, just whispered in his heart, "It's really red-haired. This slash is really not weak, but it's nothing more." With a sound of clang, Raikiria Mio was also slowly pulled out, and then he slashed out without hesitation. The slash broke out immediately, without reservation, and greeted him. This slash also cut the sea temporarily open. Rumbling. When the two slashes touched each other, a huge sound suddenly erupted, a wave of air swept all over the place, and the sea became turbulent. The two slashes were in constant confrontation, and soon began to cancel each other out. "It looks like another enemy is coming," Robin said. The corners of Meow's mouth raised, and he said, "No, it's a guest. I'm ready to pick you up. Everyone, Bifong, go get the wine out." "Yes." Bifong nodded respectfully, and immediately went to the cabin. Robin looked at Min curiously, with doubts in his eyes. "Guest?" "Yes, guest." Min nodded. Although the opponent cut out a slash, he could see that this slash was a temptation at first sight, testing his strength. Otherwise, the slash that the opponent would burst out was only it will be even more terrifying. After all, it is an existence that can often fight against Hawkeye with swordsmanship. The red-haired swordsmanship is not weak. And don't look at the fact that Hong is young, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Although the opponent was just a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates, he has definitely experienced a lot of battles. In addition, there are many strong players in the Roger Pirates. In that environment, it is difficult for Shanks to be weak. Red Hair Pirates. The other party is also a very famous guy in New World. Lilith also saw the flag on the pirate ship at this time and couldn't help but speak. Mr. Listen, the other party and Hawkeye seemed to be friends. Erica stood beside Mio, watching the approaching ship. Soon, the two ships met. Meeting for the first time, Black Crow. A voice came. It was a young man with red hair who was standing on the deck and shouting towards Mio, wearing a straw hat and white shirt on his head. An inexplicable coercion exudes from his body, and this coercion brings a sense of mental shock to people, just like Conqueror's Hockey. It's just a trace of Conqueror's Hockey that leaked out without covering up. Even so, most people can't bear this trace of Conqueror's Hockey at all. Red hair Shanks. Mio looked at Shanks calmly and said calmly, "Since we meet for the first time, I'll give you a present." The voice fell. Mio made a fist with his right hand. Armament Hockey was covered in an instant, and the power of the demon immediately wrapped Mio's fist. Then, Meow blasted out with a punch. The air burst. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site run. Good job. The red hair's eyes condensed slightly, and he murmured without hesitation. He stepped out and jumped into the air with a punch. Armament Hockey greeted him with his fist. The red hair of this fist did not retain the slightest, and it slammed into the air with all its strength. Boom! When Mio and Red Hair collided with each other, the power of horror broke out. Both ships shook violently in an instant, and the sea swayed crazily toward the surroundings because of this aftermath. The two were standing in the air, fists clashing, powerful collisions, and Armament Hockey's clash. Mio's expression was calm, but her power exploded again, shaking her red hair away and then falling back to the deck. It's worthy of being someone who has been on Roger's boat. He has good strength, Mio said calmly. With a punch, he can already know the strength of the red hair. Very strong, but not much stronger, comparable to himself. This is Mio's first impression. If he was not cultivated, then Mio's strength would be weaker than that of red hair, but it was precisely because of he that his strength was improved again after training reaching a level equivalent to that of red hair. All aspects of Mio's strength itself are not bad, but there is no suitable attack method to burst out and release this strength. The power of the devil came just right. If you want to talk about physical attributes alone, Mio is only slightly weaker than four emperors, but not much weaker, and his physical stamina can be continuously recovered, and the recovery speed is even more terrifying. This also makes up for the lack of physical stamina, coupled with the power of the devil and his other abilities. Even if he has not yet played against the four emperors, Mio has the confidence to break his wrists with the four emperors. So strong. At this time, the red hair looked at Mio's heart and murmured slightly, a little surprised. The most surprising thing was undoubtedly that Mio was just a rookie, but with such a powerful strength, it shocked him. Is it strong? As the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, who has a very high IQ in the whole world, gently leaped to the side of the red hair and asked in a low voice. Red hair can drink and have banquets all day without thinking about it. As the deputy captain on the ship, he must always remember every enemy that can threaten Red Hair Pirates and may become Red Hair in the future. Pirates competitor people. Very strong. The red hair nodded without hesitation and admitted. It's not just the captain. Beckman bit the cigar in his mouth, glanced solemnly at the other people behind Meow, especially by Foam, and whispered, "No one in the Black Crow Pirates group offers a false reward. They all have strong strength, and I always feel that there is a very dangerous guy on this ship, although I haven't seen it. But I have a very strong instinct." Really, hearing this, the red hair squinted his eyes, glanced at the Black Crow standing on the top of the flagpole inadvertently, then retracted his gaze and laughed. Haha, don't care about such small things. We are not here to be enemies. Erica, Warwick, get ready. We have a banquet. On the Black Glory, Mio yelled and grinned toward the red hair. If you don't mind, you can come up and have a drink together. Haha, I am very willing. Hearing this, the red hair agreed without hesitation. With a slight leap, he stepped onto the black honor. Seeing this, Beckman sighed, and after taking a deep breath of cigar, he also set foot on the black honor. A large amount of drinks and food were brought onto the deck, and Mio sat face to face with the red hair and drank bowl after bowl. On the flagpole, a pair of deep black eyes stared at a group of people below, sometimes tilting their heads, sometimes looking into the distance. It looked like just an ordinary crow, without attracting people's attention. Only Shanks would look at this crow from time to time, but when he looked at him, Shanks quickly looked away. This caused the corners of Meow's mouth to rise slightly, without saying anything. Hawkeye has always mentioned you to me, especially during the period when you were caught and impelled down. He was still confused why you were caught and impelled down, and said that you must have gone in deliberately. The redhead laughed and said, "Oh." Hearing this, Mio raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He didn't expect Hawkeye to guess it, but he was a little surprised. But then Mio shook his head and chuckled. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that guy for a long time, but I really want to drink with him. Ha! He is still looking for Kendo masters to challenge like before. Shanks laughed. The two of them drank and talked. The rest of the Red Hair Pirates were also drinking and chatting with the people on the Black Crow Pirates. Time, unconsciously, is late at night. On the deck, Mio and Redhead were still drinking each other. But at this time, the red-haired expression had become solemn, and he spoke. There is a pirate expo recently ahead of your route. I know that is also the purpose of our trip. Meow nodded, and the bowl with the wine in his hand was picked up and drank it. Hearing this, the red hair thought for a while and said, "Then you better be careful. The World Expo will be very lively this time. The number of pirate groups will be more than 300, and most of the pirates are interested in your Black Crow Pirates. Besides, it seems that Parkin will also go, and he is also very interested in you." Parkin, Mio grinned, his eyes flickering. Come here, it's no big deal. Just take this opportunity to let some guys who don't know the so-called know the strength of the Black Crow. After the expo, it will not take long to reach Raven Island. Therefore, at this World Expo, Mio didn't mind showing a bit of strength, letting some guys know that the Black Crow Pirates were not something they could step on. And you can also take this opportunity to gather a group of people. Hearing Mio's words, Red Hair guessed Mio's thoughts in an instant, so she didn't say much. This is not the time when the sea situation is balanced in the future, nor is he the four emperors in the future. The red hair now is not as nosy as he will be in the future, and now he does not have the face and strength. The red hair now has the same purpose as Mio, to ascend to the throne. It's just that the red hair is waiting for the opportunity, and Meow is also waiting for the opportunity. In a certain way, they are also competitors, but because there is an eagle eye in the middle, the relationship between the two is not so tense. But if necessary, Mio never mind having a fight with red hair. The voyage continues. Late at night, under the night, Mio put down the bowl, looked at the red hair suddenly, and said, "There is an uninhabited island ahead. Do you want to move it? Activities are okay, but how do I feel that you have some purpose?" Red hair said helplessly, "The so-called activity is nothing more than fighting." Hearing this, Mio smiled and did not answer. Although the redhead is right, he does have a purpose, but this purpose cannot be told to the redhead. After all, his current plan is to master his demon power by fighting red hair. That is to say, he is going to use red hair as a sharpening stone. Uninhabited desert island. There are also many such islands in New World. At this time, on the island, under the moonlight, Mio and Hongfa stood on an island that was not very large, but large enough for the two to use their hands and feet, and looked face to face. Next moment, Mio clenched his fists with both hands, stepped out, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked and sank, and Mio shot out directly. But after a breath, he came to the red hair and blasted his fist with armament hockey wrapped in his fist. While making the fist as black as iron. There's also the power of the scarlet demon entwining the fist, vaguely surrounded by a flame, exuding a hot air. The red hair's expression condensed. Armament hockey wrapped around his right arm for an instant, then blasted out with a punch and rushed away. Rumbling, two fists bumped. A terrifying aura broke out, and the clouds in the sky split instantly. The ground under the feet of the red hair was also cracked, and the entire deserted island seemed to shake. Strange ability, the red hair said, frowning and looking at the demon power on Mio's fist. You can clearly feel that the demon power is corroding hockey, and the flames that emanate from it are also burning around the arms. Hockey. If hockey is not strong enough, I am afraid that he will not be able to defend against this flame, and it will be burnt clean together with hockey. This undoubtedly surprised the redhead. However, the red hair hockey has a very high proficiency and even reached the point of emission long ago. Armament hockey can be released to attack the enemy. With a thought, you can see a terrifying aura erupting from Shanks. This is Conqueror's hockey, but there was a thick armament hockey mixed with it, and the ground was cracked wherever it went. Mio's expression moved slightly, only feeling that his skin was about to be torn. Without any hesitation, he let armament hockey wrap his whole body, stepped back for a certain distance, and opened his mouth in surprise. It's terrifying that conquerors and armed colors are so beautiful, and they blend perfectly together. You're not bad either, the red hair said solemnly. Continue. Meow grinned and showed an excited smile. The strength of him and the red hair are evenly matched, but it is only now, and it may not be necessary after a period of time. Of course, it's not bad now. At least this sharpening stone, from the current point of view, is very smooth. Thinking so, Meow clenched his fist with both hands, his arms shook. The power of the demon urged it with all its strength. The scarlet aura erupted from Mio's body, and the power of the demon could be seen condensing on Mio's body. But after a few breaths, it was the shadow of a giant Minos Grande in Condensed City, standing on top of Mio's head. This giant Minos Grande image is a scarlet giant with a huge fist. The body is enveloped in it. The whole body is surrounded by flames, exuding terrifying heat, and the ground is burnt black. The temperature in this area is also fierce at this time. Increase in. Come. Mio grinned, manipulated the phantom, and blasted out a punch. This terrifying punch, accompanied by the flames of the devil, fell hot before the red hair, as if the whole person was in the depths of the volcano. And as the attack got closer, the more hot it felt, like a whole person there all being burned by fire. The temperature is higher than before. Red hair murmured, and he pulled out Griffin without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation, a sword cut directly. His swordsmanship is not weak. It can be said that his strength is strong, partly in his swordsmanship. As Griffin was swayed, a violent slash slashed directly forward and instantly greeted with a huge arm, and the two bombarded each other, causing the sound of collision on the island to continue to sound. It was not until half a day later that they canceled each other out. But the next moment, Mio jumped again and jumped directly into the air, still covered by a huge shadow of a giant. Mio looked down at the red hair from the air, grinning. Redhead, the last blow. Bring it on. The red-haired eyes also faintly flickered with excitement, holding Griffin tightly in both hands. And at the same time the intent to fight on his body surged, his aura became more and more terrifying. Finally, in the sky, Mio clenched his fists with both hands, and the giant phantom suddenly clasped his fists with both hands, closed together, and slammed down as Mio's figure fell, and a terrifying aura came from the sky. It's like a big mountain falling from the sky, causing the land on the island to sink slightly. The pair of fists of the giant phantom came with unparalleled destructive power, like a natural disaster. The red hair couldn't help feeling a great pressure at this time. So strong. On Red Force, Yassop stood beside Beckman and couldn't help asking, "Can the boss stand it?" "Don't worry. He is our captain." Beckman smoked a cigar and said in a hurry, He has been with red hair for a long time, and he believes in red hair very much. Although the blow is strong, the red hair is definitely not weak. At this moment, the aura on the red hair reached the top, and the sudden eruption caused the surrounding sea to rise and fall. Then, Griffin, who was held by the red hair in his hand, suddenly slashed, and a slash shot directly into the sky. Go straight into the sky. Among them, there was an armed color mixed with conquerors. As the slash broke out, the sky was cut away in an instant. And for the first time, it was with the bombardment of the giant Minos Grande shadow. The terrorist attacks are colliding. The clouds in the sky were directly shaken away. The huge waves close to this island were crushed in an instant. The sea beasts in the depths of the sea around them also seemed to be feeling something and fleeing around in horror. The collision lasted 10 minutes. The slash dissipated. The huge phantom also dissipated. See you next time, red hair. Mio stood quietly not far away, staring at the red hair, and said, see you next time. The red hair gasped slightly, and a look of surprise flashed under his eyes, but he quickly disappeared. He noticed that the guy in front of him, who can be called a newcomer up to now, is talking to himself. After the First World War, even though he was breathing slightly, this guy still looked like he was not consumed at all. This undoubtedly shocked the red hair's heart. But the red hair didn't say much, just put Griffin under the sheath, then turned and jumped back to the Red Force, looked at Beckman, and said, "Set sail." "Yeah." Beckman nodded slightly. The Red Force drove slowly, heading away. Mio's figure flickered, and a breathing room appeared on the deck of the Black Glory. "Let's go too," Mio commanded by phone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. During the first battle, he barely controlled the power of the devil and became thoroughly familiar with this power. It's a good harvest, and also has a clear understanding of the strength of red hair. Very strong, especially hockey and swordsmanship, far surpassed oneself. But in terms of physical attributes, he is slightly stronger. I hope there will be no time to become an enemy, otherwise. Meow squinted his eyes. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. The Black Glory also moved slowly at this time, heading towards the distance. It didn't take long for the Black Honor to leave. Rumbling. This deserted island, which is not too big but definitely not small, was torn apart and sank to the bottom of the sea. The situation in New World will get more and more chaotic, and we have to work harder. On the Red Force, the redhead sat cross-legged on the deck, watching Beckman seriously. "It seems that the Black Crow Pirates has brought you a lot of impact," Beckman slowly said. Not bad." The red hair nodded seriously and grinned. "Have you noticed that guy didn't consume the slightest amount of energy just now?" Upon hearing this, Beckman nodded. "It's terrible. His strength, coupled with this, is enough to have the strength to ascend to the throne. More than..." The red hair shook his head, his eyes flickered, and his tone was low. "It's not easy on that ship. There's a stronger guy, definitely not weaker than the 3 Marines. I feel it." Beckman agrees very much. From stepping on the Black Glory, he feels he is under surveillance. After all, although his strength is weaker than that of red hair, he is actually not much weaker. It's just that he can't detect who the other party is and where he is monitoring him. It can only be said that this rookie pirate group is strong and terrifying. It also makes people totally puzzled. And obviously, after this World Expo, the Black Crow Pirates will completely shock the entire New World. Their red hair pirates can't lag behind each other too much. To be precise, red hair pirates can be regarded as the predecessors of the other party. It would be a bit embarrassing to step onto the throne in one step. Are we going there next? Yasop looked at the red hair and asked with a grin. The red hair nodded and said seriously, "Let's go to Wanakuni. Kaido guy I remember happened to be there. Tisk, I'm really reluctant to trouble that lunatic." Beckman curled his lips, but there was no way. There are so many top powerhouses in New World. If you want to have enough records to be on the throne, we must find suitable candidates, but only those few candidates. Grand Line, an extremely remote location, not on a route to New World, or even an uninhabited island far away from this route. At this time, on this island, a huge laboratory was built on it, and it seemed that it was still newly built. At this time, there are a large number of guards on the island, including a large number of clones. Well, how about the research? In the laboratory, Doflamingo put his hands in the pants Kabuto, watching Judge in front of him with a smile on his face. It's almost coming. Judge nodded excitedly in response. What they said is naturally a copy of Pluton. The two originally planned to build the laboratory in North Blue, but the North Blue side is too chaotic and the wars between the kingdoms are constant. It is very easy to attract the attention of Marine and the world government. In addition, the research items belong to the inverse of the world government. Scale. So in the end, they chose to put it on the Grand Line. Grand Line is no better than the world. In particular, although there are many Marines in the first half, there are more places that are not noticed by Marine. As long as there's not too much noise, it is basically impossible to be noticed by Marine. That's good. If it's too slow, our friend might be to blame. Doflamingo grinned. Upon hearing this, Judge curled his lips, but didn't say much. I have to say that for Judge, Mio still impressed him quite deeply. At least for now. If the Black Crow pirates want to deal with the Vinsmoke family, he can't fight it. After pondering for a moment, Judge said solemnly, "At the latest 1 month, you can try to imitate." A month. Hearing that, Doflamingo nodded, turned, and said, "In that case, I will come again in a month, hoping that there will be a good harvest." "So are you planning to leave now?" Judge looked at Doflamingo, who was about to leave, and asked curiously, "Not going to stay here." Forget it. I still have something to do." Doflamingo refused without hesitation, grinning. "What's more, there will be a grand event on New World recently. I want to go there and buy some things." After speaking, Doflamingo stopped staying and moved his fingertips slightly, using his power to hang the white clouds in the sky and leave directly. New World. As time passed, unconsciously, only the last day was left before the arrival of the World Expo. At this time, at the site of the World Expo, an island in the depths of this new world. At this time, from a distance, you can also see the outer coast of this island, with a large number of pirate boats docking. At a glance, you can see dozens of pirate boats at will, very many. The lowest of them is the pirate ship with a reward of 70 to 80 million. Gauss even offers a reward of 3 to 4 billion. In the distance on the sea, there are also continuous boats moving towards there. One of them is the Black Honor. The flag of the Black Rook Pirates moved with the wind on the flagpole. Mio stood on the bow of the boat with his hands on Raikiri on his waist, staring at the island in the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's finally here. There are so many pirate ships. Robin was standing beside Mio, and she was unavoidably shocked when she saw the pirate ships. This was the first time she had seen such a large number of pirates. There are many pirates, and there are many potential enemies. Erica said in a deep voice with sword-like eyes, extremely sharp, "I'm afraid this trip will be a lot of trouble. No matter how many enemies come, it's useless. They will only turn into corpses." Hey, Ian didn't care about it. During this period of time, when he entered New World, he found it. Even in New World, there are weak and small ones. Existence, this kind of weak existence, no matter how much it comes, is still rubbish, not worthy of being taken into consideration. "My lord, do you get a beach?" Byphone looked at Mio and asked, "Get on the shore." Min nodded. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Byphone immediately drove the boat and drew toward the shore. But when he reached the shore, Byphone frowned slightly. There is no room left. The shore was almost full of boats, and there was no place to be vacated to dock. "If you don't have a place, just find a place." Min shrugged and commanded indifferently. Hear the words. Byfang's eyes flickered, and he shouted directly, "Drought, clear a place." Roar. Under the sea, a roar rang out, attracting the attention of many pirates for an instant. Then, a huge figure suddenly rushed out of the bottom of the sea, making a fist with a huge right hand and blasting out with a fist. Rumbling. A huge pirate ship on the shore was hit by this punch. The next moment, it was directly shattered and turned into wreckage and floated on the sea. The huge movement made many pirates look here. One of the pirates suddenly noticed the pirate banner on the Black Glory and was shocked and couldn't help but grow his mouth. Then, that seems to be the Black Crow Pirates.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.